players, Supatees. You were watching the games. You had some comps that you wanted to mention from those offline games that surprised you a little bit.
Yeah, I think the biggest adaptation from week 2 to week 3 is Retribution Paladins and how the teams are going to be incorporating them into their composition. So we saw a lot of teams in Europe testing those waters. CHIBAKU Tensei was one of them. In this clip, they're running a Demon Hunter Retribution Paladin. They also tried some Windwalker Retribution Paladin. However, I will say for their team, it wasn't looking like the strongest option for them. They were really getting pressured on this composition throughout a lot of their games. But CHIBAKU seemed like the team that was really flexible and willing to experiment and try different things. So even though the Demon Hunter Retribution Paladin wasn't working for them in these initial stages against Mafia Boss, it was looking kind of grim for them while they were trying to figure out what was going to be their composition, what was going to be their best option in order to get through the series. And do know that, you know, they were the #1 team from week 2, so to see them struggle like that. But then Streamer Zone was also running Retribution Paladin Warrior, which I think is going to be the most notorious composition that is adapted by a lot of teams this week. And we know Streamer Zone as that Hunter Feral, so it was very surprising to see them actually broaden their composition pool this deep, because it was very important. I think Mafia Boss likely would have been a very significant challenge for them to be able to defeat, but with Tony's incorporation of the Retribution Paladin, it enabled them to find victory. And then later on in the tournament, CHIBAKU really felt experimental. They brought in a Death Knight, and this might be one of the few times where we've seen Death Knight actually have some success. I was kind of questioning it when I was watching the open bracket, but it paid off for them. It got them a win against this Subtlety Rogue Windwalker composition. So Croto on that Frost Death Knight looking fresh, and it seems like we do have at least a lot of experimentation from teams for this week.
That is so true. A lot of experimentation. It's definitely working out for these players as well. It's been so exciting to see the journey that they've been taking, the level of competition that they are bringing to the AWC, and this week is no different. It sounds like there was kind of some shenanigans going on in the lowered bracket as well, Supatees, and it's been a little scary down there, a little sketchy.
I mean, the lower bracket was a bloodbath in the open bracket. It was an absolute danger zone down here. I mean, look at the rosters, right? Forged RMP, CHIBAKU, 4th and 5th seed have to eliminate each other 2 series before they're even on broadcast. And then Dear Mama, who was trying to get into that top 8 for the gauntlet, had to go head-to-head with CHIBAKU and took them to a game 5. It's been a crazy open bracket. It's been a crazy season. We've seen amazing plays. CHIBAKU is looking like they leveled up a lot from Cup 1 to Cup 2 and now Cup 3. And I think especially with this Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman composition, they seem to have completely mastered it, especially in the matchups against mages and rogues. They play a very defensive-oriented playstyle, very conservative playstyle, until they get deep in dampening, and then they pick up the pace. You can see at like the 7-minute mark, they start using cooldowns aggressively to stay on their target, to run down these mages, to stay on target and finish the games out. So CHIBAKU, easily the most improved team, moving from Cup 1 to 2 to 3, but they're still in the lower bracket, even despite all of those improvements. And this Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman comp wasn't bulletproof. It wasn't going to work in all cases. As you can see, Dear Mama, with that series that went to game 5, brought out a curveball with that Subtlety Rogue and Windwalker Monk. And I was thinking that might be it for CHIBAKU. We don't even see them on broadcast. But fortunately, that curveball pick, like we said earlier on with Croto on that Frost Death Knight, banked them the win. It got them into the top 8. And they're now going to have to sweat it out if they want that #1 position.
Woof, yeah, and speaking of top 8, we can take a look and start talking about these teams that made it through that extremely tough open bracket into the top 8 for today's bracket on the European region, because things are going to be so exciting this weekend. You guys definitely want to be tuning in for this region. Zico, talk to me about these top 8 teams that we're going to be seeing compete today in EU.
Yeah, so we got some pretty familiar faces, you know, teams that we've seen before. Overload, DOBOB, Echo, CHIBAKU, Naptime is back again. Streamer Zone making it in. Locked In, which had a pretty impressive run as well last weekend. And then we got the Super Duper Gamers, which actually have beaten CHIBAKU Tensei in the past. So that is going to be some familiar faces on a somewhat new roster as well. That's going to be, I guess, the biggest surprise in this top 8. And then, of course, all of these teams are playing for, you know, the glory, but also for the points, the qualification. This is it. This is the last cup. And as you guys can see, the way it works is top 3, guaranteed qualification to the finals. However, 4th to 8th they will be playing in that gauntlet. So any team with the asterisks are still in the tournament. Any team without it is knocked out. So as you guys can see here in that top 4, we have a very, very sketchy situation. Overload might finish the season at top. DOBOB could have a good run and maybe overtake everything. There's some tiebreaker scenarios. And then thanks to CHIBAKU TENSEI's massive run that they had last week, they're actually tied for Echo in that 3rd, 4th position. So likely one of those teams could be going into the gauntlet. And then, of course, everybody else is going to be playing for gauntlet seeding as well as for that top 8. Forged RMP not being here gives, for example, Locked In and Streamer Zone a great opportunity to maybe overtake them, because it's not just qualifying for the gauntlet, but also the seeding in the gauntlet is going to help out a lot. So this is it. This is the last chance to grab points for these teams this weekend, and they really, really need to make it count, because if not, it could have massive ramifications later on.
Yeah, certainly could. Doesn't really feel like any of these teams are safe, so they've got to step it up leading into this weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket for today for the EU region. We are starting off the day in the lower bracket. Chan, and what do you think of kind of how it's shaping up so far for this week for EU?
Oh, I think it's crazy. I mean, CHIBAKU Tensei, obviously they won last tournament in a pretty convincing fashion, I'd say. And now they're facing up against Super Duper Gamers, which is a pretty newly formed team. MVQ, SQX, Jamie, and Blizzo as well, who is a legend in his own right. I think this team actually lost last week. CHIBAKU lost to Super Duper Gamers in a mirror. So to have them as game 1, while Super Duper Gamers are trying to break into that top 8, get into the gauntlet, it's going to be a big one. And of course, for game 2, we have Streamer Zone versus Locked In. I'm looking forward to this one as well. Tony Farrell Movies, one of my favorite players in the EU region. Absolute treat to watch him play. He always gets memed on for doing low damage, but he has his own style, and it's going to be super great to watch. What about you, Super?
I mean, the upper bracket, Overload versus Naptime. Naptime was a team that we saw in Cup number 1, and they made it into that lower bracket top 8, and they were taking games off of Zeepai on that Elemental Shaman. So I'm very curious to see how they've leveled up moving into Cup 3, because we didn't see them at all from Cup number 2. If you're a Holy Paladin fan, you're definitely going to love this team. Naptime, they're running pretty much only Holy Paladin to my understanding, but they're facing Overload, the current number 1 point standings. But if anything has taught me anything over these past 3 weeks, is that you can't predict anything in this tournament. Okay, you cannot predict anything. The number 1 team could be out of the tournament today for all you know. So definitely don't sleep on Naptime. DOBOB versus Echo. This is a legendary series, absolutely legendary. That is probably easily my most hyped for the day, because when they go back and forth, it's like watching titans or like gods in Olympus go head to head with each other.
Yeah, we need some crazy sound effects for that one for sure. So I can't wait for every single one of these series. I couldn't name a favorite that I'm particularly excited for. So just gonna have to stay tuned throughout the entire day if you are watching from home. Let's talk about the power rankings now for all of these teams. You guys may or may not know the drill. We took all of the teams and ranked them 1 through 8. Just in terms of their pure power as a roster. And Chan, I'm gonna pick on you a little bit. You put Echo at the top, number 1. So you're staying loyal to your former team.
Of course. I mean, the thing about Echo is that they might have a slow start, but you can always count on them to come back, whether it's in a later cup or in the finals down the road. You can never count them out. And I do think that they're the best players. They just haven't found their footing just yet this season.
Yeah, it's totally fair. I can agree with that. Stupid Tees, you've got Streamer Zone down at the bottom. Do you want to talk about get through your rankings just a little bit? Thoughts behind it?
For Streamer Zone, for me personally, I feel like their team, following their social medias, is they're kind of tilting. I think they're kind of tilting, and I kind of feel like they could unravel. I'm wondering, and especially because they're facing Locked In, and Locked In was the team that won with their composition. They beat Echo with Jungle Cleave. So it's like, if you're Streamer Zone and you're tilting, you're like, I don't know, RMP seems too strong. Like, what can we really do? They seem like they almost want to throw in the towel. And then Locked In, this completely newly formed roster, obviously really good players, but newly formed roster comes together, and they just smack Echo on the Friday out of the tournament last week. Now you got to go head to head with them. Like, is that going to get in your head? Are you in the right headspace for this? Are you ready to go and prove, like, now Locked In, get out of here? Like, we're the top dogs in this position. You're not going to take it from us.
Yep, no, that is fair enough. All right, well, Chad, if you are watching, let us know how you think of our power rankings. But let's go ahead and talk about the first series. It's Super Duper versus CHIBAKU Tensei. Chan kind of already talked about this a little bit. So if you want to get in your predictions, do it now. Get some points in. I don't know if you know, Chan, we do a little competition here on the desk of who has the most accurate predictions. D Machine absolutely crushed it last weekend. Do you think that you're going to be good at this? It's very hard.
Absolutely. I've put mine in. I'm going to win today.
All right, let's take a look then at the predictions for this series for the casters here on the desk. Chan, I guess I'll start with you. What was your prediction for this series?
3-0 for Super Duper Gamers.
Ooh.
CHIBAKU Tensei,
Wow.
they did win last week. Yes, I know. But they did lose in that mirror. And with Blizzo there as well, potentially subbing in the Warrior, I don't know how Lontar and Co are going to hold up. They might pull a game, but 3-0 for Super Duper Gamers.
Wow, I heard production reacting to your prediction, and they were saying it was wild, and they weren't kidding. That is interesting. Okay, Zico, what was your prediction for the series?
I thought I was going to be the odd one out here with CHIBAKU winning last week. I'm with Chan. Not as aggressively, though. I don't think it's going to be a 3-2, but I'm going with the Super Duper Gamers as well.
No.
Their roster is stacked. They beat them last week. CHIBAKU, they didn't look like they had that good of an answer. And in the mirror, they just looked better. So the fact that we were starting to see more Warriors in the meta as well. And like Chan mentioned, there's Blizzo there. I don't know. You don't bet against Blizzo. So I'm going with Super Duper Gamers.
All right. No.
Well, at least
Yes,
you guys can sleep soundly, okay? Because I'm pretty sure my prediction does not fall in alignment with any of these, which is good for you. This is a good thing for you if this happens like this. So I'm getting comfy at the bottom, okay? I got my slippers on. I'm gonna get my blanket and pillow. I'm gonna be sleeping at the bottom of the leaderboard the whole day again. It looks like. I feel like CHIBAKU have gotten a lot better over time, but obviously the mirror is a completely different matchup, right? CHIBAKU seems really strong in the Mages teams, but in the mirror, having lost it before, I can definitely see that it is possible for them to lose again. But I'm still gonna stick with them. I feel like Lontar has been really on fire. I feel like he's also got like something to prove, you know, with Meh coming back onto the Echo roster and then having to find a new roster. I feel like he's still got some fire burning in there that definitely is showing from last cup.
Okay. I'm with you. I have a similar prediction to you. I'm 1-3 in favor of CHIBAKU. Just if anything, just because I think momentum is really important in these series or in these games, like from cup to cup, and obviously considering how well they did last week. That's kind of what my thought was, but I don't know. Chan Zico, you guys got me convinced. I'm kind of thinking you're right here, so we'll definitely find out. But if you're watching from home, get that prediction in. Actually, I can look at it now. I've got chat open. It looks like they are a little bit in favor of CHIBAKU Tensei, but about even. So that is interesting.
That's unfortunate for them. They're in alignment with me. That's unfortunate.
Where did you end up last week in placement, Super Teens? Were you below chat?
I think I was on the bottom
below
the
the
whole
coin
weekend.
still?
I'm pretty sure I was on the bottom. I don't think I hit 50%. I think I was on the bottom.
That's
the whole
unlike
weekend.
you. You got to lock it in, bud.
I'm telling you, these tournaments are not. You can't predict these tournaments anymore.
Dude,
like,
I mean,
I've done this for
Stop it!
like when I'm this wrong, that shows how volatile the tournament is. That shows how different the tournament is than it has been previously. Like, completely unexpected things are going on. Echo's out on a Friday, taking their Sunday off last week. Like, that doesn't happen. Wait. Echo's normally number 1. They're tied for 3rd right now, and they're tied for 3rd with a team that Chan thinks is going to get knocked around 3-0 by a team that's like 11th in the seeding. Like, they're not even in the gauntlet right now. They're going to get knocked out 3-0. Like, this is a wild final weekend.
I mean, Waz himself said it last weekend to Ven, like, you know, this is a season where you really don't know who's going to win. Anybody could win, and I think just how different our predictions are really goes to show that. So we're going to be getting into game number 1 shortly here. Looks like the teams are getting loaded into the arena. This is lower bracket as well. The loser of this one is knocked out of the tournament. We could have last week's champions knocked out in the first series of the day. Who's it going to be, though? Super Duper Gamers, these sort of newcomers with this new roster, not new faces though, versus CHIBAKU Tensei, the former champions of Cup number 2. Very, very excited here for this to get started. Lower bracket round, best of 5, game number 1 starting off here on the Grand Arena.
All right, let's see. I'm excited to see what kind of comps they're going to be running here. Are we going to see the straight up mirror? I feel like we might see some Warriors tagged in. I feel like Blizzo is going to be tagged in. What are you thinking here, Chad?
I don't think it's going to be a mirror. I think, well, it's going to be a battle, you know, if it is a mirror of who is landing those Cyclones, who's able to deny those Cyclones as well. And the fact that they lost the mirror last week doesn't give me a vote of confidence in that. Maybe Blizzo comes out, maybe Lontar's team switches over to something else. I'm very curious to see what they're cooking up this week.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, CHIBAKU Tensei, they had such a fantastic run last weekend, and being tied with Echo on points, with Echo also being in the upper bracket, if they lose here, Echo is going to feel a lot more confident with their chances kind of qualifying with the team that they're tied with being knocked out, and the team of Forged RMP, which is in 5th place, also already being knocked out. That basically, I don't want to say secures their qualification because I haven't done the math on that, but it's definitely, Echo is definitely hate watching right now, cheering for Super Duper Gamers. Do you think they've been giving Super Duper Gamers maybe some practice as well before this to warm them up?
I can tell you for sure that, they would be doing that. They absolutely want Super Duper Gamers to do well, but we have Demon Hunter Mage Evoker coming out from CHIBAKU. Prez Evoker, very good against Resto Druid, but I'm not sure about the Demon Hunter Mage. What do you think, Zico?
It's Arcane Mage. I don't know. I haven't seen Zeepai lock in the Arcane Mage, but as somebody who basically only plays Arcane Mage, I love to see it. Let's see how he performs. He's playing that Kleptomania and Lontarino on the Prez Evoker, like you mentioned, already going in here for a big deep breath. SQX going to be in tree form, spamming out the big heals onto his team and should be able to deflect this opener. Zeepai still holding on to that Arcane Surge though, so he's gonna have, oh my god, Zeepai is getting absolutely blasted there. Double Chaos Nova coming out from MVQ as well as he continues to look for the pressure, but Jamie also taking a decent amount of damage, activating the Aura Mastery there, and he is still blasting Zeepai. Zeepai might just die without blocking. This Arcane Mage is not looking good right now. Into the LA Shaman, into the DH. I can't think of a worse thing to be playing Arcane Mage. Oh my god, the Ice Block being forced 45 seconds in.
I mean, I just think that, Super Duper Gamers, they realize what they have to do against this. Just run on top of Zeepai, run on top of him on that ult Arcane Mage. Make him choke under the pressure and just, it's going to be an onslaught. Lontai isn't going to be able to keep up with this and even have a moment to get aggressive if Super Duper Gamers keep running on top of them like this.
Yeah, Zeepai is doing less damage than his healer almost at this point, so he's not having a great game, and there's almost nothing worse to face than Demon Hunter Ellie. As an Arcane Mage, Demon Hunter's gonna have 100% uptime. Zeepai, oh my god, he gets rescued back. He goes for the Klepto again, and he's gonna just be spamming out the missiles here, but he has a really hard time getting distance from MVQ, and when it comes to training against another caster, you really can't get a lot of work done against the Ellie Shaman. He's stuck in the Chaos Nova, that's just dead. I think so. No, Lontar makes it out of the Cyclone, activates the Emerald Communion. Huge Cyclone attempts coming out there from SQX. Now he swaps it over to Fuston as well. And Zeepai, what is he going to do here? He doesn't have a lot of life left. They don't have a lot of cooldowns left to rotate. Finally, no, he's not going to get that Arcane Surge off. He's been trying to get it off the whole game and just completely unable to. Finally, he gets it off though.
Yep, and a huge thing about this matchup, right, is the Preservation Evoker should be pushing on top of the Resto Druid, playing super aggressively, but it's not the case at all here. Lontar is the one being pushed on by SQX, going for that maim into that full cyclone, almost shutting Zeepai down. I mean, I can't help but feel, were they expecting a cleave of some sort from Super Duper Gamers?
Yeah.
Is that why they picked the Arcane Mage?
I think they were expecting to see maybe like Demon Hunter Warrior or something, which the Arcane Mage obviously would have been very good against. I think this is just a really rough draft here for not only CHIBAKU Tensei, but for Supati's and Aya's prediction as well.
Absolutely, and it's only, every single cooldown from CHIBAKU Tensei was forced in under 2 minutes. And honestly, with the next Ascendance coming up, I don't see Zeepai being able to make it out of this alive.
Yeah, we'll see here. Jamie, he's got it up very, very shortly, and he's going to be able to blast a lot of damage. Zeepai is already down to half HP. He might not even make it to that point. Iron Bark coming out here from SQX, keeping Jamie nice and aggressive, but he's still actually taking a lot of damage here, dropping down to half HP. Jamie might just get one shot! Holy moly! What is going on? They're too late with the darkness. They had 2 Nature Swiftness, a complete choke, and all of a sudden, CHIBAKU Tensei, they win with the Arcane Mage. What?
Not good for our predictions here, but the game was looking amazing for Super Duper Gamers. For Super Duper Gamers, it was looking very good. But Jamie had Burrow up the entire time he was taking that onslaught. I can't help but feel that they choked this one out. The game was going amazingly for them, and a minute or two down the road, I think the game was going to close out with Zeepai dying. Look at him, he has Burrow, 50%, IB meta. And he doesn't press. He uses Healing Stream Global instead and flops. Very unfortunate for them, but
really unexpected amount of damage coming in there as well. That was the touch of the Magi there. So Kleptomania came out, stripped all the HOTS. SQX got kicked on a Cyclone by Lontar on that Evoker. And then the touch comes out and the missiles come out. And he gets absolutely blasted. The Darkness is too late. The Burrow is too late. It's just, we don't trade there. And that's the cool thing about the Arcane Mage, though. You have a lot of damage like that. Like, you have a lot of burst damage. You can absolutely blow somebody up. If you get a big stack of missiles, you get the Touch of the Magi, you get Arcane Barrage. You can do a surprising amount of damage. And the good thing about Arcane in general, of course, is also that Kleptomania against Resto Druids. Very, very nice to have as well. So even though Zeepai's damage overall was extremely low, he still was able to be effective in the match with that.
I mean, I think if you're CHIBAKU TENSEI right now, you're rejoicing so hard right now. I don't think that was a one game. Super Duper Gamers knew exactly what to do. You saw from the start of the game, MVQ, Jamie leaping on top of Zeepai, taking their pillar instantly. SQX getting involved, going for those main clones on Lontar. And, you know, this, like I said, the game was going swimmingly for them. I can't believe it ended this way. It was just a monumental mistake, really, from Super Duper Gamers to throw this one. And now you're in a situation where you're a game down, you can get counterpicked, and we'll see what CHIBAKU throws in for the blind now.
Yeah, we'll see here. I don't think we're going to see the Arcane Mage. Yep, they're locking in the mirror. Oh, this is good. So for the cleave setups that they're expecting to see from Super Duper Gamers, they got the Arcane Mage ready to go. And on the blind, they're willing to lock in the mirror. And worst case, you lose a mirror. Best case, you win the mirror, and all of a sudden, you're up 2-0. So this is a really intelligent draft from CHIBAKU TENSEI. And we'll see. What do you think the Super Duper Gamers are going to do? Do you think they have an answer? Maybe some kind of cleave comp that could be good here? Like, what do you think they should do?
Realistically, the choice is here. You either lock in Demon Hunter, Ellie, Druid, and mirror them, or you go for the Thunder Cleave with Druid and, you know, pseudo-mirror them. I think they're going to go for the full mirror of Demon Hunter. It worked last week. Why shouldn't it work this week? Jamie, obviously, very, very good at shutting down enemy healers. He's going to make Lontar's life hell. And I don't think CHIBAKU TENSEI, there it is. Mirror. So this is going to be an exciting one. You always love to see mirrors because the better team wins. So this is a statement from Super Duper Gamers. They think they're the better DHLE. And I like seeing that. I like seeing that confidence on stream. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah. This is the matchup they won last week, like we mentioned, and they are locking it in with full confidence here. So we'll see what they can do. Like Super Duper Gamers, they have an opportunity here to climb into the gauntlet, to climb into the finals, but also they can kind of be the boogeyman here and deny CHIBAKU TENSEI. Now, for me, that is almost a stronger motivation than winning. Like for me, it's like, okay, if I'm winning for me, it's whatever. But if I'm winning to make somebody else lose and to kind of play spoilers, that just, I don't know, it just makes me want to win more.
And you know, it's funny that you say that the Super Duper Gamers are the boogeyman because Houston's Rogue is actually named the boogeyman. So Super Duper Gamers coming in and, you know, putting on this statement of confidence and mirroring CHIBAKU. It's going to be amazing. They really want to clinch that gauntlet spot. CHIBAKU obviously doesn't want to get sent to the gauntlet. And what better feeling to have than to be CHIBAKU TENSEI, advance and knock Echo into the gauntlet for the first time, really.
Yeah, that's got to be a big confidence swing as well for Super Duper Gamers, kind of moving forward into the tournament. If they can knock out the team that won last week, that's just like, because you're a player yourself, you've been in that position yourself as well. If you're in a spot where you're knocking out a really strong opponent, it kind of fills you with that confidence of, okay, well, we beat these guys, we can beat anybody. But I guess you guys used to be the team that people wanted to beat.
We were the boogeyman. No, but the momentum going into it, if they win, I mean, you know, they're going to be on a roll. I can see them winning the whole tournament if they win this series.
Really?
I can see it. Yep, I have faith. I think Jamie is incredible in the Ellie Shaman. You know, back in the day, Zeepai was known as the king of Ellies on Europe, in the world, really. I think that's not disputable. But you know, recently, Elsewave, Jamie, they've kind of made Zeepai sweat. And you know, there's been times where I feel like Jamie is the hardest Ellie to face. I don't know. I'm not sold.
Interesting.
I think that Jamie can do it. He can do it.
he did win that cross-region tournament, so anything is possible. Or the guild clash, yes, the guild clash. Sorry, that's true. Jamie has leveled up a lot lately, and he used to be kind of. It used to be Zipai versus Jamie. Jamie used to get, or Zipai used to get the better end of that exchange historically, but lately Jamie has been stepping up. Let's see if he can step up though here in game number 2. Super Duper Gamers versus CHIBAKU Tensei. Double Stormkeeper loaded up and ready to go. And you mentioned, Chan, it's going to be important to stop these Cyclones and to land these Cyclones for the Druid. That is going to be what kind of sets the pace of the match.
So I love what they've done here. They've double traded out Darkness for momentum at the start of the game. No team is really going to take much damage during that big meta, during that Ascendance. Just slowing it down, making the momentum not be able to get developed by either side. And of course, you really want to pay attention to the Druids, because the Druids are the ones who are going to be driving the momentum of this game. If one of the Druids can get, clones off constantly, get in there, get maim stuns and kicks off, they're going to pull ahead. And right now it looks like SQX is falling behind.
Yeah, beautiful Cyclone there by Lontar. He actually faked SQX interrupt there, and as a result, they are going to be getting a decent amount of pressure here, but Jamie is actually just doing a lot of damage here back onto Zipai. Zipai down to about half HP, but with no healer in crowd control, they should be able to recover, but they did manage to force out the Iron Bark there from Lontar. SQX actually a little bit aggressive here in cat form, just trying to build up some combo points there onto Zipai, and then he's most likely going to go over to Lontar and try to stun him, and then look for a Cyclone like that. But Lontar getting some Cyclones onto Jamie on the semi-low HP, trying to make those hots fall off as well, and that should be helping his team to get some momentum. But there's that maim stun actually going to be popping it onto Zipai, just allowing his team to get some extra aggression. But SQX caught up in a Cyclone here. Lontar so far landing more Cyclones, and that is going to force the Astral Shift.
SQX there, going for a maim on Zipai, following up with a clone, but Houston, of course, has the foresight, sees that it's coming, goes for a stun on him, denies it, and Lontar counter-cloning. And like you said, this game, momentum-wise, CHIBAKU Tensei is in, they're behind the driving wheel. This is crazy. I don't think SQX has gotten a single cycle in this game, whereas Lontar has gone 4 or 5. He's just been denied over and over again. And if he can't turn that around, if his team can't assist him to get those clones, they're just going to keep falling behind more and more. Right now, before dampening hits, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But when dampening does start to ramp up after the 3-minute mark, it's going to be really, really tough for Super Duper Gamers to get any sort of pressure and maintain it.
Yeah, Zipa just did a really nice play there. He actually interrupted the Cyclones and then managed to pre-hex. Oh my god, Jamie's getting blasted. Yes. Jamie's dropping down to half HP. The Iron Bark is coming out there. And SQX also channeling out the Tranquility, gets wind sheared on it. Zipai is doing some work here. He's behind enemy lines, though. Need to be careful so he doesn't drag Lontar into a bad spot. Zipai going for the Stormkeeper. There is the roar onto Lontar. SQX looking for the Cyclone, but he gets denied again. The pre-hex, second time in a row there from Zipai. When he doesn't have the wind shear, he's pre-casting the hex. Nice gust of wind there from Jamie, kind of jumping up on that platform, but he actually gets thunderstormed back behind a line of sight. SQX looking for the Cyclone, gets it onto Houston. Should be able to slow down the momentum, but Zipai, he's been playing like an absolute king so far.
Here it is, SQX finding his first Cyclone of the game, getting some pressure on Zipai, getting the Astral Shift there. First real cooldown that they've traded out. And, Houston taking so much damage there. Not never walking into 1%. Oh my goodness, he could die out of this. In-cap to deny healing. See what happens. Gets clone full.
Oh my god.
They have to time this. Any CC on Lontar. Lontar has Trinket though. There it is. He's so close to dying. Lontar has the Trinket out there to save him, but Houston, very greedy there. And
he's not out of the woods.
He's running for his life. Houston looking like Harry Houdini making it out. No one knows how, but Super Duper Gamers, showing signs of life. Really, the first defensive push they had this entire game so far. Maybe some nerves going into it. SQX faking the kick, getting precog. Gets a clone on Lontar. Zipai has no wall for 45 seconds. Lontar has no trinket for a minute. They're going to look for that next clone when it comes off DR on Lontar and try to close it out on Zipai. An opportunity. Yeah,
that was a really nice push, but Zipai is taking some damage as well. A nice banish there on Zipai while he's on half HP. Jamie is taking a decent amount of damage as well. Zipai does recover. That was a fantastic push though onto Houston. They basically forced out the entire spellbook there. Lontar with no trinket. He gets maim stunned. He gets full Cyclone. They're going after who?
Zipai.
Looks no like wall. They're going to go after Zipai. Zipai, what are you going to do? Okay, he manages to survive. Goes for lightning lasso onto MVQ. They're actually, these Demon Hunter swaps are actually doing a lot of work. Lontar looking for the Cyclone, but nice interrupt there coming out from MVQ. He's going to shut it down. Jamie down to about half HP here. Still a lot of work left to do for XQX. Manages to get him back up to full though, and they get a Cyclone onto MVQ, so the pressure is a bit reset.
I'm loving this pick by both Demon Hunters. They're playing the big in-cap so that instead of just doing a short CC, it's a bit longer, 1 second longer, but it also denies all incoming healing. When you pair that with the Cyclone, you can deny healing for quite a long time. Extend the CC chain and look for opportunities like they did earlier.
Yeah, that's a great usage, but Zipai is taking a lot of damage here. He's dying through Astral Shift. Nice Lightning Lasso. He's going to have to trade the Burrow and the Astral Shift in one push. Lontar gets Cyclone here, potentially. No, SQX trying to fake cast it, but not able to find it. Lontar gets a huge heal onto Zipai, and Jamie is taking a tremendous amount of damage here as well. He's going to have to Burrow. This matchup is so volatile. Like you mentioned, as soon as Dampening starts to ramp up, these Shamans, they basically just become like two sitting ducks, and right now it's going to be a battle of who can get their damage off, who can deny it. Darkness drops there onto Jamie, and that is going to be enough defense, but they're going to have to pull the trigger on that massive cooldown. They're not going to have that. Meanwhile, Fuston, he has his Darkness rotating back up soon. Nice Cyclone attempt coming into Lontar. Can they get it? They land a full Cyclone. That might just be it here. Zipai, what are you going to do? Nice Spirit Walker's Grace. He's going for the heals, but he's line of sighting Lontar.
Amazing
Lontar in a reclone, and that is it. Super duper gamers. They make the super push, and they managed to tie up the series.
I mean, I lost faith, I'll be honest. At the start of this game, that was terrible. Super Duper Gamers were not cooking at all, but after the 3-4 minute mark, they were turning it around. SPX was, he was taking the wheel, he was getting main clones over on Lontar, and every single one forcing so much. But I also can't help but feel that, CHIBAKU Tensei, they were doing great the first few minutes, but they threw the momentum completely away by Fusion being greedy right here. Vengeful retreat into the latest nether walk of my life. He could have died there. he could have died there. He gets full clone off this. Beautiful timing by SQX. Look at this. Imprison into a full clone. Lontar, he has Trinket here. Look at them collapsing on Lontar. Trying to follow up. Instantly Trinkets to save Houston. And Houston melding off of that Cyclone. Deny any damage to live. I think right here, beautiful punish from Super Duper Gamers. And of course the maim into clone. Cover on Zipai to deny the shear. Deny the grounding. And watch this. He Chaos Nova Zipai, but SQX follows up with a clone on Lontar to secure the kill.
Yep.
Beautiful teamwork right there. I think the Super Duper Gamers are cooking. I can see why they won the mirror last week. The first half of this game was a bit sus, but the second half really showed how good of a team they are and why they won last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I really liked it as well that SQX leaves the gap right there because Lontar is CCing himself, right? So he doesn't need to instantly follow up on that Cyclone. Then he gets that triple DR Cyclone as well, just to kind of cement the win. SQX as well here, getting the stun out of that imprisonment. And it's kind of nice that you pointed that out, displaying the extra long duration there on the DH imprisonment. And they can use that offensively onto their target to kind of pause the health, or they can use it to start a CC chain. And that's what they did right there at the end, to kind of extend that CC chain. They're definitely cooking here in the mirrors, and for CHIBAKU Tensei, man, if you're getting farmed in mirrors last week, and now you lock in the mirror again, and you're getting farmed again, what do you actually do here? Do you have a response to the blind pick? Because Super Duper Gamers, they can just lock this in blind. I don't think CHIBAKU Tensei are going to be like, okay, well, let's lock in the Arcane Mage again. And we're going to hook point as well. So what is CHIBAKU Tensei's answer? Do you actually think the Arcane Mage is their answer? Like, was that the matchup they wanted?
I think if you lock in an Arcane Mage willingly into Demon Hunter Ellie, you are full trolling. It is not good. It is probably two of the worst classes you could possibly face. On top of a Wrestler Druid, you can't sheep. They insta-lock. They realize, Super Duper Gamers realizing, hey, we just kind of dominated that game. Let's lock in quickly. Let's not give them time to think about what they can come up with. And now, CHIBAKU Tensei, I expect them to use the full 2 minutes. They're gonna cook. Do we go Demon Hunter Ret with Proto? Demon Hunter Windwalker? What can we play? Windwalker Ret? I don't think any of these cleaves are gonna do good into Demon Hunter Ellie Resto Druid. I think the Druid is gonna have a field day, the Ellie is gonna have a good time, and they're just gonna crumble. I think it just has to be a mirror for all of these games, and, based on how last one went, if Super Duper Gamers keeps it up, quick 3-1.
It's a quick 3-1 here against the former champions CHIBAKU Tensei. I don't know. They have a tough decision ahead of them. They need to lock something good in. What is the answer? That is the question right now. Do they have something prepared? against their own comp. Because if they're not winning the mirrors, then that is not going to be good for them. And the clock is ticking. I want to know, what were they thinking with the arc image? It has to be some kind of counter to the cleave, but if the DHLA is beating the cleaves anyway, like, what was even the point of taking that risk? And as somebody who does play Arcane, you know, I don't, like, I doubt that we will see it. I will be shocked if we see it again.
I don't think
into this matchup. There's no way we see it again. Zipai did 60 mil damage that game, yes. And Lontar did 30 mil damage. So he was not having a good time at all. For the first like 2 minutes, he was just trying to get his arcane surge off. It's just complete misery when you go up against that many interrupts against a class that has so much uptime. And yeah. They are going to lock in Croto. Oh my god, okay. The Windwalker DK Prez Evoker.
Like
Hook point. You like this? Why?
Yes, I love this actually. I don't like this, I love this. And I'll tell you why. They just lost a mirror, alright? It does not feel good to lose a mirror. It's the worst feeling you can have as a competitor because it's humiliating, right? And they kind of got dumpstered in the second half of that game. Not a good feeling. So now, what do? You try to play the same thing, you know, big head, big ego, try to play the same thing and win? Or do you pivot and throw them a curveball? And that's exactly what this comp is. Windwalker, high burst. Frost DK, decent setup, not really in the meta, but high burst. And then you have a Prez Evoker on top of that to counter the rest of the Druid. They're not looking for a long game. They're looking to throw Super Duper Gamers a really hard, quick curveball and try to cheese out a win, just like they did in Game 1.
I like that, yeah. Good. It could backfire though. So obviously Chibaku Tensei's win condition here is going to be to kind of get those big setups. They want to get maybe a sleepwalk landed on SQX and then get maybe a double stun with the leg sweep grip onto MDQ and Jamie, or maybe even just clump them all up together and get a triple stun setup with Syndragosa leg sweep. So their win condition is basically stack them up and cleave them down. AoE,
Absolutely.
Get them into the blender. What is Super Duper Gamer's win condition, though? Is it just to kill the Frost DK, or what?
They're looking to run around in circles. They're just playing to live. Deny every grip setup. Deny every sweep. That's the trouble every 50 seconds. If they live a few minutes, they're going to win naturally. Because the problem is, you know, the DK just takes so much damage. One of the squishiest classes in WoW at the moment. And with Demon Hunter and Ellie, extremely high DPS classes pumping into it. I just don't see the DK living more than a few minutes. And of course, you know, Jamie... I always praise Jamie. Whenever he faces Prez Evokers, they make their life hell. They're melee range, and he's just always abusing them, knocking them every verdant, and just making it unplayable for Lontar. And I expect to see that from this game as well. Super Duper Gamer is going to get CC on Lontar. Lontar isn't going to be able to do any damage. He's going to be role-playing as a full healer like he did in Game 1. Disaster is about to strike. If they don't lose in 2-3 minutes, I think they got this in the bag.
Okay, so win condition here for Super Duper Gamers. Just survive and kill the DK. Chibaku Tensei gonna be on the clock. They need to make something happen fast and early. And they're playing a composition that has a lot of aggression. They have a lot of damage. They just need to land it and make the Chibaku Tensei, or make the Super Duper Gamers, sorry, overlap their defense. I think the key thing here is the trinkets. If they can get multiple of those, then that could be a win condition, but it's going to be MVQ who leads the charge with the Chaos Nova. There's the Paralyzed, double, blinding sleet. Here comes the setup. Ooh, he's playing that wall deep breath here. SQX though is gonna duck into the middle of the fray, and they manages to get on. Actually, they got 2 trinkets with that setup, so that's pretty good. Croto is gonna take a lot of damage, but he responds with the anti-magic zone. This is not looking too bad actually for Chibaku Tensei. Decent opener.
No, but the opener is very front-loaded from the Windwalker DK, you know. Croto always one of the... to be honest, I think he's probably the best DK in Europe. He has been for a long time now. He's always finding those opportunities where he death grips the healer or the other DPS in, gets the blinding sleet, and sets his teammate up for that double leg sweep. So look for it again in another 15 seconds when Houston has his sweep back up. That's how they're going to develop that pressure, get those setups going, and if they can find them consistently, then they have an opportunity. But look at the pressure difference between the two. The problem with this comp is that they're just so fragile. And Lontar almost falling to air, really.
Whoa! Huge damage there onto Lontar. He did trade out the rewind, but they're trying to get a counter setup going, but they had no CC there on the SQX, so they're not able to do anything. Lontar trading out the Emerald Communion. SQX and MVQ actually had a really nice play earlier. They swapped to SQX and they strangulated him, but then MVQ just removed it with the reverse magic and allowed him to hold on to that trinket. So there's still an opening here, 45 seconds, no trinket on the DPS, but they need to make something happen. CHIBAKU Tensei are about to hit that enrage timer. The clock is ticking, and they need to make something, they need to get some opportunity here to actually continue that chain of no trinkets. Otherwise, this game is slipping away.
When you look at the mana difference already, it's been 2 minutes. Lontar's at 60, SQX at 70, 75. If Crota can't find these opportunities and Houston can't connect, they're just not going to win. And another problem is as well is that SQX hasn't had to come close to trinketing. Here's the setup, the blinding sleet, here comes the leg sweep. See what they get done here. Instantly trinkets out. Skins. MVQ though in a bit of trouble. He still has the Iron Bark holding it for another rainy day. But good push from CHIBAKU. The problem is they're far from winning. Unless they get a Gib kill next time, SQX does have no trinket, does have no skin. MVQ has trinket, Jamie has trinket. They're gonna have to push for SQX on the next leg sweep, or the game is probably gonna be over for them. They're gonna be too behind in momentum.
Yeah, let's see if they can do that. They don't have darkness. Look at SQX. He's playing very safe right now. He knows he's the win condition. If he pre-bears that next setup, he might just be able to survive. Jamie holding on to the grounding totem as well, just to have a little bit of extra safety for his healer. They're going after Lontar though on the side of CHIBAKU. Lontar actually forced to trade out his trinket here. Obsidian Scales coming out. SQX looking for the Cyclone onto Lontar. They knock him up though. That was beautifully done, and they do manage to avoid that CC chain. But Crota also taking a lot of damage here. They need to launch the setup. They need to launch the attack. That Bark Skin is coming back up for SQX, and that win condition is fading, and meanwhile everybody is dying on CHIBAKU Tensei. Lontar is just getting absolutely farmed. The karma comes out for Houston. Lontar down to 1% HP, trying to duck around the corner. SQX getting aggressive once again here, has the preemptive Iron Bark there onto Jamie, and he's managed to keep Jamie aggressive once and time again. Lontar with the anti-magic zone. Houston as well. They're trying to find a window, an opening, but they're not finding it. Did he just immune the leg sweep right there? No, it doesn't look like it, but Lontar actually gets gripped away there from the fray, and he's going to be able to blink behind the pillar and once again recover. But Crota, man, he's left behind, and he's gonna go down. Super duper gamers are looking absolutely bulletproof right now.
And this is what I was afraid of for CHIBAKU Tensei. I called it at the start, if they don't get like too many cooldowns in the first few minutes, it's gone south. And look at this. Lontar gets chased by SQX in catfall for 30 seconds straight, denied the nullifying shroud, and he just goes in from healing it. You know, super duper gamers realizing, hey, this Pez Evoker gets the shroud off, it's going to be a bit harder, but if we just harass him, go on him, burn his mana, and just constantly pressure him, he's not going to have a good time. Lontar was, you know, playing so scared this game. He hasn't done a single point of damage in a long time. How are you going to win as a Pez Evoker like that?
Yeah. I mean, he wants to be aggressive, but I think it's really impressive from SQX, actually. The fact that even when he doesn't have Trinket, he was still harassing Lontar and kind of making those kind of risky decisions there, knowing that, okay, our darkness is rotated back up. I can be a little bit more aggressive. My Barskin is rotated back up. I can afford to be aggressive here and really min-maxing that, because there's not a lot of Druids in that position who are just going to go in with no Trinket and actually look for cat form plays. But he does, and then as soon as they connect onto him, he pops the giant tree, which makes him immune to CC, and he knows that he's going to be able to kind of squeeze in a little bit of extra offense, and then instantly swap back to defense. And they're going to take this game. Super duper gamers, what do you do now if you're CHIBAKU Tensei? How do you bring this to game 5? Is it just back to the mirror, or what do you do? How is the mental feeling? When you've been in a situation like this, how is the mental?
Oh no.
Jeez.
I mean, it's Jova, right? Like, I'm sorry, but it's Jova for CHIBAKU. This is a Despy pick, most Despy I've ever seen. You can't key an Arcane Mage into this, you know? You're really hoping for a Gib, like in game 1. And maybe they feel hopeless, maybe they don't know what to do at this stage. And that's what they were trying in game 1, they were trying to throw that curveball or counterpick. The Windwalker DK, the curveball didn't work out. I don't think this is gonna work. This is a 3-4 minute loss for them. They really did get lucky off Jamie's, honestly, quite a big blunder in game 1. It's a 3-1, Zico. I don't know what's going on over there, but this Echo is rejoicing right now. I can hear Waz right now. The entire team is fully rejoicing on Discord off what they're seeing here. And, you know, I am too for my predictions, but
Me too.
Arcane Mage, man. I don't know.
We're hate watching right now.
We are, yeah, sort of, yeah.
Echo definitely is. But I wanted to ask you again about that. Because the game started, so we didn't really get that much time to talk about it. But would Echo in this position kind of war game super duper gamers as soon as they know, okay, this is the bracket, these are the teams that they're facing, this is our competition? Because, you know, I've been doing that, like maybe not in the AWC, but for sure in like classic tournaments. When there's been, you know, a situation where like, okay, I'm competing on points against other mages. I need to train these other classes to beat them. So that increases my chance to win. That's an important part of the game. Do you think that's something that Echo has been doing?
Absolutely. I mean, the thing about war games is it's not just about practice for yourself and matchups. It's also about helping other teams prepare against a comp. And in this position, you know, Super Duper Gamers got 3-0'd by Echo on Wednesday. CHIBAKU TENSEI tied with Echo for points right now. Why wouldn't you help Super Duper Gamers? Give them some practice. I don't know how they would do it. Maybe they ask a different player to help as well from a different team. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved at all. And it's just part of competition. You know, enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Houston with the Warglaives trying to make some magic happen, but unfortunately, we'll see what they can cook up here. Lontar playing aggressively at the start of this game, which is what you want to see. Instantly stunned, instantly shut down, and see if you can develop anything.
Zipai actually not playing the blink stun here as well, so he's really not going to have a good time at all. Usually you do run the blink stun almost into everything here, especially against the Restadur that you can't really poly, so the Shimmer really doesn't get too much value, but he's going to look for some Arcane Surges, see if he can find any damage. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it off unless he fake has a kick. Overpowered barrier coming out for Zipai. He gets caught up in the stun. SQX caught up in a Cyclone. Good offense here onto Jamie, actually. Nicely done there. Good pressure coming out on the Prez Evoker. Trying to make some magic happen in this potential knockout game. But Zipai might just be getting knocked out right now. Lontar in the disorienting roar right there. And Zipai actually catches a huge heal. That was the rewind coming out from Lontar, but still just dying through it almost. He finally managed to slow down the pressure a little bit. You get a nice Ring of Frost there onto MVQ. So they get the Sleepwalk. He gets this spell. He gets a Ring of Frost. And now he actually gets the Arcane Surge off and has an opportunity to get aggressive. But they just dropped the Darkness.
I like that from MVQ, the foresight. Hey, Jamie doesn't have wall. He has to burrow. They lose a lot of momentum. You got the Surge off. Why not just Darkness here? Prevent it. Houston is in, you know, the IB meta form. But in terms of momentum, it's fantastic. And you know, in this matchup, I can't help but clench every single time Lontar gets CC'd. Right now, he's in the Nullifying Shroud, that CC immunity. But once that ends, once SQX starts to play on top of him, play aggressively, Zipai's just going to have to run backwards, and they're not going to have any pressure. But I will say that in this game here, CHIBAKU TENSEI having a few signs of life. They're not rolling over. It wasn't looking like game one. Maybe it was a bit of nerves, but Jamie taking a lot of damage. He is having his wall rotate back up, just pre-burrowing to keep ahead on momentum. But this isn't looking as bad as it did in game one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mainly due to Lontar actually playing really well aggressively. He's almost doing more damage than Zipai on that Prez Evoker. Early Emerald Community coming out. Jamie might just get one shot here. What is he going to do? Astral Shift. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Manages to actually greet it here. But the Kleptomania is doing a lot of work, and the Prez Evoker Deeps is really adding up here. He's, again, 50 mil damage compared to Zipai at 57 right now. And that is going to be a huge, huge deal. The good thing about this comp is that you have the Kleptomania to strip the HOTS, but you also have the Fire Breath from Lontar to strip the HOTS. So the way you shut this down is just make sure that you're interrupting Zipai here on these missiles. Make sure that you're just shutting him down. And here comes the Arcane Surge. Oh, they shut it down though with the nice spell eruption there. Jamie is just going to line of sight here during that touch of the Magi. Did not want to get Arcane Surge there. And if oh my goodness, Houston might just get one banged. Houston with the Nether Walk manages to potentially survive here. SQX manages to keep him back up. That was a close call, and Zipai has to ice block randomly.
All right, so Super Duper Gamers playing a bit too aggressively. CHIBAKU TENSEI punishing accordingly, but they're dragging backwards now. Jamie realizing, hey, this is too. Okay. And well, lights out for Maro's nose, aka Zipai. You know, Super Duper Gamers adapting mid-game. I like this. Jamie, SQX realizing, hey, this is not working out. This is very sketchy. We gotta get out of here. Instantly start kiting back to the pillar after they start running out of cooldowns. Draw the game out, punish Houston behind the pillar, get his Nether Walk, punish Zipai, get block, and then just close the game out 30 seconds later.
Yep.
Brilliant
That's
adaptation.
that's the thing. Like they swapped the positioning here, so you can see it even here. This is kind of what opens up the game, like you mentioned. Jamie just started running around the pillar a bit more because when he was out there in the open field, and then they just, yeah, I mean, Zipai just gets caught there behind the pillar, and look at Lontar. He tries to avoid a CC, instantly costs Zipai his blocks. He gets the nullifying shroud. And then Zipai looking for the damage. Lontar's going one way. Zipai's going the other way. He gets wind sheared, and then he just dies
Lontar.
instantly in one wind shear.
He kept going that way. Lontarino, that's so unfortunate. Like you said, following Houston, gets cloned, and then just they turn on Zipai and he can't get there in time. And that's the other problem with chasing around pillars as an evoker. You know, Jamie is leaving the slow totems, he's slowing Lontar. Look at Lontar just waddling across, and then he's so desperate to get back to Zipai, but too brutal. Zipai, 78 million damage. You know, got the mania, but good try. They had they did show some signs of life in this round here, but overall, I'm not confident in that pick. And CHIBAKU Tensei knocked out, and Echo are rejoicing off of that.
I liked the insight into how Echo was feeling about that series, but either way, definitely weird turn of events. I mean, at least for me, that CHIBAKU Tensei is no longer in the tournament, especially considering how well they did last year. But Zico Chan, you guys were right. You seem to. I regret my prediction. I think I might copy you two the rest of the day.
They've been
Based
locked
off
in.
of that
I
one
don't
prediction?
know. They've been locked in.
I guess not.
2.5 million Prim Wave and 1.5 million Fellblade to spike Zipai down from 50%. I mean, that's... He was so
that's the
dead.
Arcane
Lontar couldn't
Mage.
get there. Had to rewind in the opener. What can he do for him? So fragile against Demon Hunter Ellie. Not enough control to shut them down either. You gotta realize that, you know, how are you gonna CC this Demon Hunter Ellie? How are you gonna shut them down? You can't. Not as Demon Hunter Mage.
Nope.
So,
What were their
again,
options, though? I mean, mirroring and winning the mirror, was that kind of the only route through that for CHIBAKU Tensei, do you think, Chan?
I think with the second round where they lost the Windwalker DK on hook point, I think that sealed the deal for them, honestly. Because then you have one game to go off of, right?
Yeah.
You have to mirror, I think. You have to play better than the other team. And they were on Tiger's Peak. For the first half, I would say CHIBAKU, they were in the driving seat, they were cooking. Lontar was getting 5 clones out for every one of SQX's. I think they take that mirror, they improve as they play, and they try to just go in with confidence and, you know, beat them at the mirror.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see if we get to see that matchup again. But here are the standings and where they currently are. They don't have an asterisk anymore next to their name, which means they are out. They're ending the weekend at 180 points, and this is certainly going to shuffle around quite a bit. I'm kind of doubting that they stay in that top 3. So we've got Overload and DOBOB at the top there. Echo right now tied, and they are still in it. So they are certainly going to be able to pass CHIBAKU Tensei, which means we are done with that series. They are no longer in the tournament, and we're going to be seeing some shuffling going around in the lower bracket also. And now we're going to move on to our next series of the day. So before that we do that, though, we are going to go to a break, but it's StreamerZone.gg versus Locked In. Coming up next, we'll go to a break. We'll come back. We're going to knock yet another team out of the tournament for Cup number 3. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you are just now tuning in, we've got some more series lined up for you. Super Duper Gamers just won 3-1, knocking CHIBAKU Tensei out of the tournament for Cup number 3. Now we are in another elimination series. It's Streamer Zone GG versus Locked In, Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really fun game. I feel like we've seen some interesting things from Streamer Zone in the offline bracket leading up to this tournament. We actually saw Tony play Ret Paladin, which is something I never thought I would really expect. So maybe we'll see a little bit of Ret Warrior. It's definitely picked up popularity. I mean, Super T's mentioned it at the beginning of the day. Ret Paladin's got some significant buffs. And yeah, if they lock in Ret and locks in like a jungle cleave, which we've seen them play, that could be a really rough matchup for them.
Yeah, certainly could. If you are watching from home, get those predictions in, and we will do the same here on the desk. Zico, I will start with you. StreamerZone.gg versus Locked In. Who do you think is going to win this one? You did great last time. Keep it going. I believe in you, man.
I'm not feeling that confident, actually. I almost want to change my prediction. Streamer Zone, y'all better not let me down. You better not let me down. Like, I keep voting for Streamer Zone, and they keep letting me down. I'm going with you, Tony. Don't let me down. I'm thinking Streamer Zone 3-1 right now, but based off of Locked In's performance last week, I don't know, man. They're scary, and like, we might see some cleaves, like you mentioned, but also, we could also see Tony and Cassidy go head-to-head, Feral versus Feral. That would be super exciting.
Could definitely be. All right, Ben. What about you?
I went in favor of Streamer Zone for this one. I went 3-2, but I have to say, Locked In, they looked very good in the open bracket. Gelu playing the Panda Mage as usual. They did a great job. So they're adding their own little flavor on the Feral Mage Priest. They played Discipline Priest, which is something that we know Numliz has been, preferring over the Holy Priest, and it looked very good. Of course, you got Gelu on the Mage, and I think a lot of this matchup for me is just going to come down to the blind pick. If we see like a Ret Warrior against Gelu on Mage, then I do think we could see Locked In win this one. But if not, I'm just giving a slight edge here to Streamer Zone.
Okay, I think that's fair. Maybe we reveal Super T's prediction, but I was on the same side as you guys. I think just historically looking at this team, Streamer Zone GG, I feel like they're a team that can make it work when the meta is not necessarily in favor of them, and now they're adding in that flexibility, so they are able to lock in some different compositions here. So I am curious what it does. Okay, Super T's only one.
Okay, this is good for us.
I hate. Oh yeah, true, dude. He finished the weekend in 40% with 40% last week. So, and he was wrong last one. Go ahead.
I feel like if my prediction is anything close to what Chanimal is doing, then we're looking good because. Yeah, Chanimal, I feel like he sees this game like the Matrix. He's like Neo in the Matrix. He can see all the angles. So if I can just copy off Chanimal's homework this weekend, I think it's gonna be looking good.
Do you think when Chan looks up in the ceiling, he sees like chess pieces move around, but it's not chess pieces? It's like WoW players in the arena, and he just kind of sees
positioning on his Warlock to just kite warriors and
he's like, oh, this is gonna be how it plays out. But no, he definitely had that game. Red Super T's redemption arc, surely I hope so. I'm
gonna be like, honestly, if Super T's gets this, I'll be happy for him more so than like if I get it right. So I hope he pulls it off.
He needs a win.
I said it earlier, but I'm happy that so many other people went with the same prediction as me. So you know what? I'm with you on that. Either Super T's gets it right and we're chilling, or we all get it wrong. So I'm good with either side. But we're already in game here.
Incredible. Okay, I did not expect this in the blind pick. We got Limps playing Warrior, so it's Warrior Feral Druid. And I feel like I have to give a slight edge here for Locked In. I feel like if you're a Devastation Evoker playing a Cleave like this, I mean, you are going to be doing the most insane damage. I mean, Smite, I think, is going to go on an absolute tear this game. Tony might just outright die here in the opener, and you can see his damage is sky high. I think Locked In absolutely won this blind pick. We'll see what Streamer Zone could do.
Cassidy and Smite both peaking at around 1.8 million DPS in this opener. This is going to be tough, but it looks like Limps is actually going to be attacking Numbless here a little bit. Cassidy is getting cleaved somewhat. They actually get a Cyclone here onto Lanat, and they get something with that. It doesn't look like it. They're just going to be kind of line of sighting there. Only now going after Numbless here with Limps, trying to train down the Priest. They get him down to 50% HP, and that could be a weakness. The Shockwave does connect, but it's a bit DR. Cassidy getting Cyclone on low HP, but Smite's there with the Quell. Numbless still taking a tremendous amount of damage here. If Limps can continue to get uptime, this could be dangerous here. Numbless fake casting dependencies. Tony holding on to the interrupt for now. Nice Cyclone around the corner there onto Numbless, and now they have some pressure on the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, this is not looking too bad. Cleave damage out onto Smite and Cassidy. Cassidy's getting a little bit low. They do have a little bit of pressure here. Limps on that Fury War. I mean, if he just has uptime on a target, that Mortal Strike effect is going to be doing a ton of healing reduction. It can be very devastating to deal with. I think Warriors right now are super strong in the meta, and they put out a devastating amount of damage. So we'll see how they end up doing. We're at about 10% dampening. 2 minutes elapsed into the game right now. Maim's done here on the Numbless. Cassidy uses the Barks game, but at the same time, Limps and Tony are in trouble. That Dragon Rage rotating up in about 13 seconds for Smite, and that's going to be that really scary moment that Streamer Zone has to deal with.
Yeah, but right now the Avatar is popped, but look at Numbless. He gets the ulti penny off, and he is doing a lot of damage here onto the enemy team.
Here it is.
He's in big trouble. Here comes the setup. Smite might just get a double kill right now. He's doing so much damage with the power infusion as well. Tony, what are you going to do here? He used up like 7 out of his 9 lives already on that Kitty Cat Druid, but he's still running, trying to stay alive. Lanat is getting interrupted here as well, and they are just trying to close out the match already. Tony might just die. He's on 1% HP, and Tony will fall, locking in a huge blind pick here, ending the game with 1.35 million DPS on Smite. He must have had the most fun ever in this match.
That's great. I mean, honestly, I said it in the pre-show. For Locked In, if they wanted to win this series, it was going to be a blind pick angle, and I do think they picked an incredible blind pick here. I don't think this is what Streamer Zone wanted whatsoever, and it's at this point of the game, you got Power Infusion on a Devastation Evoker. He's got the Dragon Rage up. He's going to be doing the most damage of pretty much anything in the game. The only thing that kind of abuses Devastation Evokers is things that can spam crowd control them. So if they're getting like spam feared and kicked by a Warlock, or a Mage is just spam polymorphing them and counterspelling them, that's what's going to shut down a Dev Evoker. But in a matchup like this, he just has free reign. I mean, he's absolutely terrifying. And you can see it on the scoreboard, and you can see it on the health bars here for Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and also Cassidy, man, his playstyle works so well as well with this Dev Evoker, because he is soaking up a lot of the interrupts. Previously, we saw him, casting Cyclones, getting 2 interrupts out, and when that happens, you're just wasting all your interrupts. Well, not wasting, but when you're spending them onto the Feral Druid, then Smite he doesn't have to worry about anything. He can just continue to just rain fire and ice from the sky on that dragon. And now, what are we going to see here? What is the counter to the Feral Dev Evoker that Streamer Zone can lock in? Do you think it's their Jungle Cleave, their FMP? Like, what do you think is a good pick here for Streamer Zone if we end up seeing the same thing coming in the blind?
Yeah, I mean, it is a good question. Casu maybe has to come in on the Hunter. I think that's likely, but I'm not even convinced that a Hunter would win. I think it'll be certainly better than running a melee setup, because with the way Devastation Evoker is right now, especially with its hero talents, when you're cleaving those disintegrates, like after you use an empowered ability and you're getting the mass disintegrates, you are just killing everybody. So you do not want to be grouped up during a situation like that. And I think that's why, in general, in this meta, we're seeing a lot of favoritism towards like a ranged DPS and a melee DPS, because then you can actually spread out a little bit. You're not just automatically getting cleaved down. I think that's one of the struggles when you run the kind of a double melee setup. So I would expect we see Hunter. Casu, maybe he plays the Beast Mastery Hunter, maybe he plays the Marksmanship Hunter. But the one nice thing for Smite on that Evoker is you actually have really high armor, so you can kind of shrug off some of the attacks of the Marksmanship Hunter. You're not going to get one shot the same as like a Mage would. But yeah, we'll see what Streamer Zone decides to do. We are going to a large map.
Do you think MM Hunter Mage could be something here for Streamer Zone, or is that completely out of the question on Tolvir?
Maybe? It's possible, yeah. Maybe they go for like a double range setup. I'd be curious to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's jungle. Okay.
Okay, but it's MM Hunter jungle though.
Okay.
So little bit different. That's one thing about Streamer Zone. They do like to play Hunter jungle. They like to play BM Hunter jungle. We even seen them play Survival Hunter. The Casu really a master of all Hunter specs. So he's gonna opt in for the and it makes sense on this map. He's gonna be able to get a lot of distance and outrange the Evoker, because that is their weakness. They kind of want to stay in that mid-range area and get, you know, a lot of damage off there. But the Hunter can use his range advantage. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage off without the Evoker actually being able to trade that back.
I'm curious to see if it works out for them, because if Locked In wins this, then I think they're pretty good for the series. I don't know if Streamer Zone really has anything else they could run that would effectively work. So Smite holding it down for all the Devastation Evokers. You love to see it, kind of on his main specialization. I was wondering about Augmentation this week, since it did receive some, you know, some hefty buffs. But it still feels like the Augmentation really relies on kind of like a gimmicky one-shot to win, whereas the Devastation is a lot more consistent. So it's cool to see. Smite's one of the only Evokers that has been holding it down. So if you guys are Dev Evoker fans, definitely Locked In as the team you want to be cheering for here.
Yep, absolutely. And Lanat still sticking to that Holy Priest. It's interesting to see. Numlis, even when Holy Priest, like before the nerfs, Numlis was locking in the Discipline Priest. He loves that Discipline Priest. They've had some deep runs already with it. And for Streamer Zone, this is a really difficult matchup in terms of standings, because right now everybody in this tournament is trying to avoid the boogeyman, the super duper gamers. They are once, I think if Super Duper Gamer wins this next series, their next series, and Streamer Zone loses here, they will be overtaken in terms of gauntlet standings. Yeah, so we can see it right here. 52 points for the Super Duper Gamers. And Streamer Zone at 72, so that will be a tie. And Naptime already being in that upper bracket with an extra lifeline. If you're Streamer Zone, we're down here in the lower bracket. Things are not feeling good here. If you're getting knocked out in 7th with teams behind you still in the tournament, you might end up in Iltu's position last year, where you're at the bottom of the gauntlet, or you might not even make it into the gauntlet at all. So definitely a lot on the line here for Streamer Zone, but also for Locked In to try to close that gap. Both teams potential here to climb the standings, to avoid elimination as well. And we'll see here if Locked In can tie up the series. We're going into Tolvir. It's 1-0 for Locked In.
All right, let's see how they can do. Locked In looking good so far in game number 1. Curious to see if Smite's going to be able to play on top of Casu. So Smite's not afraid in the matchup, and he can just play aggressive and push on top of Casu. And I think that's going to be a really good sign that they can win this game. If he's afraid, he's pillaring, he's running, then I think it's going to be really tough. Scattershot coming in. Beautiful little setup here early on from the side of Streamer Zone, but Eternity Surge going to be cast out. Tony getting hit with a huge surge there, getting blasted down by these Disintegrates. This is Dragon Rage as well, so Smite has a lot of damage available. It looks like they are just going to be using the pillar and going after Tony as much as possible in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, they also got that dark. Oh, here comes the Deep Breath. They managed to land it. They get actually the Cyclone there. Cassidy gets Cyclone Smite. He's taking a lot of damage there, but gets gripped back to safety. Gets Cycloned by Tony there. And it looks like they're going to turn the pressure back onto Cassidy here. Cassidy just going to cover around the pillar. And they're playing very scared. There's a time stop from Smite without his healer actually being in any crowd control. That could be punished later if they manage to land a freezing trap.
Yeah, looks like Eternity Surge will be cast out again. Cassidy trying to move in and get a little bit more active into the game, potentially landing a full trap. He does. Smite immediately rescues Cassidy, so just a heads-up play. Not wanting Streamer Zone to really develop any kind of momentum in the game, so we'll just trade that out early. Honestly, I like that decision, especially against a Marks Hunter where you can be bursted down really, really quickly. Just deny the setup, trade out the cooldowns. Now Cassidy once again in the backline. He channels out the aim shots. Smite gets hit with a huge one. Big rapid fire as well, but these powered shields are thick here from the side of Numliz. Curious to see what talents he's playing, but Smite's in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run away, and that time stop is not going to be available. He heals himself up just a little bit. Obsidian Scales, Living Flames, throwing as much healing as he can, but if he spends too much time in the open, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, nice CC chain there as well. They get the follow-up Cyclone, but Numlis holding on to it with his Trinket. Ulti Penny coming out here for Numlis. Here comes another stun down to Smite. He's in line of sight of Casu. Casu's got big damage, and they're all stacked up right now. Casu, nice time stop there. just respecting the damage that's incoming there from Casu, avoiding getting aimed shot, but still, it is not looking too good here for Locked In, just kind of covering around at the pillar, letting the Hunter do whatever he wants, but maybe they can punish Tony when he goes back in, or they can kind of win that game of patience. So far, in terms of mana, it's not looking too bad for Numlis. He's holding on to his CDs. They try to eat the freezing trap. They don't manage to get it. Smite's in big trouble here. They might just kill him right. Numlis is going to trinket the freezing trap, and that is finally a huge cooldown now being forced here on the side of Streamer Zone.
Jeez, a big surge there. This is the Dragon Rage again. Smite popped it while behind the pillar, so really needs to get active with this ability, try to get that damage rolling, but looks like Lynat's going to shrug it off here, going into that Angel form, just freely casting heals, not being able to be crowd controlled whatsoever, and Locked In is playing this very passively so far. Big stun going to be coming in as Smite retreats behind the pillar once again, and I was talking about how durable the Dragons are against the Marks Hunters, but it's not looking so good in this particular match. However, they do have good pressure right now. Both Tony and Cass are rotting down low. Smite getting pain suppressed. Numla's doing what he can to keep him alive during this setup, but in terms of positioning, I would say it feels like Locked In has had a lot more defensive positioning in this game, having to sit by the pillar. Streamer Zone might even have opportunities to drink. However, you can see Numless, his man is way ahead. Cassie, though, taking a huge amount of damage, almost going down, immediately retreating back to the pillar.
Yeah, and now Smite could be in trouble. Now this is in a full freezing trap. Stun into done. No, they get the void shift there in the nick of time, and now Smite needs to get aggressive back onto Casu. But Casu, I don't think he has seen him even use Roar of Sacrifice one time this game. He's holding on to everything. They still have everything on Tony. Lynat still has basically everything as well. The only saving grace is, like you mentioned, that mana bar, and that might just be the win condition here for Locked In. But Lynat, look at him. He's trying to look for a drink right now. Behind the pillar, is he going to be able to find it? He's sitting down. They need to do something. Cassidy gets stunned here, and they just launch an attack. Cassidy trinketing the stun to get aggressive, but the damage is done. Lynat managed to recover about 20% of his mana in that push. They get the trinket as well from Cassidy. Decent amount of pressure, finally forcing the Roar of Sacrifice. Locked In, showing some signs of life there, but Lynat kind of denying that late game win condition. But here comes Smite. Deep breath coming out. Nice. He manages to hit 2. Sleepwalk, he manages to hit 3. Big opportunity right now. Cassidy is in a stun though at the same time. Nice rescue, and they're forced to kind of retreat here with the counter go from Streamer Zone. Beautifully played there in that 2v3 situation. Gonna hold on to their cooldowns, but they did force out that Will of the Forsaken, so a little bit of an opening here on that next push.
Yeah, let's see. Cassidy moving forward. Once again, Lynette just going to be ducking into Angel form, throwing out the Divine Hymn, and that's kind of the theme here. Anytime Locked In gets comfortable, wants to make a push, it kind of gets denied by that Spirit of the Redeemer there from Lynette. So I like those plays, and that forces, once again, Locked In to play passive here. But it looks like Smite's going to be making a push, playing the center pillar now, moving forward, maybe even looking for a sleepwalk. If he can find, once again, that deep breath on the entire team into a sleepwalk, that's a great setup opportunity for the side of Locked In. Cassie right now getting a few disintegrates in the middle of the map. Lynette doing what he can to try to keep him alive. Smite gets caught up into stun as well, but Numliz should be able to keep him alive. Here comes the deep breath. Smite's just using it to retreat away, and the damage on Smite has been immense. He's really greedy here with the Obsidian Scale. Wants to really hold on to it for when he needs it.
Yeah, but they did manage to get Lynat's trinket. There actually is an opening right now where they could maybe take somebody down. Maybe Tony. He's got no bark skin to get a fear onto Casu. Smite could be in trouble though. Tony with an instant kick right there towards Numlis. Following it up with the bash. Can Casu snipe the trap? He's looking for it. He's fishing. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. They're actually trying to punish Tony here a little bit. Behind the pillar. He could be in big trouble. Lynat's got no trinket. He fades away from the Cyclone cast. Realizes he needs to get away from this pillar. Repositioning a little bit away from the CC potential, and he does manage to recover his team in this position, but it is not looking too good right now for Streamer Zone. Actually, if they can land that next sleepwalk, there's about a 15-second window. They realize they have it. They're going in for the push. Only pre-bears. They get a stun onto Casu. They look for the Cyclone. Cassidy not able to find it. They shut it down there with a nice stun, but still Tony taking a lot of damage. Double fear onto the DPS. They get a stun onto Numlis. This could be it though. Onto Smite. They get a full trap. Numlis got no way out. Do they have the time stop out of this? There it is. Smite manages to freeze time there for a second, but here comes aim shots. They manage to line of sight for 1 second there, ducking away. Deep breath coming out from Smite as well, not managing to find it onto Lynat, and that window is kind of gone
Dragon
now.
Rage.
They could Will of the Forsaken, but here's the Dragon Rage. So unstable. Huge damage with the Dragon Rage PI. They're still holding on the side of Locked In.
Cassie looking for a defensive Cyclone. Tony's just going to line of sight that, but a big Eternity Surge lands. Smite has a lot of damage here. Dragon Rage up for a few more seconds. Can he connect the pressure? And once again, Locked In, they have such a lead on mana. Lynette's going to have to sneak away and try to get a drink. Cassidy trying to do what he can, keeping him alive, but Snight has been doing a good job denying. He hasn't overreacted in these situations, really holding on to those obsidian scales like I mentioned. Now he has it available, so we'll see what happens here. Numbless decides he just wants to trade out the trinket. This damage is overwhelming. Smite could die. He's got the scales up. It's a lot of damage reduction, but they're just killing him through it. I can't believe the pressure Cassidy and Tony have in this game. Big rapid fires. Oh, Cassidy's just getting completely smoked. Has to go with the survival instinct, but at the same time, Cassidy's getting low. Tony's getting low. This game is unstable. Big triple deep breath coming in here from Smite. They could get a triple kill in this game. Tony's so incredibly low on health. Lynette keeps him alive, but how much healing does he have? At the same time, Cassidy could easily fall. Pain suppression's there. Numla's doing what he can to deflect the attack. Cassidy pushes forward, but Smite knocks him away here with a lot of incoming damage. Tony gets feared away. Great defense here by the side of Locked In, and they're making a push to potentially win this game here, Zico.
That was a sick play from Numlis there. He manages to avoid the freezing trap. Before that, he avoids the stun with the fade into a fear onto Tony. He's bought his team a lot of momentum. He has Void Shift coming back up here as well soon on the side of Numlis, but he's stuck in a full freezing trap. This could be danger time. Full Cyclone connects. Time stop onto Cassidy, the Golden Bear. And now what are they going to do? Lanette's got no mana left. Cassidy's got no cooldowns left. He activates the Roar of Sacrifice. It's not going to be enough. He might just get sacrificed right now in the midfield. Locked In are going to take game number 2, playing it calm, cool, and collected, just patiently at the pillar, finding opportunities to make pushes, finding opportunities to land CC, deep breaths coming in time and time again, and it was that kind of enraged timer deep in dampening where they find the Dragon Rage, they find the power infusion, they get huge pressure, and for me, the MVP's got to be Numlis. Numlis made some fantastic defensive plays to stall the game out to this point. He managed his mana beautifully, and it was right before this. You can see his fear is still on cooldown, but Tony leaped over to Numlis and wanted to stun him. He faded it like 0.1 seconds, landed a fear onto Tony, feared him into the starting room, and then he bought so much time for his team to be in this 2v3 situation where they could have the advantage, and also avoiding a freezing trap as well. I think prior to this, Numlis just did a great job in general in deep dampening, and they managed to win the game with this huge pressure from the Evoker.
Yeah, you love it. We don't really get to see Evokers or talk about them that much. So one of the cool utilities of a Devastation Evoker, just Evoker in general, is that time stop. So really interesting ability. It's a short cooldown kind of immunity that it's like a Cyclone you can put on your team, essentially. So you can freeze their health, you freeze their debuffs, but basically it's really strong. For example, we just saw Smite use it on Cassidy, so as soon as Numlis goes in crowd control, they obviously want to go on Cassidy, so he just freezes time. He's going to be immune to damage, his health is completely frozen, and then eventually, you know, Numlis is going to get out of crowd control. So one of those really interesting plays you can make on Evoker, and an Evoker that can use that time stop ability well. Yeah, there it is, 45-second cooldown, 5 seconds of invulnerability. Super cool effect, and it's nice to see Smite implement that so well for his team.
Yeah, I mean, that came in clutch right there at the end, too, when him and Numlis were at the pillar, but Cassidy was kind of left out in the open field. He's just like, I got you, bro. So definitely a clutch ability, and you can see the death log here. Cassidy actually popping out the exhilaration, but look at these Eternity Surges, 1.5 mil, the Disintegrates, just ticking for so much damage. Deep into dampening here, and the Living Flames as well, just being spammed out, and those are instant proc Living Flames coming through, so a lot of damage for sure coming out from Smite. What is Bombardment?
It's like it's a hero talent effect. It's basically some extra damage that dragons fly in from the sky and bombard your target. It's cool. It looks real cool.
Yeah, Cass is going to have to watch out for the bombardments for sure, because he definitely got bombarded in that last game. Locked In. They're going with the same comp. Do they have an answer on the side of Streamer Zone? They're going with the BM Hunter this time around. So in typical Streamer Zone fashion, they're going to do jungle again, but this time with a different Hunter spec.
All right. I'm curious to see what happens. It's going to be more difficult. So I think the one thing, Locked In bought themselves a lot of time by just using the pillar, right? So hiding, running behind the pillar, like we kind of mentioned. Beast Mastery Hunter, it's a little bit of a different story. You're going to have those pets on you regardless. So I do wonder if for the side of Locked In, they should play this one more aggressively. Instead of trying to like stall and wait for dampening, maybe they really should try to like push in and get crowd control. I don't know if that's the best strategy because it did seem kind of nice. Numless was able to maintain his mana for such a long time, so maybe the strategy really is just try to stall and survive. And Super Tease is looking good. Let's call it out. Super Tease going against the grain here, maybe proving us all wrong. But I guess it's not over just yet.
Super T's redemption arc, man. I saw it coming. I swear. Like, I was like, I kind of want to change my prediction, but then I saw Chan's prediction and I saw your prediction. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm actually feeling kind of good about this.
Well,
but yeah, again, locked in. Tony, this is my last time predicting for you guys. You guys have costed me like, I'm like 0-4 for Streamer Zone predictions, by the way, like straight up.
well, I will say during the open bracket on Wednesday, Locked In looked incredible. So I was like, dang, this team really looks like they leveled up. Like just the synergy, you know, all of them had. Especially seeing Gelu on the mage as well. I was like, okay, we're finally seeing Gelu on the mage, and he looked good. He looked clean. So I think Locked In, they have the compositions. They look like they're completely locked in for this cup. But I went in favor of Streamer Zone, and it might backfire here, but you can never count this team out. Their jungle is insane. In the last game, there was some moments. There were some close calls. So I do think Beast Mastery Hunter for this matchup is going to be better. Like, I actually believe in Beast Mastery a lot more than Marksmanship Hunter at the moment. So I think this adaptation should be good.
I agree with you, but I also we'll see. The Holy Priest seems to run dry a little bit faster than the Discipline Priest, but maybe the BM Hunter will make kind of the necessary difference here. We'll see how they play around the pets. Ashamane's Fall is the battlefield. It is elimination series. If Locked In wins the series, they will be knocking Streamer Zone out of the competition. We might not even see Streamer Zone in the entire gauntlet. And this is usually a team that is in the upper echelons of the AWC. Let's see if they can make a final stand here against Locked In. They're looking for it right now in game number 3.
Oh, all right. Cassie's had enough of being line-of-sighted, and I really don't blame him on that Marksmanship Hunter. Those pets are in, and they are loaded up on damage. Smite immediately getting the Dragon Rage with the Power Infusion, throwing out some significant burst, throwing a nice little deep breath there, just getting a double stun out for his team, but it doesn't seem like it will be of too much consequence here in the game. And Smite's health is just inevitably going to go down. He's got a lot of bleed effects on him in this game, so it looks like Streamer Zone wants to play a very aggressive match here and really keep the pressure up on this Dragon.
Yeah, and they're rewarded with a trinket from Numless. They already got Smite's trinket. They basically have a checkmate position here if they can land a good enough CC chain. Let's see how they set it up. Tony's pushing in with half HP. It's a bit risky there, but Lanat now in crowd control. Tony, is the greed going to get punished? Lanat's going to have to trinket there. It's a massive Serenity there onto Tony, but then he gets cloned on his trinket. Here's the setup, though. They stun him into a go, and Numless is going to pop the Pain Suppression. They do manage to time stop there as well. The DR clone coming out. Is it going to be enough? Tony's looking for the Cyclones here. They get a second Pain Suppression in that push. So that was actually a really nice push coming out here from Streamer Zone. I would say on that next push, there's going to be no time stop. There's going to be no openings in terms of defense here for the side of Locked In. They could actually win on the next push if Streamer Zone executes it right.
Oh no, the Sleepwalk breaks. I don't know if Lena had bleeds on him or what, but finally a nice Sleepwalk landed there for Smite. It just breaks, and now it's up to Streamer Zone to make a push once again. Smite trying to get some counter pressure here, and I like this. He's just going to be sitting in the barrier, realizing their best defense is offense right now, as they really have no cooldowns left. This barrier getting some significant work down by Numless. Great usage of that cooldown to keep Smite alive, and he holds on to his Obsidian Scale. He holds on to the time stop, and all of a sudden Locked In isn't looking too bad. They're up 2-0 in the series, an elimination series. Streamer Zone really needs this win here. They need to come back, but they're going to have to get a reverse sweep if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
Streamer Zone fighting defiantly on their last leg. Can they take this dragon down? Here's the stun onto Numless. They have the freezing trap. Numless has the trinket, though. It actually broke there. What happened to that? I think he deffed it or something. But either way, Smite's going to be able to survive. He time stops there as well. And time stop is going to be enough defense for Smite. Now he's getting aggressive. He's got Dragon Rage up. Smite is going to be a very dangerous dragon. Cassidy looking for some defensive cyclones there onto Tony as well, trying to just shut it down. But Cassidy is taking a tremendous amount of damage too. Cassidy actually has no cooldowns left. They scatter shot him. They could swap to him. No, they're gonna freezing trap Numless. Cyclone Cassidy 3-on-1 onto Smite. Numless forced to trade out his trinket. Pain Suppression comes back up. Immediately uses it. There's no time stop here for another 15 seconds. They actually fear Numless on his trinket into a potential cyclone. Tony's looking for it, but Cassidy shuts it down, and it looks like Smite will recover. Now it's time for a counter attempt coming out from Locked In.
Yeah, nicely done here. Smites get interrupted. Really important to interrupt those disintegrates, especially during mass disintegrate. That's going to be a significant amount of that evoker damage, so got to look out for that. And so far, I think Tony and Cassio have been doing a good job. Here comes the double stun combo, though. A full trap lands. Smite goes into the time stop once again. Now looking for a stun. Beautifully done. Gets a double stun here on Tony and Cassio, trying desperately to stay alive, but it is not looking too good. The Obsidian Scales is up right now. Numless has a lot of catch-up ahead of him. Looks like the penances will land. Big mass disintegrate once again. Look at Cassio. He's very far in enemy territory. Lynette keeps him alive, but there's a main stun out. The one thing that Locked In has going for them once again is Numless has way more mana, so if this game could go on for just a little bit longer, maybe that's not even going to happen. I mean, Cassio is getting absolutely smoked, forcing that aspect of the turtle, but late game advantage seems to be going in favor of Locked In.
Yeah, if they can stay alive to that point. But right now, Numless in a freezing trap. I mean, they are working around these traps absolutely beautifully. They're actually swapping over to Cassidy. He's going to trade out the Bark Skin. Cassidy still has Survival Instinct. He still has Renewal, so shouldn't be too afraid in this position. And that's mana down to about half HP here, as you mentioned. And now Smite comes in with the Deep Breath. He manages to land it onto 2. Disintegrates are coming in. Cassidy actually tanking a kick there as well on the Cyclone. He's going to free up Smite here a little bit. Gets the Power Infusion as well, but not able to get too much work done with it because here comes Streamer Zone. They're looking for the setup and they land it. They get a fear there actually by the side of Numliz, manages to stall it out for a little bit. Ulti Penny coming out here. Cassidy is running down but manages to duck in. Ooh, nice Typhoon right there onto Cassidy, knocking him away from the ultimate penitence. And here comes the stun. Full trap. Do they have a time stop? Do they have anything? I think Cassidy might just die. No. Numliz, Trinket, Void Shift coming in clutch, but they Cyclone him. They could look to swap to Numliz here out of this, or they could just keep the pressure up onto Cassidy. What is Streamer Zone gonna do?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Numless gets interrupted there, but now lands the full penance, so really like that. Opening up his tree, getting kicked, and then just getting the penance off uninterrupted. It's going to be big heals at the same time. Tony's getting low, and dampening seems to favor Locked In a little bit, at least in the games we've seen so far. The dragon pressure just becomes kind of unhealable at some point in the game. Lynette's going to start struggling quite heavily here at the 5-minute mark in the match. We'll have to see what they decide to do. Numless trades out the pain suppression, overlapped with the Bark Skin, and they're just going for Tony. I mean, they're just gunning down Tony right now. He's in bear form, trying to survive. This Ray of Hope should hopefully be quite positive, and it does top him off. But a big stun here from Smite once again, getting aggressive on that dragon. Disintegrates being channeled out into a Cyclone. Cassie doing what he can with a scatter shot here on a Smite. It gets feared away, so just trying to control the dragon as much as possible. Cassidy sitting in bear form once again. We got a rescue, so a little bit of a shield coming in here from Smite with that defensive ability rescue. And now that Numless is out of crowd control, Locked In's going to be looking to make a push here on Tony once again.
Yeah, Tony gets gripped back to safety here for a second from Lynette. Lynette trying to do what he can, but there's the stun. They're looking for the Cyclone. They managed to... No, nice kick there coming out from Tony, shutting it down. They're actually swapping to Cassidy, taking a decent amount of damage. Numless has no defensives. Pre-barrier coming out, beautifully done, but it might just be the only thing saving Cassidy in this position. Numless had no trinket for that. That was a beautiful heads-up play to save Cassidy in that situation. They quell Lynette on his heel, but here comes the dragon. Here comes the disintegrate.
Oh,
this might
no.
just be it. Huge damage, huge sleepwalk onto Lynette. He's got no way out. Actually, the Will of Forsaken, I think that's just it. No will, no trinket, and that is going to be it. The dragon comes roaring through, Locked In 3-0 against Streamer Zone.
Oh my goodness gracious. I can't wait to see the end of that game. I do enjoy the Evoker. It's cool to just see this specialization that is so underutilized. Really shown here in these games. So Locked In, they're going to end the series 3-0. You can see here the final moments. This is where Smite goes in. He gets the triple stun into the sleepwalk, and that is just night time for Lynette. It's just, this is nothing but a fever dream at this point. And unfortunately for him, Tony will go down. Cassio, I wanted to mention, had a really cool play here. When this barrier came down, he dropped, the stun trap,
explosive trap
into the explosive trap, and then actually got the full trap. So it was like, yeah, into the freezing trap. So really good trap usage there by Cassio. Unfortunately, they kind of hit the enrage timer with Dragon Rage and all these offensive abilities available. Actually, he didn't even use the Dragon Rage.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Okay, at the last second. After he died, just a BM Dragon Rage there during those final moments. But, yeah.
It was this power infusion here. Like, look at Smite here. Just
I love making those noises,
map.
too. The best thing about playing
the most
Evoker.
fun ever.
Yeah, best when you're playing Evoker, just going, you're just channeling beams.
I got the noises down. I'm gonna need to watch Smite play See if I can pick that up later.
Wow,
Replicate some of that
wow.
gameplay. Is that the Disintegrator? Or what,
Yeah.
is that the Eternity Surge, or what is that?
It's a disintegrate, yeah.
That should be a new game we play here on the desk for AWC.
Guess the sound.
No. They give us an ability and we make the sound.
Oh, that's cool. I
Yeah.
like that.
Thank you. All right. Well, 3-0. Okay. We're gonna go straight into the game. Okay. They're like, okay. We're gonna go straight into the game. Okay. They're like, oh, never mind. They're messing with us.
He came out with that really fast. I'm impressed.
I know. I was gonna say. I guess we're doing it. I don't know. I thought they were throwing us into a game instantly since we were talking about sound. But yeah, that's gonna be a 3-0 for Locked In. Unfortunately, Streamer Zone is out. Me and Supatees are down bad right now with predict. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Oh wait, actually, I
Nice.
forgot that I was a 3-1. Never mind. It's just Sid. That was right with this one. So congratulations to him. But that was a great series, and I'm curious now how this team, Zico, does against everybody else kind of in the pool for EU. How does this comp apply to these other teams?
I mean, it seems like a comp that either hard counters or gets hard countered, but I think they have a pretty solid shot in general in this bracket. I would say this lower bracket is starting to look really scary, and in the upper bracket, of course, it's also very, very scary. We see Overload. We know what they've got going on. We've seen them cook. They did fall a little bit. I mean, I think they fell in third last weekend, so not as good as in week one, but still a very solid performance. But Nap Time, they have some tricks up their sleeve as well. They've managed to 3-0 Mafia Boss, which is also a really, really solid team. So it's going to be exciting to see what they pull out. Maybe some Thunder. I'm feeling there's going to be a lot of Ellie Shaman in that upper bracket quarterfinal. And take a quick look here at the points as well then.
Yeah, I mean, we could check it out right now. Overload looking good. Luckily for Echo as well. Chibaku Tensei not having the best third cup, so there's a good opportunity. If Echo can win one of these upper bracket games, they're going to secure that top 3 for themselves. More than likely, depending on what happens. Not a guarantee, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Definitely, Echo is going to be happy that Chibaku Tensei is eliminated, though. But Overload and DOBOB have been doing quite well into them, so I'm really just curious to see how this upper bracket kind of evolves. And like you said, maybe we will see Nap Time come in and have a really good showing. They were one of the only teams playing the Holy Paladin, and it looked really good on Wednesday. So I'm curious to see if we can see that again and if we can get some Holy Paladin representation in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. Only time will tell. So I'm really excited, not only for the top 3, but also to see who makes it into the gauntlet. I feel like that's really, where the action, where the struggle comes from these teams. Nobody wants to be sent there. It is a very, very scary place to be indeed. So we're going to head to a break. We're going to pop up to the upper bracket. Like we said, Overload and Nap Time are going to be the first series of that. But before we do that, we will play our first game of the day. You guys ready?
Really? What a nice little surprise.
Are you?
Okay.
You didn't think you'd get a game?
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to
You
get a
keep dodging
game,
the
but
games?
this is nice. Yeah.
All right. Well, here's
I
a
see
picture
you
of
all
this.
playing and yeah. Okay.
Oh, you're like that the SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, I'm just in my window upstairs watching you guys have fun, play
Frolic
all the
around.
AWC
Well,
games. Yeah.
it's good to have you here. Well, this is picture this. Analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. They had some tough ones for us last weekend. And I'm ready for our redemption arc. Okay.
Okay.
They're not giving us the theme this time.
It has to be AWC, right?
Arena World
Championships. Yeah.
That one, I mean, that was quick.
Hey.
All right, nice job, everyone.
Wow.
Okay, they started us off with an easy one.
Yeah, watch the
we
next
like
one be insane. Okay.
All right, well, apparently,
Okay,
other
apparently
people took them an hour, but we're just the best, so that's good.
We're that locked in. We're that locked in.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, this has got to be AWC.
One arm gambit. Oh wait, this is PvP. Okay.
Yeah. This is
Slot
okay, so it looks like a
machine.
gold medal and like a slot machine.
Jackpot.
Gold medal.
Wasn't
it
there
like
a team
5 buff
called
or
like
something like
Relay or something? Or am I?
Like Outlaw 5 buff or something. You know?
Roll the bones.
Wow, terminology.
Could it
Just
be,
roll. Monk roll. No,
what
'cause
is
the
the
middle.
feral set bonus? The big winner? Is that what it's called?
Oh, maybe that is it. Yeah. Big winner.
Okay. Could it be jackpot? Arcade Mage? I feel like it's some kind of set bonus. Like the name of a proc of a set bonus.
Apparently, I was closest. So something. What did I say? I don't know. I've been throwing a lot of roulette. Something roulette. Roulette. Not roulette. Roulette.
No, you said roll the bones, right? The outlaw thing.
No, that wasn't.
What's the other one? The coin called outlaw?
Oh,
the
yeah.
coin for outlaw, like that an item.
Oh, the
No, it's a.
So okay, so we're getting hints in our
kleptomania?
ears. So he's getting it's something
Klepton? I don't
Zico
know.
says all the time. So
that's-
Omega Damp.
jackpot.
Yeah, jackpot.
No, I already said that. It's
Oh, you
not
did.
jackpot.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I thought I had a good one there. Winning streak.
Sorry, bro.
Is it a?
It's something I say all the time. What is something I say all the time?
I have
Let's
no
guess
idea.
The game.
Best in slot.
Best in slot?
Yeah.
Oh!
That's good. Oh, it's
Oh,
Biz. Yeah,
nice.
I do say that a lot.
Oh, Biz. Okay. That's good. All right.
Yes. I like that.
Okay.
That was good.
Okay, that was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. All right, hit us.
Chain.
Is it chains and a gold coin?
It's like a bank. Is that a bank? No, it's not a bank. Chains of ice.
Golden chains.
Golden shackles.
I don't think it's golden shackles. Golden chains. What could this be?
Well, and there are two chains also. I feel like that's
Yeah.
something. Like there's a chain and then
Gold
there's a
is
coin
being
and then there's a
surrounded
chain.
by chains.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Chain CC?
Oh, maybe. Apparently that's not it. That was a good. That was a good guess, though, Zico. That was good. Oh, hero
It's
talent.
hero talent.
Hero talent.
I wish they would
Oh,
give us the
gosh.
clap. No, because that would be too easy.
That'd be way too easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see. What? Oh man.
Fatebound, maybe?
Eightbound? Really? Oh, you wow.
Oh,
good
it
job.
is!
Oh, whoa!
I'm insane! I'm insane.
Wow! Look at you.
job.
We're back. We're actually back.
Nice.
impressed.
I was gonna say in prison
Ladies
next.
and gentlemen. Oof. That was I got a little sweaty from that.
You gotta wipe the sweat off your
Like I had a
brow.
workout.
Use our brain power on these ones. Sheesh. Okay. Dang. Yeah, take a breather. Take a breather, Zico. We're gonna go to a break. Don't worry, we'll recover. But thank you guys for playing along with us, as I'm sure they have been. They probably get the answers way before us, and like, wow, these casters so slow. All right, well, we're gonna go to a break. It is Overload versus Nap Time coming up next for this upper bracket series. Stay tuned, and we will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're heading into Cup Series, number 3. It is Overload versus Nap Time. We just knocked out 2 teams. CHIBAKU Tensei and Streamer Zone GG are both out of the tournament, and now we are here in the upper bracket. So this is the big stakes here. We've got Overload versus Nap Time. I'm very excited for this series. Overload, Super T's, this is the team that won Cup number 1. Nap Time, we haven't really seen, I feel like, their full potential a whole lot from them yet, but obviously they're here in the upper bracket against Overload, so we know that they are a strong team and deserve to be here.
Yeah, we saw them in Cup number 1. They were taking maps off of Zeepai and Elemental Shaman mirrors. Cup 2, we didn't see them, but in Cup 3, they had a very historic run in this upper bracket side to be able to take out Forged RMP, which is, one of the top 5 teams in Europe at the moment. And considering that they're the only team really running this Holy Paladin pick, a lot of other teams have completely abandoned the Paladin. They've thrown it to the side. They're running the Fury Warrior. They're running the Elemental Shaman, which is a kind of a standard ladder comp, but when it comes to tournament play, we haven't seen it start getting a lot of success. They advanced past Forged RMP to face up then against Mafia Boss with an amazing showing against them as well, running them through the ringer in that upper bracket. And now that they've gotten through both of those teams, they've got to fight the number 1 seed. They've got to fight Overload. So I do feel like the pressure is mounting more and more for Overload. Our expectations for them to perform, to be able to make it through. But I would say that Nap Time, they're ramping up, and this is exactly where they want to be for the final cup.
In your mind, what do they see in Holy Paladin that it doesn't seem like other teams see Super T's?
I mean, I don't want to come across rude here, but I think it's just maybe less experience. They've really dedicated a lot of time onto Paladin. A lot of these healers, they start off on one spec for a while. We've seen a lot of healers like that, and it takes a little bit before they start branching off onto other specializations. So I think it's probably coming down to an experience thing, but it can be a blessing as well, because a lot of teams might not have preparation for you on the specialization because they're not expecting anyone to use the underdog healer.
All right, well, given that, I'm excited to see how they do against Overload in this series. Ven, let's start with you. What is your prediction for this series?
I went in favor of Overload, so I think I did 3-1 for this one. Overload, they've been looking really good. Cup number 1, Cup number 2, bringing in different compositions. I feel like this team has a lot of flexibility. That being said, for Nap Time, they looked very good. The Holy Paladin, a little bit of an off-meta pick right now, but it seemed like the Warrior getting freedom, being backed up by the Elemental Shaman, and not only that, Hatsuki on the Paladin playing very aggressively. They just work together really well as a unit. So I think there might be a surprise factor here, but I think Overload ultimately will come out ahead.
All right, Speedies, you're having a very good day with predictions.
Yeah, I got one right. Okay, I got one right. The vibes for Streamer Zone following Tony on Twitter gave me some insight to actually get a prediction right for that last series. This time around, if we're just racking it up purely based on ability, experience at this point as a team, compositions, I feel like Overload do have an edge. So I am leaning more into their camp as well, and I feel like this is a prediction that hopefully Venruki shouldn't have to feel too bad aligning with me perfectly with.
I feel great.
But at the
You're on fire, bro.
But at the same time, a lot of underdog teams are really showing up, right? Like in that lower bracket with Locked In. They beat Echo in Cup 2. Now they beat up Streamer Zone. They've basically taken Streamer Zone's spot as the main rival for Echo that historically they've held for such a long time. So perhaps Nap Time will be able to clutch this one out. I also know in the open bracket, there's a lot of mages dying without blocking. And they got a couple of wins off of that. So it's happening to everybody. It's happening to the best of them. There's a lot of no blockers in the tournament, and Thundercleave is a team that will definitely like to take advantage of that.
Is that what we're calling them now? No blockers.
The no blockers.
Dubbed the term. All right. Well, Zico and Chan both predicted a 3-0 for Nap Time. I think I put a 3-1 here for Nap Time. So we're all in agreement that Overload is going to win here. I think chat is going in the same direction, but I mean, you make a good point, Super T's. This has been a day of underdogs winning. If you look at the series that we've already had so far, CHIBAKU Tensei got knocked out by Super Duper Gamers. Streamer Zone GG got knocked out by Locked In. So these are both teams that have been in AWC for a long time and have cup wins themselves. So this could be no different. Nap Time, they are up against a lot, but are they going to be able to beat this team Overload? Are they the team that can overcome the odds? It's Overload versus Nap Time, game number 1 here in the upper bracket.
I really feel like Oscar is becoming like the best mage in Europe at the moment. He's really challenging Raikou for that spot, so they're opening up strong with their best hand, that rogue mage priest composition on the side of Overload. Naptime going to be running this Fury Warrior Elemental Shaman Holy Paladin, I would imagine for the entirety of the tournament. It looks like their best, most well-rounded composition. Are they going to be able to overcome the odds here as the newcomer roster facing the #1 seed in the upper bracket? Ring of Frost around the corner, hits 2 players. Hitsuki dodges it, but he's set up with a cheap shot, looking for a polymorph. No, yeah, they do get the polymorph, but it looks like it ended up breaking there, and he actually got a sacrifice in between. Nice play by the Paladin, breaking up that crowd control chain, and they did get Brunhilde's medallion, so it is possible that they're going to do setups on Rogue in this matchup, and Outlaw Rogues have been looking a little bit more of like a target as we've seen week to week.
Yeah, chasing down the mage can be problematic as a warrior, but it looks like Andre will at least throw the intimidating shout out, so I like that. Just try to control the mage on the icy veins. A full polymorph will land here. Cookie in a little bit of trouble. Cheap shots flying in. See if she can survive. Down to about 60% health. The ice wall comes down, but Hitsuki is there, and I think ultimately Cookie will hold on. Full blind here on the Hitsuki, though. Traded out the trinket a little bit earlier. Into a fear. Tremor Totem immediately going to be dropped there. Cookie still low on health. This is not looking too good. Hitsuki might have to make more trades, but kind of greeting it in this situation. Brunhilde gets a follow-up crowd control. This is a great extended go. Cookie might just outright die. That's a Divine Shield to lay on hands. And Overload really punishing with crowd control in the early stages.
I think their best bet right now is baiting Brunhilde behind the pillar and catching him in a stun. That's exactly what they're trying to do, and the Warriors getting over there. Nice Blade Storm, but JT pulls Brunhilde away. Double Ring of Frost. Warriors isolated back there, trying to find a way to his target, and it looks like a Stormbolt's going to come through on the mage to delay some damage during this double cheap shot, and it stops the polymorph. That was a very high-value Stormbolt from Andre here on the Fury Warrior, but Hitsuki needs to be careful. He wraps around the other side of the pillar. Cookie is still being pressured. Limited defense here. They need to buy time for sacrifice. 12 seconds. Stone Bulwark Totem can do that. Grounding Totem can do that, but Icy Veins is available. Oscar shimmering in offensively. Looks like he missed his Dragon's Breath. And missing that Dragon's Breath could be bad. He blinks in for a knock. Ooh. He doesn't hit it on the Ring of Frost, but he does fake the interrupt. He's going to be forced away. And I will say Hitsuki's done a great job stalling the go. Sacrifice comes through. He'll be immune to polymorph effectively during that time. Andre cheap shots incoming. They're setting up more damage. Is this going to be the burst that takes down Cookie? Ice Wall connects as well. Critically low health, looking for a Hex. Nice stuns come through by the team of Naptime, and they managed to survive that wall.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. They got the Hex on Oscar and the Lightning Lasso onto Brunhilde, ultimately staying alive. Brunhilde getting low, and this is that vulnerability we were talking about. Once the Rogue has no Vanish, no Evasion, he can definitely go down. Another kitty shot's going to be landing, though. Cookie in trouble once again, popping the Astral Shift, trying to survive. Using the pillar to line of sight, doing the best that you can at this point in the game. Disarm going out onto Brunhilde, taking a huge hit of damage, and Warriors can do an insane amount of burst. The problem in this matchup is Andre's having a really difficult time actually getting uptime in the game. Both the Mage and the Rogue are quite evasive here, but if Andre can stay on target, especially with the Blessing of Freedoms, he's going to be able to put out a ton of damage.
Here comes the triple cheap shots. Ring of Frost around the corner connects. No trinket, no Divine Shield. Cookie isolated with the Mind Control. Even more damage is incoming. And how will she survive? Stone Bulwark comes down, absorbing some hits. It might get spell stolen. Brunhilde takes a huge smack. They're trying to put up a fight right now and keep Brunhilde at bay, but he's pushing in so deep at the moment. Here comes the killing spree. They catch him in a Lightning Lasso. He gets gripped out. Cookie gets counterspelled. Meteor comes in. Decent damage from Oscar here. Icy Veins comes up in 23 seconds, but he is going to get blasted. He's going to trade out the barrier. Another Ring of Frost attempt. Trying to connect it here around the corner. Does he get it? He gets it on the Paladin. Isolating the Shaman once again. Andre out of Chastise into the Ring of Frost, but Cookie has good positioning. Oscar blinks in, immediately displaces back out. Doesn't want to overextend. Warrior leaps over to try and punish those shimmers. Is Andre going to get there? He's going on Holy Priest, and he just jumps up into the skies. Brunhilde gets swapped. Big swaps from Naptime. They're trying to clutch out any opportunities that Overload present to them.
Yeah, this is a true underdog story here for Naptime. If they pull off this win in Game 1, that would be massive. We'll have to wait and see, though. Full kidney shot into a full polymorph. Cookie popping the Astral Shift, trying to survive. Just playing on top of Hitsuki as well. And if that crowd control does break, which it does, the sacrifice lands. They have a game-winning setup here, potentially. Full Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde is on the run. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. And all of a sudden, it's not looking so good here for Overload. I really like that Naptime. They're just playing like very cohesively as a unit. Just using this pillar, playing a game of defense, just hitting what they can, surviving, and they do have quite a bit of pressure as a result.
Ooh, nice knockback into that Ring of Frost. That got Hitsuki's medallion, but They do still have Divine Shield lay on hands. That's a big opening. Brunhilde caught in a Stormbolt. Big pressure. Ray of Hope has to trade for JT. Nice Dragon's Breath. Good peels from Oscar. Bladestorm comes through to connect. They're trying to pressure through the Ray, but it is going to top Brunhilde off. They're stalling with stun locks, gouges, trying to slow down the Thundercleave a bit in this position. Hatsuki's getting into the mix, though, throwing in some damage with that Avenging Crusader. All three players pushing on Brunhilde. He dismantles the Warrior. Reconnects with the killing spree, but honestly, Naptime, it seems like they may have found their confidence here in game number 1. They're starting to really put a lot of pressure on Overload in a surprising fashion, and they kind of look like one of those spiders that digs under the ground and lays a trap to jump on their enemies. And if Brunhilde walks over that trap, I think that they could easily pounce on that.
Look at that. They just all run into the Ring of Frost. They're all on diminishing return now. And now, once again, Naptime can play aggressive. Brunhilde has evasion coming up in about 24 seconds. JT, mana still looking good. Surprisingly, JT is even on mana with Hatsuki at this point of the game. And I think that a lot of that is because Oscar and Brunhilde have been putting out a lot of damage. Big setup here on Brunhilde. Lightning Lasso might just get dropped. JT's going to be trading out that Guardian Spirit to empower his healing and keep Brunhilde alive. Full kidney shot lands. Beautiful ice wall. Nice plays coming in from Oscar. But they take down the wall, and ultimately Andre will survive.
All right, the Fear Mage here on the Icy Veins. I think it's a good trade, but the mind controls from JT are taking Andre out of the fight a lot. JT is sneaking those in whenever he can. It's interesting that he's playing Divine Ascension. He anticipated that he'd be a target. Big push here on Cookie once again. And she trades out Astral Shift, still critically low. Paladin into Blind Trinket, Avenger Crusader. A big overlap here on the side of Naptime. That's the Sacrifice, Double Medallion, and Astral Shift. But maybe they just get the kill. It won't matter. Can they manage to punish this overlap? Brunhilde needs to survive. Cloak of Shadows, Ray, and Evasion in the same push. Nice Hammer of Justice. Hatsuki's getting aggressive. Brunhilde is still low, but the Ray comes through. Big swap onto Oscar possibly in the backline. Andre's blade storming over, looking to chop up the mage. Oscar escapes. Ring of Frost connects. Cookie's in trouble. That overlap earlier, it could be Divine Shield lay on hands here. Divine Shield. And do they need to trade a big cooldown on top of that? Hatsuki's trying to be greedy and hold on to it. Cookie gets an Ascendance proc. Big push on Brunhilde. JT deflects it, though, with the Angel, immuning all crowd control. Divine Hymn, fully channeled here. Powering up his allies, boosting that healing. And unfortunately, Hatsuki, his mana is not looking good. Their defense is looking like it's in shambles at this point. I feel like Overload, it's their game to lose at this point.
We'll have to wait and see. Icy Veins is coming up in about 28 seconds. And I think that will likely be the end of the game. We'll see if Naptime's going to be able to hold on. Not many cooldowns. JT flying up in the air, trying to go for a mass polymorph is Oscar. He finds it onto Hatsuki. Now Cookie is in trouble. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. Hatsuki has no way out of this crowd control. The Dragon Breaths land. Do they have the damage to take him down?
Wall.
Beautiful. Nicely done there with the ice wall. Cookie barely holding on there. That was
7
a great
seconds.
offensive push, but ultimately they will survive.
Oh my god, they're clutching it. Lightning Lasso on Brunhilde. Dismantle comes through. Counterspell connects. Hatsuki has Avenger Crusader. Big heals with those melee wings for a couple of seconds from the Paladin. And they're laying down Consecration to keep snares on the pillar as well if Brunhilde pushes behind the pillar here. Bladestorm trying to preempt the cheap shots here from Brunhilde. Adrenaline Rush is rolling. They have Blind. There's the kidney shot here. The cheap shots. Ring of Frost. Doesn't look like it connected, actually, from Oscar. So not able to land that Ring of Frost on the Paladin. Means that they should be able to survive. Mind controlling out of the ring here. Trying to just delay a little bit of ramp. They're probably going to drop this pretty soon. Oh, so they couldn't wincher or ground the polymorph. That was nice play here from the RMP. Big damage connects onto both the Rogue and the Shaman. A bit of a race to the finish here in game number 1 as Ray of Hope trades once again. Cookie critically low. Hatsuki trinkets and sacrifices to break any incoming crowd control. Good play. Here comes the heroism from Cookie as well, ramping up some damage. Andre's just dismantled, though he can't connect. Evasion is through. Meteor gets soaked. Good job stacking up here on the pillar. They catch Oscar in a shockwave, trying to blast him down and dampening. And this game cannot go on for much longer. We're at the 8-minute 30 mark.
This is insane. I can't believe how long Hatsuki and Naptime have been able to hold on. Great defensive plays. A full hex lands. Brunhilde is in trouble. Cloak of Shadows is available. Rooted up right now. Caught into a Stormbolt. Do they have the damage to take him down? Cookie pushing forward. Looking for a win. They're finding that confidence like you mentioned. Naptime, a bit of a slow start here, but could have a strong finish. However, they need to be careful. Hatsuki has no trinket, no Divine Shield. Cookie retreating back to the pillar once again. Trying to find their bearings in the match. The full stun lands. Big meteor combo. This is a great setup, but Hatsuki has the lay on hands to keep Cookie alive, and she can continue to do damage on that elemental shaman. Let's see if they can pull off a win.
Hatsuki being greedy like 2 minutes ago actually just might have won the game right there. They've got Hammer of Justice, no trinket, Stormbolt. They got a hex on the mage. Brunhilde is isolated. I can't believe it. It's the number 1 seed about to be taken out in game 1 by the newcomers. JT gets a Void Shift. Cookie swaps over to JT, lobbing in more lava bursts. Disarm on Brunhilde. He can't get anything going. going. Cookie's jumping in aggressively. They're playing with confidence. They're trading Astral Shift to stand on top of the Rogue. Stormkeeper is loaded. Lightning Bolt's in the sky. JT in the sky as well to try and recover. Brunhilde vanishes, trying to make a play here. And they manage to power them down. Kidney shot, no trigger for 2 more seconds. 1 more second. Smoke bomb comes through. Stone bowling at 1% is not enough. And Overload in Defiance in the final moments of this game clutch it out. Almost 10 minutes in. Nap time they made Overload work for this one.
That was so beautifully done there by Brunhilde at the end of the match. Just really utilizing that great movement speed on the Outlaw Rogue, evading Andre as much as possible, and actually clutching it out for a Vanish. A Vanish just comes up in the nick of time. We'll see it in the replay. And with that Vanish, pays dividends. He gets multiple stuns out. We'll see it here. You got 13 seconds left on that Vanish, about 3 seconds. Brunhilde just doing whatever he can to survive. Ultimately, vanishes out immediately, gets the triple cheap shots out, and out of this polymorph, full kidney shot does land, and ultimately they do take down Cookie. But I mean, it's just so close. You really can't blame Nap Time. You could smell that win. It was just so close. JT basically had nothing to trade. Brunhilde had almost no defensive cooldowns, but that Vanish comes out at the perfect moment to keep Overload in the game.
Oh my god, the dampening on the Stone Bulwark here. Like, Cookie, she gets
Does
Stone
nothing.
Bulwark off, and just look at how tiny the Absorb is. It's just, you're just so sad. Because, like, if that bought any time, Hitsuki has Trinket in 1 second, Bubble in 12. They just needed, like, a little bit longer. And this is, making that calculation and dampening is the hardest decision. Like, when are you going to make your push? When are you going to commit your cooldowns? Like, Cookie here uses Astral Shift, because if she doesn't, she's going to get stunned and not be able to wall, because she doesn't have a medallion. So it's a nice preemptive move, but Overload just wait. They just wait till the wall is over, and then they commit for the all-in. And it's just their cooldowns just were misaligned by like 2 seconds. Because easily, if they have Trinket there and Vengeance Crusader, then the Paladin's going to pop the Shaman back up. And then suddenly Brunhilde has nothing left, and Brunhilde's the one who's going to be on the back foot and likely going down in this position. So really close call. I was honestly not expecting it to be this close. I thought that Overload, you know, it would be expected that they'd have a pretty easy time with a team and a composition that's like a newcomer team, limited experience, right? I think the Paladin Hitsuki, I think it was showcasing like first rank 1 push last season, and really then, you know, debuting and saying that he's like the best Paladin now on this class after 1 season. So to go from that, right, just 1 season together, playing a Paladin comp when no one else is playing a Paladin comp, playing Warrior as well when very few teams are running Warrior, is definitely impressive. So they're going to go to Hook Point. They're going to go to a smaller map. I do think that they intended to attack Holy Priest more, but JT anticipated that. That's why he's playing Divine Ascension. Usually a Holy Priest only takes that talent if they think they're going to get attacked by melee DPS. So JT must have had some heads up in this type of series, because they did swap to him a couple times. If he didn't have that to avoid crowd control stuns or swaps, maybe he's going to be, you know, really squishy in those types of positions. But perhaps on a small map like Hook Point, it'll be more difficult for that type of situation for him to avoid.
Yeah. One nice thing for Hitsuki as well is this hollowed. I'm just looking at his talents, just trying to see, you know, what's going on here. The hollowed ground talent is actually really nice. So normally when you're grouped up behind a pillar against a frost mage, you're just getting snared, right? You're eating frostbites, you're in blizzard, you're in cone of cold, you're in you know, all these different abilities, the frozen orb, that are just kind of cleaving you down and you get snared up. But the paladin actually can, with hollowed ground, the PvP talent, can drop consecration, and it basically just gives you like a nice little freedom on all those snares. So you can actually effectively use the pillar, you know, bait Brunhilde, bait Oscar in. But yeah, I am really curious to see how they do utilize this map. And I do think that Nap Time has a few different compositions they can run. Overload is actually going to be doing something we haven't seen too much. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time we've seen Oscar and TJ play this composition together? It's something I've wanted to see, because normally Oscar's on the Elemental Shaman.
I think they got desperate last week and tried different compositions as well. I think I remember we saw TJ come out, I think it was against Flappers a few times. And TJ last season, we were like upping him as like, he was going head-to-head with Tony as like the best Feral. He just did the most damage. He was known to be the Feral Druid that did the most damage. And the fact that Overload are switching makes me think that they felt kind of shaky on Rogue Mage Priest, right? You don't see Rogue Mage Priest change very often. And the Feral Druid is likely a better pick if the game goes into dampening. So they likely saw like, hey, the Paladin was running out of mana. They played a really defensive game where they were kind of turtling, you know, taking the opportunities to pounce when anything came nearby. So if they play a strategy where they're going to turtle and avoid, maybe we need a Feral Druid that can do more damage deeper into dampening, and we can kind of win in that regard and not have to play such a risky game as far as crowd control with the Rogue.
Yeah, I am a little bit interested about this though, because I feel like the one downside of the Feral Druid is you can't just vanish. You
Yeah.
can't just go immune, vanish into thin air like we saw really save Brunhilde in that last game. So for nap time, if they can grab onto momentum against TJ and keep them in bear form, keep them defensive, I could see them just kind of snowballing Overload in this matchup. We saw it in the open bracket when it was Swapsy on the Feral Druid. Nap time was actually able to just kind of train him down, keep him very, very defensive in the match, and take them down. So we'll see what they could do here. Hook point, game number 2. I do wonder if Overload is afraid of something. Like, do you think there's any reason? Do you think that matchup was just too close and they want to experiment? Or do you think Naptime has something else that they could run that would be better into the RMP?
I mean, we haven't seen it. It's in the open bracket on broadcast.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them play anything, so I can't imagine that they have anything else. It would be very surprising. I mean, maybe if maybe Naptime make it to the grand finals of week 3 and they play this sleeper comp that they've been sitting on the entire time. No one ever saw it coming, and this is going to be one of the most wild weeks ever. Like last week, I thought was one of the best AWC Cup weekends we've ever had as far as like surprise factors, composition variety. But week 3 is now setting up to potentially trump that with the first 2 opening series, right? With both underdogs coming through. Naptime taking Overload to a 10-minute match. You would expect, based on experience and composition advantage, that Overload would be kind of just being able to run over Naptime, send them down to the lower bracket, but they really made them sweat. Now they're making them change comp. You're making a team change off of Rogue Mage, bringing in Feral. I think that Feral is generally a little bit harder for the Warrior to connect to, especially with the movement speed they have, though. So it might not be that great. I don't think it's a huge deal. It's just the Feral's going to do more damage. So if you can win on mana, it makes sense that the Feral is going to be able to help you. Cyclone is also just a nice stalling tool. So now Oscar isn't like the only one that needs to be worried about getting interrupted. Cookie's going to have to worry about Cyclone and Polymorph coming in around the corner. And how is she going to be able to stop both of those incoming crowd controls simultaneously is now going to become the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling I don't know what it is. I think Naptime's going to win this game. I think we're getting tied up here on no point. I really do.
Okay.
They brought it to 10 minutes. Like they survived the RMP for 10 minutes in that last game. So I feel like on the smaller map, the thinner pillars, they're going to be able to, especially against the Feral Druid. I think once they get that pressure on the Feral, they're going to walk away with the win. So I think, my prediction is a 3-1. I think this is the game where Naptime pulls it off.
All right, here we go. If you're a Naptime fan, if you like Holy Paladins and Warriors, like this is the team for you. Newcomer roster just pulled together, pulled up in the AWC, made top 8 in Cup 1. We didn't see them in Cup 2, but Cup 3, they've looked really strong, knocking 4th, 5th seeds out in the open bracket. Now facing head-to-head with the number 1 seed in Europe, taking them to a 10-minute game. Definitely earning their position here. It's game 2, and they want to go further. They really want to show what they've got here. Kind of one tricks running this one composition. Can a one-trick newcomer team manage to beat the odds against such legendary titans running some of the most powerful compositions currently available in the meta? TJ comes in. This guy does a truck ton of damage, and Naptime, man, I feel bad for them a little bit because TJ is a monster when it comes to the Feral Druid.
We'll see. I feel like I have more faith in Naptime. We'll see what Andre Cookie and Hetsuki are going to be able to do. TJ immediately getting blasted here using that bark skin, but Warriors right now, I feel like they're quite powerful as long as they can stay on target. Cookie, though, taking quite a bit of damage. Gets interrupted there, looking for a Hex. Unfortunately, isn't able to find it. At the same time, Andre's getting low. Big heals here from Hetsuki, though. Should be able to top off the team and stabilize. Still just trying to utilize his pillar as well as that consecration to remove snares. So if you're a warrior, you definitely love that consecration. Just remove all these snares that are so annoying for you to deal with. Also get this occasional blessing of freedoms, but it's still just so difficult for Andre in this match.
Oh, here comes another setup. They catch Cookie. Hetsuki, medallions out of polymorph, line of sighting, avoiding this setup. They've rotated pretty effectively here. No major overlaps from Naptime, just going one by one. And they've managed to get medallions from TJ, so he can't escape a lasso or Stormbolt. Neither can Oscar. They catch TJ, big damage. He gets gripped out of there from JT in a hurry. I don't think TJ was anticipating that much damage. And I really like this strategy from Cookie and Hetsuki. They're just playing together as a duo on the pillar. Consecration down, like you say, to remove snares. So they're free from that mobility limitation from the Frost Mage. And they kind of just poke damage, they bait somebody in, they catch them with a stun, they do a bunch of damage, and they just rinse and repeat. And then in dampening, that's when they leave that pillar and they make a big push. So they definitely have a good strategy on the side of nap time, and so far it's banking them another cooldown. They get Guardian Spirit from JT, switching some damage over onto Oscar. But for TJ and Oscar, it's all about Incarnation and Icy Veins, and those are coming up in about 17 and 30 seconds. When those cooldowns are available, they're going to have a giant wave of damage, and nap time has to be ready for that moment.
Yeah, really important note. We'll see what they can do with those cooldowns. Right now, they have good pressure even without them. So I do think we're going to see that Icy Veins pretty much ripped out immediately. Yeah, the millisecond that it's up, Oscar is going to be pulling the trigger with that one. But TJ is just getting absolutely smoked. Cookie with a beautiful lightning lasso, keeping TJ locked in place. Andre doing a great job on that warrior. Hatsuki goes for the Hammer of Justice. Great pressure here.
Oh, big swap.
For the side of Naptime. Beautiful swap as well. JT trading out the power infusion onto Oscar, really trying to set him up for some wins. Cookie just going to be line of sighting here. Let's see what she can do. Still just utilizing this pillar the best she can to survive. Hatsuki finally gets there. Once again, the Paladin Shaman pillar combo have been reunited.
Yeah, Consecration likely going to come down here pretty soon to remove those snares on the pillar. They're loading up damage, but Andre gets hit pretty hard there for a moment. But TJ's just retreating, doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to throw the game. But Hatsuki's mana is actually better. If they can't win on mana like this on the side of Overload, I think they're actually likely going to lose this game. So they've got to really focus on their Icy Veins and their Incarnation timings. They do catch Andre in a stun here. Big pressure. Hatsuki's not crowd controlled though, and lay on hands actually. Okay,
yeah, surprising.
He's definitely pressured. They get another swap on Holy Priest. So every Hammer of Justice, they're trying to go Holy Priest, and he's not playing Divine Ascension this time. They can actually reliably swap to JT. I wonder if they're monitoring that and they see that. So swapping between the Pharaoh Druid and the Holy Priest, they're just completely ignoring the Mage, trying to find some crowd control, maybe a Hex or a Ground or something. Oh, now they actually blast a bit of damage as Cookie looks towards Oscar. But barrier from Oscar is soaking these hits. Blessing of Protection was committed here too before Incarnation. Oh, but this damage is quite high at the moment. Cookie's topping the meter. If she can stay at the top of the meter, they're going to win on mana like this. Look at this pressure. Stormkeeper, another hit, but a Ring of Frost. Andre, nice heroic leap out of there defensively. Right when the Paladin gets hit by a Ring of Frost. Oscar's getting pressured heavily. Andre's trying to reconnect, but he's just snared by the Frozen Orb. Feels Warrior, man. Charges back to the Pharaoh Druid and gives up on chasing the Mage. I don't blame him.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Oh, they cut.
Once again, this pillar is going to be really important. Andre trying to connect. Cookie going for a lightning lasso. TJ pre-bear forms it, so it's just really annoying for Overload. They have to somehow make a push, but it seems like they need dampening to actually close out the game with the way Naptime is positioning in this match. They're really playing for just all-out damage, all-out pressure, and potentially getting a mana lead there. I think JT actually sat down for a little bit of a drink, so recovered some mana in the middle stage of this match. So I think that's really important as dampening's ramping up, as it's unlikely JT will be able to really have the time to afford a drink later in the future.
All right, Hex on Mage, Ice Wall. Andre's able to get away by charging the Pharaoh Druid. Wall's not getting really any value here. I think JT must have got a drink at some point because the mana was looking really bad, and now it's looking not so bad here as we're getting closer to the 5-minute mark where things really start to ramp up as far as healing reduction. TJ gets caught for a moment. Nice lasso. Oh, but nice grip from JT to pull Oscar out of range and cancel it. They swap back on TJ. Couple lightning bolts and Earth Shock. NS Lava Burst. Big damage on Oscar. They're ramping. Oscar's forced to retreat away on an Icy Veins proc. He really hates that. He's spamming Polymorph on Warrior, but Andre's going to Bladestorm the Repolymorph. TJ gets blinded behind the pillar. Nice catch from Hatsuki. They're trying to pressure Mage. They just can't connect. Dragon's Breath. Hatsuki gets back to the pillar. They've repositioned. Damage is high on both sides. Cookie may need to trade. But here comes a big primordial wave. Oscar's the target. Massive pressure looking to just chop him up. Ice block number 1 will be forced out of the way here. Sacrifice preemptively from Hatsuki, trying to keep them on target. They catch Oscar in a Stormbolt on Hypothermia. Andre's getting uptime. Chop, chop, big damage. Ray of Hope comes through. JT likely to recover. Oh, it's actually negative at the moment. It's still negative. Massive hit on Oscar. It's a Void Shift into the Ray. This is crazy pressure from Naptime. They're in a great position moving into dampening.
Yeah, definitely. Full Fear goes out. Oscar still in trouble. Look at Andre just pushing behind enemy territories right now. TJ getting soloed. The pressure from Naptime is high. This map is working out great. I can't believe it. Naptime, once again, though, they need to be careful. In the last game, it looked like they had so much pressure and ended up getting baited into kind of a bit of a trap. We'll see what happens here. TJ putting pressure onto Cookie right now. Oscar still getting blasted on that Mage, and Andre going after the Mage a lot more in this match, but I don't know if it's a good long-term strategy. We'll have to wait and see. Good Vortex there by TJ, limiting the uptime by Andre. And once again, I feel like Naptime, they need to get reunited. Like, just use this pillar to their advantage. However, Hatsuki right now has a lot of healing available, and it looks like Naptime is still feeling confident for a push.
All right, they're back on the pillar, but Hetsuki is struggling. He gets caught in a polymorph. He trinkets out. Cookie's in trouble.
Sentence.
Astral Shift comes through. They panic and they overlap. Incarnation comes in, and Icy Veins is up in about a 50-second window. So if TJ doesn't win right here with the swap on Warrior, that Icy Veins from Oscar is likely going to be possibly game-winning. They have so much pressure right now. This is the Feral Druid damage and dampening. Warrior and Shaman both at 50% HP just permanently. Hetsuki can't top them. It's costing so much mana just to stay at this point in the game. They're trying to get pressure on TJ, but JT is once again there to block it, and now TJ's trying to find an angle here. He's going from left, get a couple bleeds in, get a stun, and then get out. Meteor comes in onto Cookie. Hetsuki trades out Divine Shield and Sacrifice. He doesn't want to rot down too much from the damage. They get a fear. They go for the kill. Almost goes down with no block. They're trying to put up a fight, but they are fighting with nothing. Hammer of Justice from Hetsuki, but they can't connect onto TJ. They're swapping back on Oscar, but they catch TJ with no tree. They did it.
Goodbye.
Naptime have done it. They've tied this series up 1-1 right when things were looking dicey.
I knew it. I just had a feeling about this game. Naptime looking really good in this one, but that was very scary at the end. However, they managed to just get that burst out. Cookie putting out tons of damage on that Elemental Shaman. Honestly, having a great game. And you got to hand it to Hetsuki as well, just on this Paladin. We're not seeing anybody play the Holy Paladin right now, but it seems to work well with this composition. You have good defense from the Warrior and the Elemental Shaman. You can see here this explosive amount of damage on Oscar. And I believe it's around here where TJ gets caught into the stun. So look at this damage on TJ. He just gets completely smoked. Like, 50% to 0 in
I'm not gonna lie,
a fraction of a second.
It looked like he kind of walked into it. Like, what was he expecting? Like, the mage is in a block, his healer's in a stun, right? Like, watch what TJ does. He kind of just walks in the middle.
Look at me. It's like, okay.
JT grips him out. This was like solo shuffle. He gripped him out, and TJ's like, "Now I'm running back in, dude," and then just dies instantly. Like, I look like a solo shuffle moment. If I was JT, like, I'd be so mad. I'm like, bro, I gripped you out. Like, why? Why did you run back in, bro? Why'd you run back in?
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially when you have no cooldowns. At least be in bear form. But, I mean, to be fair, he got completely destroyed. Like, this damage is absurd. Cookie loads up the Stormkeeper. She has a ton of damage available here, and these lightning bolts are just insanely devastating. Just zap, zap, zap. And they get the win. I mean, beautifully done, honestly. It's great to see. It's like this has been the day of upsets. These cups have been phenomenal, but Naptime, kind of a new team coming out of nowhere and looking good, getting a win off, the highest point earners so far.
All right, one win, big map now, and small pillars. So that strategy of just consecration on the pillar and run around and try and pounce on opportunities that are presented is going to be really difficult to do. But do you think Overload take the Feral Druid out and go back on Rogue?
I think so. I really think the Feral Druid's kind of a vulnerability here. Like, Feral's great and all, but it seems like I said, there's multiple times in game number 1 where Brunhilde just gets low, and if he didn't have Vanish, he was just outright dead. And I feel like one of the problems with the Feral Druid is you can kite, but Hetsuki, he actually lands like a really good freedom on Andre during that pressure. Becomes a lot more difficult to get away from the Fury Warrior, number 1. And number 2, it just really is difficult to get those Slaughterhouse stacks off you later in dampening when you can't just go completely invisible. So I'm not sure totally what they decide to do. Because both, I get the feeling that Naptime can win either one of those compositions. I'm not sure which one is better here for Overload, but I kind of feel like I like the Rogue more.
I think I like the Rogue more too. Just the disarm was a big thing. Like, if the Warrior, it's just an extra 6 seconds of crowd control you don't get with the Feral Druid. And it didn't seem like Clone did anything. I actually don't even know if he got a Clone. I'm trying to remember if it, not like he really could, right? The Shaman's just on the pillar the whole game. Warrior's kind of just on you, and there's lots of interrupts, but it didn't feel like they were able to take advantage of what the Feral Druid brings as an advantage. So I think the Rogue would be a better pick at shutting down the Warrior, but I don't think anything is guaranteed. So Naptime took some time. Maybe they wanted to consider, like, if there is some sort of composition change that they could do, but I would think it's unlikely. It would come as a big surprise, I think, at some point in this cup. But Overload, number 1 seed, they want to defend that position. They want to be number 1 seed going into the finals. So that way they've got a huge advantage moving forward from this cup. Also just going in with confidence, knowing they're the best team in Europe. Because it could be a confidence shaker if you lose to the newcomers. If you lose to the newcomers here in Naptime, like, all hell might break loose. And we've seen a lot of morale break on teams. Like, a lot of players are starting to have their morale broken this season because the normal top dogs are not coming out on top as regularly, and you can start to see them break a bit because it's a lot of pressure at this competitive level. So Overload likely thinking through their options here and giving Naptime the respect that they're going to deserve in this series, because they're not just a pushover. They're not just going to get walked on in this upper side, and they are likely debating, I would think, between the Rogue and the Feral Druid for Empyrean Domain.
All right, let's see what happens. I do think the small map definitely played into the favor of Naptime. So winning that game number 1, even though it was a really close game number 1, Overload securing that in a grand win, going to be good for them in this series. If we keep just going large into small maps, back and forth, Overload eventually will get that map advantage in game number 5. So we're going to need Naptime to win a swing match. If you're a Naptime fan, they need to win a swing match if they want to win this series. This could be that game. I'm really curious to see what Overload does, though. Do they bring in the Dismantle with the Rogue? Do they bring in an entirely different composition, too? Because that is an option. Maybe they bring in an Elemental Shaman of their own instead of the Mage. But I don't know about that.
I don't know if
I actually feel... Yeah, I was going to say, like, we're seeing a lot of melee paired up with an Ellie Shaman. I actually think Warrior might be one of the best, if not the best. So I don't know if you're going to win as, like, an Ellie Feral into a Fury Ellie, you know?
I definitely don't. I wouldn't want to see them. I feel like Mage has got to have like a bit of an edge into Warrior. It's historically had an edge into Paladin, right? And Rogue has an edge into Warrior. Like, on paper, you would expect Overload to be able to win this matchup, but then their game 1 was 10 minutes long, and they almost died. Like, if Naptime just had a couple of cooldowns align like 2 seconds differently, Overload could have lost the first game, and maybe we'd be on match point and Naptime are in the lead. Type of situation. So Overload definitely want to consider everything here, but they are going to be locking in Brunhilde. And with this map, they can fall back on drinking, because the thing is with Naptime, they're playing so defensively, right? Like if we were playing StarCraft, they're basically playing on one base and they're not expanding. So Overload can drink. They can take advantage of the entire map, while Naptime are turtling on that pillar. So if Overload realize that and just play a bit more of a conservative game early on, don't play too overeager, don't fall for their trap or their bait, give them that respect early in the early game, then I do think in the late game that Overload should have an advantage.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what ends up happening for Overload. Maybe they can just take it really slow, play really passive, wait for dampening, but there are times where Naptime is getting confident in the match. So they're using that pillar when they don't have the cooldowns to trade, which I think is smart. So when Hatsuki doesn't have Divine Shield, doesn't have the medallion, it seems like they play very passive, very safe, just try to survive. But when those cooldowns are available, they take more of an offensive posture. So I think it's going to be difficult. I don't think Overload can reliably only play defensive in this match, because if they're not getting the cooldowns from Hatsuki, then I feel like Naptime isn't that afraid to make a push, especially coming off that win. Like, it seems like they're just getting more and more confident as the games go on. So I'm curious to see what kind of line they do take, but it's crazy to see. We keep seeing these teams just kind of rise up kind of out of nowhere and have these great performances. Overload was looking like they were unbeatable. Now we have Naptime, Hatsuki, Andre, Cookie, just coming out of nowhere for this win.
I mean, I think it was in an earlier season of Dragonflight, JT comes in on Hula Bang with Arenos, and I think it was Houghton, and they played Windwalker Rogue. Nobody thinks they're going to win. They're just playing the one trick. They made their team from Solo Shuffle. They kind of just signed up for fun. They win the first cup. They beat Echo. Naptime in a very similar position at the moment, coming together, got their first rank 1 last season on Hatsuki, picks up Andre, picks up Cookie, and then they're able to get in here and do some crazy things, some crazy work here, getting this win, taking Overload to a 10-minute game on the Grand Arena. So we might start seeing some resemblance there. But Brunhilde, he has been playing for so long. He has so much experience on that Rogue. Like, he can go toe for toe easily with Waz on the Outlaw Rogue. Oscar, toe for toe, that would be something you'd have to do in maybe a mock barrage or something classic, but toe to toe with Raikou here in tournament setting, easily top level player. So if Overload are challenged this much, that's just a credit and a testament to Naptime's capabilities here in this series. But I think this is likely going to be their hardest round in the series. This is the biggest map, and look how tiny those pillars with those angels. They're really small. Smallest pillars, I think, of any map in the pool. A lot of open space. And as a paladin against a mage, you hate that. You just absolutely hate that. There's nowhere for you to really hide. So if Naptime win here, I think they can win the whole series.
Maybe they can win the whole tournament. Like, let's be honest. If they win this on this map, they win this series. I mean, Naptime could potentially win the entire thing. Let's see what they do. Brunhilde popping the sprint right away, going for roll the bones, getting those buffs up. Looks like they will be going after Andre. Maybe they decided to just go after the Warrior more in the match. No, looks like they are going to be going after the Elemental Shaman. I do wonder if they could just go after the Warrior more, though. Try to get crowd control on the Shaman and the Paladin. Beautiful Ring of Frost. Nice knock there by Oscar. Really setting up crowd control for the team. Armor Totem comes down. Hitsuki gets free from the crowd control, and now it's going to be up to Nap Time to try to reverse the pressure here on the Brunhilde.
Nice grip on the lasso. Ascendance is still rolling. Getting decent uptime here on both the mages. They swap to Holy Priest, and JT is not playing Divine Ascension. Andre's getting more uptime. Nice. Brunhilde's peeling. Cheap shots on the entire team. Sets up for the polymorph. Oscar is playing really confident. They're playing super aggressive here in game number 3. Looking to just run down Cookie. JT charges in for a Psychic Scream. Looks like they either sniped off the Tremor, or actually, no, it was the Tremor really early on there. They get Astral Shift. So they got Paladin Trinket and Shaman Astral Shift. Now they're pulling away from that. They need to survive as JT's in a Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde's running away from the Rogue. Nice jump from Cookie to get out of the Meteor. Brunhilde grapples over. But now there's an elemental stun on the mage during the stun lock there. They got Brunhilde's Trinket. That could be an opening later on. Looks like an intervene is coming through here from Andre onto Cookie during the cheap shots with the polymorph connects. Could be a stone bulwark. Can they stop the reshape? They can't. Polymorph slips through as Oscar fakes the interrupt. Now into a full blind, still with no trinket. They cut through stone bulwark, looking to close out game 3 really quick here. Cookie is critically low, but Hitsuki is finally free of crowd control, and Brunhilde, it looked like he couldn't keep up the chase there. Big burst on Oscar, just out of nowhere. Another smack of damage from the Lava Burst and Earth Shocks. And now Cookie's back at the pillar. They're biding time. They've got their trinkets coming up. They can make a trade here, as Oscar's going to look for a polymorph. Pre-sacrifice. Nice play from Hitsuki between those cheap shots. Now, and he runs into the Ring of Frost to break it. That was really good from Hitsuki. He's on Diminishing Return. Now they can play aggressive. Cookie is jumping in. Lightning Lasso. Brunhilde grapples over to kick it, but Andre is there. And Brunhilde has no trinket, and there's no Guardian Spirit. If they catch a good stun here on Rogue, they could definitely take him down.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. And Oscar's health is either going to be, oh, Brunhilde might just get one shot. I mean, oh, goodness gracious. Hitsuki and Cookie just one-shotting Brunhilde behind the pillar. In the meantime, Andre just keeping Oscar at bay. I was trying to talk about Oscar's health can just erase very quickly here. If Andre has uptime, the mage can just evaporate. The problem is the uptime. If you're getting mind-controlled like this, you're getting polyed, things are not looking too good, but I don't think Cookie's going to go down. Like, I don't think Brunhilde's going to be able to just solo Cookie here. Oscar's going to have to be there for some damage, and I think Andre has done a really good job keeping Oscar at bay so far in this game.
All right, let's see. Where's Brunhilde going to go? Just kind of going toe-to-toe with Andre here, but evasion's up. Stormkeeper is loaded. Cookie's a nice jump out of the meteor there from Cookie. Andre leaps over. They catch Brunhilde. No trinket. Can they smack him down? JT gets in there, grips him out to safety. Cookie swaps her attention over to Oscar. Lightning bolts in the sky. Brunhilde's disarmed. Good teamwork from Naptime. I will say that they're playing, an unconventional composition for the meta, but they have really good teamwork, really good strategy, and really good execution when it comes to this. And this is how they're overcoming these odds at the moment. Cookie jumping away once again, trying to get out of range of the road, but a meteor comes in. Looks like Andre's got intervene. Oscar takes a huge hit, going in for the polymorph. Nice wind shear from Cookie into the blinding light, but the polymorph again, off of a cheap shot. Cheap shot comes through. Cookie in trouble. Trinket. Oh, overlapped with the divine shield. Oh, and the intimidation.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's a triple overlap from Naptime. If you're overload, you just peel out right now. You just reset. Brunhilde just needs to get some distance here. He's still going in. He might regret this.
Got Veins. Oscar's got Veins available, but Cookie wants to get aggressive here. Hitsuki trades out the sacrifice preemptively, but this is where Naptime is going to be in some danger. Hitsuki, let's see what they decide to do. They are going to be utilizing this pillar, and we've seen this from Naptime. Like, when they don't have cooldowns, just full on turtle, use the pillar to their advantage. Oscar right now loading up the damage with the Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Hitsuki gets caught into a polymorph. Cookie going to be playing on top of him, but Oscar goes into an ice block, so they actually get the reverse pressure on that Icy Veins. Very impressive. At the same time, though, Cookie could be in danger. Hitsuki seems to have the heals available. They get the Hammer of Justice, and this is not looking too bad for Naptime. If they can weather the storm just a little bit longer, cooldowns are going to rotate back up.
Another meteor. They soak it as a team to reduce the damage, but they're going to get cleaved a bit here by some of those ice lances and frostfire bolts. Nice hex on the mage. Brunhilde, no medallion. He grapples over. Andre's leaping in. Lightning lasso gets gripped away. JT has such good life grips throughout this series to break up those stun locks, just preventing them from catching the rogue. Kidney shot to engage. Andre pre-intervenes. Nice play here. Cookie repositions. Does she stone bulwark? She's trying to hold on to it. Hitsuki has medallion. They should be okay. Hammer of Justice. JT trinkets. Big damage on Oscar. Andre, when he gets his hands on Oscar, man, it is not comfortable at all. Another big meteor on Cookie, trying to get in position to break Hitsuki out of polymorph with cleave damage. And they do manage to actually, it looks like medallion was pulled from Hitsuki there, but they recover at least. And they have a big mana lead. Naptime are not out of this. Their cooldowns are rotating. They're going to have another Astral Shift. They've got their medallion in 20. If Cookie can just stall for that. They're actually pushing in on Mage. They're playing aggressive here at the 5-minute mark. Kidney shot. They're engaging. Andre intervenes. He's going to get dismantled. Meteor comes through. Ice wall. Hetsuki can't get around. He gets around the side. Cookie ramping over here as well with Hetsuki. And it looks like JT's just staying far away, dispelling flame shocks, trying to play a safe game. Mind control into the ring. It looks like... Oh, they got the polymorph. Oh, no, this could be dangerous for Cookie. Astral Shift available. Astral Shift going to trade. Trying to just push Oscar over and force him away from this assault. And Hetsuki's free of crowd control, charging in. Looking for damage. Looking for a stun, I think. Did JT fade it? It's hard to tell at this point. They're still trying to go after JT. They catch the Hammer of Justice. Big swap on JT possibly, but he pre-Ray of Hopes. Now they swap over on Brunhilde, catching him in a Lightning Lasso. Great swap onto Brunhilde, but now time are running out of options. Can they drop Brunhilde in time? Cookie with limited defense. Hatsuki pre-sacrifices, but it breaks. They miss the Ring of Frost. They get the polymorph. It doesn't matter. Divine Shield for no 40 seconds. Cookie is isolated. Grounding Totem available. Not going to have to trade. Meteor comes through, breaks the crowd control. Mind control on the Warrior is just so dire. He just can't do anything at the moment. Intervening back over. Brunhilde getting connected to it, but there's a dismantle. Andre can't connect. Cookie at least recovers. They've got Medallion on Paladin. They can still try and get this going. There's no trinket on Rogue. Big pressure on Oscar as well. Brunhilde's going to grapple out. Try and reconvene for an opportunity later on. Nice Earthquake. Prevent the Rogue from re-stealthing. Andre's trying to get in there, but he's just snared at the pillar and rooted. He can't get to any target. He leaps on the mage. Reckless abandon. Andre, this is smart, though, for the Warrior. Just play recklessly right now. You have enraged regen. Bait them to go on you. Trade the enraged regen, and then your shaman will have walls. So Andre should be playing really aggressive right now to bait them to attack him.
Oh, Cookie making a push right now. The Divine Shield is available, and this is what I was talking about. Nap time. They feel like they can finally make a push here. 35% dampening. Andre gets uptime here on the Brunhilde. It could be lights out. I mean, this damage is absolutely insane. Cookie going for a Lightning Lasso on Oscar, trying to slow him down just a little bit here, but a full kitty shot lands on Andre. Cheap shot to follow it up. Do they have the damage? Beautiful mass polymorph there from the side of Oscar. He lands it onto Hetsuki. Hetsuki will trade out the trinket immediately to keep the pressure rolling. He wants to keep the aggression up for his team.
Big damage.
I like that they're able to make the trade. Big damage here onto Brunhilde. Big Blade Storm coming in. Intimidating shot to slow down the mage, and this is not looking bad. Nap time. Can they really go up in the series? They get the Hammer of Justice on JT. Do they have the damage to take him down? Doesn't look like they will, but Nap time feeling very confident in the match.
They're going on the Warrior now. Cookie gets dispelled to the Ring of Frost. Hetsuki has Sacrifice up. They can stay on target, but Brunhilde's going to have Evasion and Vanish, so a lot of deflection. Andre just can't connect. They're just putting this Warrior in prison. Polymorph prison. Frost Nova Central. Andre just can't get on a target. Cheap shots are coming through. He Stormbolts Brunhilde. Brunhilde trinkets to go for the win, but Cookie has cooldowns to trade. Hetsuki's not in crowd control. Nice lasso on Brunhilde's Evasion, slowing down him a bit. Andre trying to get back on Oscar. He can't. He's going to have to come back onto the Rogue. Brunhilde sees that he's just out. He's not going to give them a target to poke damage. Lava Burst in on JT, trying to find any opportunities here deep into dampening. At that 10-minute mark, man, this game, it's just, you can't recover at that point. Dampening is so high. It's going to come to an inevitable end here. Who's going to be able to take advantage of it? This is such an important game in the series. It's a swing match. Number 1 seed versus the newcomers. Andre gets caught in another cheap shot, but Hetsuki's in a good position, recovering him throughout it. Andre's going to come out of this dismantle, and he needs to get some work done. He's got Recklessness up. Big swap to catch JT. He trinkets out of the Stormbolt. Do they have a DR Hodge? Goes for the Blinding Light on the Mage. Nice punish on the Mage. Priest is still isolated. Void Shift available. JT needs to get ready. He's being pressured heavily. Warrior's getting uptime. Just chop time for Andre. He chastises him behind the pillar. Cookie's still just lobbing out Lava Bursts. They're getting ready for the next attempt, but they've got so many... Oh, no, Andre, he got caught in the Smoke Bomb. Can they drop him? Hetsuki gets to the bomb just in time. And, I mean, if you're Nap time, you should be feeling really good. You've got Divine Shield, Lay on Hands, Enraged Regen comes up in 6 seconds. You still got Shaman, Astral Shift. You got a big mana lead. I feel like this is your moment. This is when you've got to start putting the gas pedal down. You got to close out this game. They're so close to it. Brunhilde holds on by a thread. Full Hammer of Justice. Hetsuki making a play deep into dampening, but the cheap shots are denying the kill. Ray of Hope is up. JT is clutching up big heals. Andre's dismantled. He can't keep up the assault. Likely Brunhilde's going to pop up. Not actually to full health. The dampening is making that Ray difficult to recover. And Brunhilde might regret staying in this deep. He gets this. He's out of there, bro. He's grappling. He is out.
Yeah, mind control now onto Andre. JT just trying to do what they can.
Hammer of Justice?
Full Hammer of Justice could land. Can they drop the Priest? JT has nothing left. Huge explosion of damage. The triple kill could be incoming. Brunhilde, Oscar, and JT on the ropes, and they do it. Nap time wins the swing match. Unbelievable.
Oh my god. The newcomers triple kill. The number 1 seed. The number 1 seed gets triple killed on their best map. I just feel like we need to take a moment of silence for Overload in this at this moment in time, because like they're playing Rogue Mage Priest. Brunhilde has been leveling up as a player for so many years. Oscar is just dunking on Raikou, but look at this huge explosion of damage from Cookie, just absolutely icing out the entire team. Like if they were all in line of sight there for that final hit, I think they would have died. That's a triple kill. You know, they died within like 3 seconds of each other. That is a qualified triple kill on Rogue Mage Priest. The number one Rogue Mage Priest in the region, just triple killing the number one Rogue Mage Priest in the region on their best map.
Yeah, she literally slam dunked on the entire team there with that Ascendance. As soon as that Ascendance was up, it was GG. So nap time, they're proving they can go the distance. And Sid, I have to say, like, what do we think about this Paladin? Because it seems like they're able to deflect these attacks. Like, we're not seeing anybody play Paladin. We talked about it. It's like, oh, maybe for Hatsuki, it's like he's not comfortable with the other healers, but I feel like Holy Paladins aren't looking too bad. For me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got a good setup, right? Like he's got a Shaman that's gonna, shore up the weaknesses of the Paladin. It protects him from the polymorphs with Wind Shear and Grounding Totem, and then the Warrior helps out the Shaman with things like Intervene and Stuns to deal with the Rogue. So it's a good synergy for this composition. The Warrior, like the Thundercleave, whenever I'm making videos recommending comps to people, I often will say Thundercleave is a good ladder comp. I think it's really well rounded, can just focus on surviving, doing damage, and come out on top. So I think that this is like a great composition for any type of beginner team. I didn't expect it to have the potential, though, to beat the best Rogue Mage Priest. I thought that those compositions, with their potential and level of finesse that you can have with them, it would be difficult at that level of play. But Naptime are actually doing that. They're taking like what I would consider a more beginner comp and beating the advanced comps and the best teams at those advanced comps. Overload beat Echo. They beat Echo in the mirror at their own game on Rogue Mage Priest. Like, they've already asserted that they are the best Rogue Mage Priest currently until Echo gets a rematch with them. To be able to take that title back. So this is crazy that we're on match point. They took the swing match. They won on the worst possible map with the smallest pillars, and they just absolutely owned them in the last couple seconds of the game. Like, this is the strongest team in the region. Okay, so
look at this damage at the end. Damage contributed. Like Andre and Hatsuki just doing what they can. They're doing their best, but Cookie just completely slamming Overload there at the end. That was insane. So I feel like for nap time, it's the same comp, right? There's no way they're going to make a change. Honestly, all 3 games looked winnable for them. Even the first game that nap time lost, it seemed like they actually were going to win. If that Vanish didn't come up, that was GG, I swear.
All right. They're doing the impossible. Every other elemental shaman has fallen. So many teams have given up. They're just like, we can't beat Rogue Mage. Cookie's like, I got this. Hatsuki's like, I got this. I'm gonna play Paladin, man. I'm gonna play a Warrior. Nobody else is winning with these things, but I'm gonna manage to find a way to do it. So, battling against the odds, they're taking their time with the lock-in. So, I wonder what they want to talk about from that last game. Because they did a lot of really creative things, I want to say, towards the middle end of the game, where Paladin actually was CCing Mage. They'd like charge in and Hammer Justice blind the Mage. And that way the Warrior wouldn't get polymorphed, so that they could run down the Priest in some of those situations. So they had some very good like flex playstyles. I feel like a lot of teams, they get locked in on one strat. It's like, okay, Paladin stuns healer, Warrior stuns this, and then they just only do that the whole game. But Naptime were flexible, and they switched it when it was more like the Paladin couldn't get to the target that he'd normally want to get to stun. So I was like, I'll stun the Mage instead, you switch, you stun this target. And they were able to kind of switch that strategy on the fly. Took a little bit of time there. Maybe they just want to take a breather also. It's a 10-minute game, right? Like, you're playing against an RMP that's just like putting the pressure on you, getting CC. So they probably want to take a little bit of time just to like reset after a 10-minute game like that. And fatigue is definitely something to take into account. But now you've lost as the Feral, which I don't think is better than the Rogue. I don't know why the Feral would be better. It's just like, it's a very similar spec, except you don't have disarm. To me, that's like the big trade-off. You don't have disarm. I guess it's a little bit more damage, but maybe Overload are actually going to seriously consider something different. I can't imagine with Tolvaron. But like, what can they do better? Is it a targeting thing? Are they training the Shaman too much? Should they be going Warrior? Is it a Paladin angle? Like, I don't think there were any like lines that I missed that they could have taken, right? Like, was there a point where Paladin might have had like no Trinket Bubble? Maybe they could have killed Paladin or something. Maybe a Subtlety Rogue, if Brunhilde has it. We've seen a lot of Outlaw Rogues switching to Subtlety, especially in North America, but I think even a little bit in Europe. So maybe Subtlety Rogue could be more threatening, more lethal for the Shaman or the Warrior. Because they're taking their time here, because this is number 1 seed. This is the best RMP in Europe until Echo gets a rematch for them in my books right now. So the number 1 RMP in Europe, number 1 seed in the region, getting taken to match point here from the newcomers on nap time. They gotta get real serious about this series, because lower bracket, there's a lot of volatility down there, and they're gonna bring in a Windwalker monk. So they're running the gauntlet on the melee. They're like, okay, Rogue didn't work, Feral didn't work. What's the next best melee? Okay, let's try Windwalker, and let's see if this works out for us. How are you feeling about
NA
this? Yeah, is this NA? Are you feeling good about it though? Do you think it's a good pick in this matchup?
I think the Windwalker Monk is like a bruiser in the true sense of the word. Like they can play very in your face, having Fist of Fury parry and a lot of different low cooldown defensives that you can rotate through. I think it makes a very durable specialization. Trill has been actually playing, so if we're talking about North America, Trill's been playing some different tech as well, playing the Shadow Pan Windwalker Monk, so I'm curious to see if Brunhilde goes for that and just gets massive, like 2 million ticks of Fist of Fury, or what they're going to decide to do. But I don't think Naptime's out of this. Like, I don't think this is a free win for Overload at all, or they would have already locked it in. I feel like Overload is just like, okay, we can't win with the Feral, that didn't feel good, we're not winning with the Rogue, what did we do? This is kind of like a last-ditch effort, but I think it might actually work for Overload.
Nap time. Who would have thought the Paladin Warrior team would make the best team in Europe right now sweat off of Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest? I think for a lot of teams, they consider those like the top. Maybe like Feral Ellie was taking over for a little bit as well, but I'd say like Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest were like the predominant compositions. Like everybody's like, man, this is what we need to be playing. Like nobody can figure out how to beat it, and they just forced them off of it. So Brunhilde's going to be coming in on Windwalker Monk. These games have been really long, like brutally long, like 10 minutes. So stamina is an issue now for the teams. Can Naptime manage to hold out in this series, actually clutch it, get the championship Sunday in a top 4 possible finishing position, maybe mix up the entire bracket, because who knows with that top 3, right? Like Echo is currently tied. If they lose the whole tournament out, I think there could be a tiebreaker, but there could be other teams that steal their spot. There's a lot on the line with this cup. Like every single series is very important.
I mean, we've mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. Hetsuki got his first rank 1 title last season. So first rank 1 title ever last season. Now in the AWC, beating the number 1 seed in the upper bracket. I mean, the sky is the limit for this team. Let's see what they can do, though. Brunhilde going on the Windwalker Monk might mix things up. Already trading out the Touch of Karma. And we'll have to see. It looks like Brunhilde's going to be playing just the regular Conduit of Celestials. A little bit of a setup here onto JT. And I kind of feel like, I don't know if this is going to work. Like, being limited on stuns, I think is really going to make it difficult to slow down the offense of Naptime.
Yeah, they're going on Brunhilde. They were playing a bit aggressive there from nap time. A little bit, abnormal. Oh my God, Brunhilde. The ice wall comes down. Line of sighting Cookie for the team. Sacrifice comes through for Hetsuki, but the Warrior is still low. They're getting cleaved. That is the advantage. If they can stack the Warrior and the Shaman, they're going to get cleaved really heavily by that area of effect damage from the Windwalker Monk. So if Brunhilde can keep the Warrior and Shaman stacked like this, it should be good, but there's so much pressure. He has to port out. That's the other advantage of the Monk. Whenever he's pushing in, he can just put a port on the other side of the pillar and escape on these swaps. So it does make sense, but it's still scary even despite that.
Yeah, Brunhilde still low. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. JT in the backline throwing in the heals. Looks like Brunhilde should be able to survive. This is the Fist of Fear, the double leg sweep, but it's on diminishing return. We'll see. Oscar is going for a polymorph. Actually does find it. He gets the trinket there from Hetsuki. So Hetsuki just immediately trades out the trinket. Ring of Peace going to be traded out there from Brunhilde, but I am a little bit afraid. Brunhilde is now on the run, and it seems like they are just going to be going mostly after the Windwalker in this game.
All right, Fist of Fury parrying some attacks here, but still he's getting behind him. Andre catches him. I can't believe it. Andre just sneaks behind Brunhilde's Fist of Fury, gets a couple of hits in, almost takes them down, but JT has been having clutch life grips throughout this entire series, but even despite it, deeper into dampening, seems like they just can't recover, they can't stabilize, they get a polymorph, but they don't get anything out of it. Hetsuki's free now, Avenging Crusader, to deal with the Monk and the Mage cooldowns, kind of struggling a bit. Nice roots here on Brunhilde's Zwens, they catch him in a Hammer of Justice, out of line of sight, it looks like a Dispel, or maybe they're tracking the Dispel and punishing the Flame Shock Dispels with Hammer of Justice. That could definitely be an opening. Brunhilde has to roll away, he can't stay on target here for much longer. Ring of Peace to bounce them together, but a shockwave comes through. Pressure on Brunhilde. Oscar's got Icy Veins. He's ramping up with these Frostfire bolts, getting a lot of cleave, but Brunhilde, he's not looking too comfortable. He's going to roll out of there. They stun Andre. Big Meteor. Slicing Winds. Oh, he got rooted on his Slicing Winds by Cookie. Nice Earth Grab Totem by her. as they're continuing to ramp and pressure Brunhilde. Oscar is sneaking in. They need to punish Oscar. He's right on top of their paladin. He gets a polymorph. This could be trouble. Andre charges over to stun the ice wall. They have to stop the repolymorph at all costs here. They get a win share. Nice knockback from Oscar, but the crowd control chain is broken. And JT might need to think about drinking because his mana is burning rapidly right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. JT not looking too good, and I really think it's important to stop those Fists of Furies. So far, Naptime has done an excellent job. When Brunhilde goes for Fists of Fury, they do just shut it down, even if it's on a diminishing return stun. Brunhilde getting low, might have to trade out the Karma. Not looking good, but this seems a lot more volatile of a matchup. Brunhilde going to be more vulnerable to being trained down, but at the same time, putting out a lot of that damage on the Windwalker Monk. Overpowered barrier going to be traded out here by Oscar for the team. That team barrier slowing down some of the incoming damage, but Cookie just making the push. Ascendance, we saw what happened in the last game. Can they do it? Can they send Overload down to that lower bracket? The double stun comes in. Brunhilde, at the same time, Oscar's getting incredibly low, not making it easy to push in. Great job there by Andre, but this pressure on Cookie is quite immense right now.
This is a hectic game number 4. It's match point. Naptime look to advance to championship Sunday. The underdogs, the newcomers, the dark horse of the tournament, the only paladin in the entire AWC right now, trying to make a run for it. He's got the spirit of Rubcub. He's got the spirit of Brain inside of him on this paladin. Everybody's abandoned it, thrown in the towel, re-rolled to Holy Priest or Resto Druid, but Hitsuki's making it work. Andre on that Fury Warrior. We've not seen a lot of Warriors either seeing a lot of success, and they are, JT got a huge amount of mana. That's going to be great moving into dampening, but even still, I feel like this monk could just die at any moment. They catch him in a stun. Nice chastise on Andre, stopping him during the Storm Bolt. Now they get a grapple weapon, but big Ascendance procs are coming through for Cookie. Celestial Conduit. Nice knock on the Conduit. Pushing him away. Oscar's trying to get in here aggressively. Cookie gets counterspelled. Brunhilde's on target. Nice leg sweep here. Comet Storm comes in. Oh, the wind shear misses. It's overlapped a bit with the Fear. And it looks like Oscar likely can find a polymorph here pretty soon. Cookie goes for Hex again. They're just going to break that immediately. Oscar blinks in. He gets the polymorph. Oh, they overlap here. Paladin Trinket, Shaman Trinket within a couple of seconds of each other. That is an opening. They're still just trying to pressure Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde needs to be careful. He trades a... They pop the Karma? Pop the Karma? They're not going to... They just swap Mage. They just kill him in one global. Swap to the Mage. He's down at 20% instantly. And that bop on a Karma could be threatening. He might just die anyways. It's a crazy pressure at the moment. Cookie looking to try and not topple. And she kites back to the pillar with Hitsuki, but Andre got left behind in a chastise. He's got wall, though. He can play aggressive here. He can bait himself as the target. He's charging in. Bladestorm, Fist of Fury parries that Bladestorm nicely. Shockwave comes in. Hitsuki's in a polymorph. Oh, no. Oh, is he going to die through Divine Shield? There's no way he dies through Divine Shield. Big heals come in. Recklessness up. They have to grip the monk away, but the Lava Burst's already in the sky. Andre's going to stun up the mage. He's leaping in, looking to dunk. Nice life grips, man. JT's life grips. If they win these series, it's easily off of JT's life grips.
Yeah, really nicely done, making it more difficult for that Fury Warrior to connect. That's going to be the grapple weapon there as well. Brunhilde gets the double stun. Big slicing wins, and Cookie is in trouble. Hitsuki in a full polymorph. There is no way out. They might be able to win the game and tie up this series, but at the same time, Brunhilde is getting low. Maybe overstaying his welcome. Let's see what his portal is. He's right on top of his portal right now. Hitsuki playing unafraid, trying to push in, but realizing got to top off the team first. It's a lot of pressure here from Overload, but if Naptime can stabilize, that Ascendance is rolling up in about 15 seconds.
All right, lined up with the Icy Veins here, though, but Brunhilde's caught in a Storm Bolt. Do they get a proc? No, he line of sights here with the Ray of Hope. Should be able to recover. Polymorphs on the Warrior, stalling the game, and Hitsuki's mana is now not looking great. Lay on hands available. Last line of defense here, likely. They've got pressure on Oscar. Maybe they can get him into a block here. They really need to. They can't. They're trying to go for it. They're leaping on top of the mage. Barrier denies it. He gets blast wave. He charges back in. Brunhilde's still getting pressured if Andre can get back here, but he's disarmed at the moment. He lands a shockwave at least, but they pre-karma it. Nice pre-karma from Brunhilde. I'm really just staring at that Blessing of Protection and when they're going to use it. Lava Burst incoming on Oscar. Cookie's looking for a solo kill. They catch Oscar in a Storm Bolt. All right, into a Hex. Brunhilde gets swapped back on. Where's his port right now? He's getting chopped. Where is his port? He's got leg sweep. Wall comes down. JT takes to the skies to avoid Hammer of Justice. Hitsuki has to pull away. Polymorph looks like it's going to break there, but massive damage crashing in on Cookie. Stone Bulwark going to trade. Ring Piece bounces her for a moment. Slicing Winds comes in. JT and the Hammer of Justice. Hitsuki was patient. Looking maybe for a blinding light as well.
Blind.
Brunhilde ports away, but Oscar's left behind. They could swap Holy Priest as well. Massive damage is crashing in. I cannot believe it. They forced the block from Oscar. Brunhilde is still being pressured. Are they, as Naptime actually doing this, Ven? Are they doing it? Ascendance proc. Everyone is getting pressured. JT has so much work at the moment. He's got Guardian Spirit. He's stabilizing Brunhilde. He's pulling Oscar back from the brink. I don't even think Overload can believe the position they're in right now. They're trying to get a kill here with the Comet Storm on Cookie with the Ring of Frost, but Cookie gets a pre-Astral Shift. Brunhilde's in trouble, caught in a Shockwave. Everybody is rotting. Dampening is so high. Cookie has confidence. Lasso comes through, and they are pushing Overload back right now.
Yeah, Brunhilde's in a lot of trouble. All 3 members are low. Nap time. Looking to send them down to the lower bracket. Can they do it at the same time, though? This is the Icy Veins. They need to be a little bit careful. Hetsuki doesn't have much, but Brunhilde is low. Finally gets topped off there. JT's going to be flying in the sky, throwing in massive amounts of heals. Oscar has an Ice Block. Might have to trade it. Andre is just all over him at this point of the game. Cookie continuing to make a push. Big explosion of damage. Oscar could go down.
Oh my
Ice
God.
Block trades. Brunhilde has bought enough time for that touch of karma, but at the same time, Cookie's in a lot of trouble. I feel like they're going to have to play defensive here.
Oh, lay on hands available. No mana left in the tank. They get around the ice wall. Brunhilde, when's he going to make the push? Andre's just going for a kill on the healer by himself. Andre is just reckless abandon going after JT. Is that the right maneuver? He's going to have to get back onto the mage here. No blocks. Hammer Justice on Brunhilde. There's no bop for the karma. Oscar's getting soloed. Oscar's getting soloed by the warrior. Dragon's Breath. Can he escape? They swap back to JT. He's like, nah, bro, Angel time. I'm immune. They got baited. Angel form baited them. Cookie's so low. Divine Shield comes up in 1 second. Avenging Crusader is not facing enough. Sacrifice redirects some damage, but it's a triple. Oh, the Divine Shield. Big heals come in. Hetsuki's charging in. Blinding Light. They have to win. It's do or die for nap time right now. Can they get the kill onto Oscar?
Oh, no,
He's
Oscar!
got nothing. He gets gripped. Hot Hammer Justice triggered into a Void Shift probably here in the next couple of seconds. They disarm the warrior. Andre can't get on target. Cookie's got wall coming up in 1 second here. And if she trades it effectively, they should be able to win. They catch a stun on Andre. Paralyze the shaman. Here comes the heroism. Big damage incoming. If Andre gets there, Oscar's likely going to go down. He gets a Dragon's Breath with a millimeter of space away from Andre. They swap back on Brunhilde. He trades that defuse. Cookie likely to go down. Massive damage incoming. Cookie falls first. JT Void Shifts. If they can get to JT, they might be able to kill him. He lands on the ground. JT, he re-evokes. I think it's going to be a negative ray if they don't CC the warrior right now. Bladestorm comes through. Triple Fear rips it. They're trying to 2v3 as nap time versus the #1 seed in Europe. And Brunhilde goes down. But it's warrior versus mage here, man. And Andre, they fought valiantly, but cannot ultimately pull it off. But they are putting on a show in Game 4, and we are going to Game 5.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Overload, both of their wins were at that 10-minute mark, just a little under that 10-minute mark. Unbelievable. I mean, Overload wins that game, and they played it really impressively. I have to say, Overload, they did a great job creating space, getting crowd control on Andre to finally pull off the win, but you still can't help but cheer for nap time in this one. Just that underdog team. And unfortunately, Cookie goes down at this mark, but somehow Andre, as well as Hetsuki, they keep pushing forward, but there's just no gas left in the tank. And when dampening is so high, you've got no mana, you're fighting Oscar with the Icy Veins. I mean, there's really nothing you can do once that 2v2 does happen. But the fact that they equalized it, a little bit of a statement there, right? Like, they really are here to play. And because Naptime won the swing match on Empyrean Domain, they get a small map. Like, where do you think we're going?
I'm trying to think with a bet because they have to consider
Valorant?
monk. They have to consider monk though. Like what is like a good anti-monk map? Like what's a map you get as a monk and you just hate it? Is it runes maybe because your port's not that useful?
I don't think yeah, maybe ruins. I think ruins or potentially my brain is lagging right now. I'm lagging. Blackrock Hold. Blackrock Hold could also be a good one.
Isn't that insanely
fighting
good for monk
elemental
though?
shaman.
Isn't that insanely good for monk with port in the room?
Yeah, but the good thing
They
is
need
like,
they need the Z-Pi map. They need Tiger's Peak. They need the balconies. They need the balconies for the monk.
What
They
about
need
Carnage?
the Z-Pi strat. Oh, Carnage.
Carnage.
It could backfire, but I like where you're going. I like where your head is at. I think that would be the most enjoyable one. I really do. I would love if they go to Cage. Please go to Cage. Please make Cage like the anti, you know what I mean? Because like DOBOB used it to beat Echo, #1 seed. It's like the anti-meta players map. Like I want them to pick Cage because I think it could be good. Could backfire a little bit. But with the knockbacks and with the shaman mobility, maybe it actually is a good pick for them. And it's just a crazy map. Like this series looks this wild on Tolvaron Arena. Like I do want to see it. Please pick Cage. I don't know if they're listening to me. I mean, it's obviously their competition on the line, so if they don't think it's the best, they shouldn't do it. But like, I would love to see the Cage. Everybody wants to see this series play out on the Cage.
Yeah, we got an opportunity to interview the teams too, and Cookie was saying that she's been playing with Andre for the past 2 years. Hetsuki has kind of became their main healer, and they're going to continue to play with Hetsuki, even though Paladin is not the best right now. A solid team with friends is more important than playing with random players. I mean, if you can't, I mean, you got to be cheering for that, right? Like the power of teamwork and friendship.
The power of teamwork. Isn't that your staple? Isn't that your trademark?
I like that, yeah. Yep.
I feel like you don't follow that trademark anymore, though.
What are you talking about?
I feel like you're pretty quick to re-roll nowadays.
Dude, I'm still just an arcane mage just trying to make it in a crazy world, you know? Like, I
Is it really that crazy as an arcane mage right now, is it? You having a hard
It's
time
pretty
with
crazy,
arcane?
man.
You
saw
Boomkin,
Z-Pi play the
okay?
arcane mage. It looked,
He won a game.
difficult.
Look at Boomkin. That didn't win a game. He won a game. Okay, look at Cubsy. What do you mean? Z-Pi's first. I've never seen him play an arcane mage. I don't even know where that came from.
We're not gonna compete for which is the worst stack, arcane mage or Boomkin, okay? Like, we don't have to do that. Look at you. You got your Ruins of Lordaeron map. You should be happy.
Yep. I mean, I guess I win no matter what. They pick Cage, I'm happy. They pick Runes, I'm happy. Like, either one of those two is good. And they're keeping Brunhilde in. So I feel like it didn't, like, that win was not guaranteed for them. So, like, locking in the Monk after how wild that game ended, it's pretty scary. Like, Brunhilde got a lot of really good ports with those giant pillars where he just goes completely out of the game. I don't think he's going to get that luxury on Runes of Lordaeron. So they might get slapped around here. We're going to game 5. This is a series where you're kind of expecting, like, maybe Naptime fluked out a little bit, you know, in the upper bracket or something to get to this position because they got the Paladin, the Warrior, they're newcomers, but they're definitely showing us that it was not a fluke to get to this position if they're taking the number 1 seed to game 5 here. Runes of Lordaeron making them sweat the entire way. With this composition, just really good strategy, really good execution on their side. Power of teamwork and friendship as well is holding them afloat here, and it's a battle of the underdogs. David versus Goliath here, and Naptime are looking to make a statement. I mean, I don't know if we have like the point standings to look at exactly like the deficit at the moment between Overload and Naptime as far as the cups are concerned, but if you were just looking, if you're just observing this on paper, you didn't see any of these games, you would not expect the series to be as close as it is. And this one is likely going the distance. And this series is now it's a marathon. Can you keep it up? Every game is like 10 minutes. Like, so this is like 10, 12, I can't do math. This is almost an hour long just on gameplay series. Like, and you make any mistakes, they can end instantly. This isn't like it's 10 minutes of just not really a lot is happening. Like, it's 10 minutes of if you stay in too long, you're dead. If you disarm too early, you're dead. If you're not catching out sheep at the right time, you're probably dead. So very close calls for both teams. Intensity is at its highest. Overload, their number 1 seed, is in jeopardy if they get knocked down this early, because you better believe that DOBOB and Echo in the next series are just like, please knock Overload down, please knock Overload down, so that we can start climbing that ladder and take that number 1 spot for ourselves. This is easily the most competitive season I think we've seen for Europe. It's usually top heavy, right? Like Echo at this point, usually like double or triple the points. You're just like, we're not even talking about their team anymore at that point. It's like, who's getting second? That's what we're really debating with Europe. But this time, that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case with Europe. Anybody, I legitimately think anybody at this point could take number 1 in Europe. It is that seriously competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute joy to watch. And I think one thing to note as well, if we go back to just the maps and this particular matchup, on that last game, we saw JT sneak away and get a drink. When JT was at a massive mana disadvantage, snuck away, got a massive drink, and it looked at that point like the late game advantage was going to be going to Overload, but somehow Naptime once again equalized it. Like, both healers were out of mana. So on a small map like this, if JT isn't able to actually sneak away and get a drink, I mean, that even plays further into the win condition here for Naptime. So I feel like this game is not looking bad. Brunhilde as well, I mean, maybe needs to warm up on the Windwalker Monk just a little bit. Seen him play the Windwalker, super good at it, but you know, having to bounce around between, you know, the Rogue and the Windwalker Monk, it could be one of those things too where Overload starts getting better in this matchup and they get more pressure. But yeah, I don't know. It's been exciting. Like you said, it's been a great season. It's been very back and forth. Even sitting down and having an opportunity. Well, not sitting down. I sat down and went in Waz's stream. He was saying that, like, when the teams are wargaming right now, there's no team that really comes out ahead. Like, even though certain teams are winning cups, in war games, it's just so back and forth, 50-50. Anyone can win any matchup and makes it really fun to spectate.
All right, here we go. Overload versus Naptime. It's game number 5. David versus Goliath, the newcomers versus an insanely strong team. Best RMP in Europe right now in my books until Echo beats them in a mere head-to-head. once again later on, and we are jumping into Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a final fitting resting place, as it is a cemetery, and it's guaranteed to be a final resting place for one of these teams. There is no second chances. It's been a marathon of a series, 10-minute game after 10-minute game of raw intensity. Either side could go down at any moment, and this is a cutthroat map. There's almost nowhere to hide. Brunhilde's trying to take to the side here and get whatever position he can with his portal to line of sight, which is that's probably the best position he's going to get. Cookie's just immediately blasting with heroism. They intercept it with a double leg sweep, caught into a stormbolt, big lava burst, big combo onto Brunhilde. Cookie is ripping him apart, almost peaking 2 million DPS in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, massive cooldowns committed there by the side of Napa, and I like it. Try to get Overload on the back foot in the early stages of the match. Oscar taking quite a bit of damage. In this map, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to pull away and make space, and I think that's one of the reasons why I like this map so much. Is Oscar's not going to be able to create that kind of distance. Brunhilde getting really low. Right now, Overload's health is just looking like a yo-yo. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. But JT has managed to stabilize his team.
Oh, nice stun on Oscar. Big lava burst. Ray of Hope comes in. Should likely recover. They swap back on Brunhilde. Huge swap. Brunhilde's getting destroyed to the bop to Karma. I really want to see them use a bop on a Karma at some point in this game. I think they could clutch it out by removing one of those Karmas aggressively. The bop's not going to provide too much advantage defensively against the mage, so just bopping a leg sweeper, bopping a Karma. I'm really waiting to see if Hetsuki makes a play like that. He's line of sight. No, he gets caught in a polymorph. Nice catch from Oscar. Cookie's going to trade Stone Bulwark. They're cutting through it. Blink Mass Poly. Insane catch from Oscar, but into the triple leg sweep. Nice catch, but they just take no damage. There's not even a dent there. Now Oscar's caught in a Stormbolt. Cookie is loading up. Big Primordial Wave. Half of Oscar's HP gone into Global. Another half is gone. Ice Block number 1 out of the way from Oscar, and they're going to switch back probably on Brunhilde. It looks like they're hitting JT. He takes to this guys. Overload are terrified. They catch Brunhilde with no trinket and a lightning lasso. Andre is chopping once again. But it looks like Brunhilde's able to escape, get back onto Cookie, start ramping up. There's still no wall for 10 seconds. Can they stay on target here? Oscar's staying aggressive. Dragon's Breath on the Warrior, but now Hetsuki can avoid the Polymorphs without that Dragon's Breath available. They go for Paralyze instead into a Polymorph, but it'll be on DR. They stun the Polymorph. Great defense for Hetsuki. Oscar is in trouble. Hetsuki's charging in. Brunhilde is rotting down, and Overload are getting kind of rocked right now, Vinruki.
Yeah, Hetsuki is always in a position to land that Hammer of Justice onto JT, and this game is just really unstable. Oscar just cannot kite the same way on this map we saw on other maps. There's just not that much space. This tomb is really paying dividends here for Hetsuki and Cookie, just working together as a unit right now, pulling Brunhilde out of line of sight and just forcing them into the clutches of Andre on that Fear War. At the same time, though, Cookie taking some damage. The Polymorph does land. Cookie needs to be very careful. Hetsuki doesn't have to trade out the trinket, and it looks like Cookie will easily survive, but that was a trinket at the same time. Brunhilde is getting low, needs to kite away. He's got the Touch of Karma available, but Nap Time is really putting on some solid pressure. I mean, look at the damage meters right now.
Look at Andre is top of the meter. He hasn't been top of the meter the entire series. He wants this so badly right now against a Mage Windwalker. Topping the meter is so impressive. Trying to get some uptime here. Celestial Conduit, big push onto Cookie. Psychic Scream gets tremored by Cookie. Brunhilde gets knocked away. Oscar gets a Polymorph. Hetsuki trinkets it to stay aggressive. And this is the bop I'm talking about. Brunhilde's last line of defense here is Karma. So if Hetsuki gets a critically timed bop, maybe he doesn't want to risk it, then he can't use Lay on Hands. It's a really difficult decision to make for Hetsuki. He's dodging the Snowdrift of Oscar right now. Cookie's getting blasted, though. A lot of damage at the moment incoming as she jumps over to safety. Brunhilde gets caught in the lasso. Oscar gets a counterspell. Nice blink counterspell. Triple leg sweep from Brunhilde. Oscar blinking in. Triple Comet Storm. Massive cleave damage. Looking for a Hex off that Fear. Nice Hex. Stun on JT. Beautiful crowd control from Nap Time. Re-engagement onto Brunhilde, but he recovers from JT. And now the Paladins interfere. Cookie's in trouble. Lay on Hands has to come through. There is no second chances. It's game 5.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Hetsuki uses the Divine Shield as well as the Lay on Hands. Brunhilde getting absolutely smoked, but I think that's the Ray. It's not a positive very fully. Cookie's still getting low, though. Hetsuki and Cookie, this is such an unstable game here on Ruins of Lordaeron. The loser of this game goes to the lower bracket. The winner in a great position, so we'll see what they can end up doing here. Cookie still getting the damage out. Lava Burst flying in onto Brunhilde. He's got the Touch of Karma available, but he's afraid to make a push. At the same time, Oscar is getting absolutely destroyed. Hammer of Justice lands once again, and these close quarter combat is really favoring the Paladin, but finally gets caught into a full Polymorph. Cookie could be in danger. The full Hex lands once again. A beautiful Hex there by Cookie.
Tremor Totem on the Fear. Brunhilde is isolated. No Karma. Andre has got cooldowns up. Recklessness is coming up pretty soon. He's getting a reset on that Rage Expenditure. Ice Wall comes down. Andre is isolated. Oh no! He trades out the enraged regen. It looks like he'll recover. He's charging in. Andre doesn't care. He's throwing caution to the wind. He's charging in at 30%. Will he regret it? It's match point, trying to close out the game. But he's running out of cooldowns. Polymorph on Hitsuki. Andre's going toe-to-toe with Brunhilde. Andre gets stunned up. Oscar is stunning Hitsuki. Freedoms to avoid it. Oscar could be in trouble. He's playing aggressive. Andre's looking to punish. Charging in once again. Hammers are down onto JT. I think this is his second block. Second block is out of the way. Big swap back onto Brunhilde with the lightning lasso. Oscar has to cancel it to counterspell it. And Oscar is still critically low at the end of that block. It's game 5. I can't believe it. Andre gets knocked away. Cookie is firing on all cylinders. Lava burst after lava burst to take down Oscar, but Oscar is not going down. JT recovers the team. They're totally top. They're making their push. Here comes the Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's Hitsuki ready to deal with this Windwalker damage. Brunhilde is ramped up to max. Andre managed to escape. Cookie is escaping off to the side as well. Ring of Frost comes through. Cookie's going to walk into that one, unfortunately. Nice Dragon's Breath. Polymorph. Does it get stopped? Oscar fakes the wind shear. Grounding Totem comes down. If Oscar gets a Polymorph, Andre's probably going to die pretty soon. Polymorph lands and trinkets into another one, possibly. Hammer of Justice on the mage. Brunhilde is rotting. It's rock and roll time for nap time. They are so close to a win right now. Hitsuki charges in. Blinding light onto the healer. Brunhilde is the target. He diffuses right away. Andre's in trouble. Hitsuki's crowd controlled. Is Andre going to survive? Can Cookie do anything? There's not really anything. Sacrifice comes through on their last leg. JT is into the skies. It just gets crazier and crazier. Andre gets behind the wall just in time. He's running for his life at the moment. Oscar's firing up Frostfire bolts. Massive cleave damage in onto Cookie. And this, I think a bop on the Karma has to happen. It has to happen, I think, if they want to win this.
Yeah, if they get the pressure, they might be able to do it at the same time, though. Oscar is getting low, and they take him down. He blinks away. He's got the cold snap. Doesn't want to throw the game. Using the greater invisibility. Looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? JT's getting low as well. Andre is just all over JT. The polymorph lands. Good defensive peels. Brunhilde comes back. Gets the disarm as well onto Andre. Naptime has been slowed down just a little bit here, but they're continuing to make the push. Naptime has the pressure. Oscar is looking for something, but he gets caught into a full hammer of justice. Immediately dispelled. Beautifully done there by JT. Cookie and Oscar just firing on all cylinders. The polymorph lands, but I think it's going to be Brunhilde that could fall. The lightning lasso comes in. Brunhilde still not trading out the karma. Finally does. They've got the blessing of protection, but opting not to trade.
Lay on hands, lay on hands, lay on hands. Lay on hands comes in on Cookie. Brunhilde's in trouble. He can't pop the karma. He's on forbearance. He's trying to run away. Brunhilde is scared. They're scared. How are Overload scared right now versus Naptime, the lowest seed, I think, in the tournament right here, taking #1 seed for a run for their money. Game 5. I can't believe it. They're so close to a kill right now. They disarm Andre, trying to slow down his damage, but Cookie and Andre are just monsters at the moment on the damage meter. JT's in angel form, and he's so happy he's in it. He's set their angel form. Brunhilde is just dying through everything that JT is throwing onto him at the moment. I can't believe it. Hitsuki's caught into a polymorph. Might have to bubble just a DR polymorph. Ice wall comes down. Oh no, the wall! Touch of death comes in. Brunhilde will close the series out, and Naptime are going to the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, what an insane series. The ice wall comes down, gets a surprise. I mean, Hitsuki had the divine shield. I feel like that wall didn't come and ruin the plans of Naptime. This could have looked a little bit different here, but ultimately Overload will secure the win. But I have to say, I mean, if you're one of these teams in the tournament, watching what Naptime is able to do here against Overload, you got to be horrified. I mean, this is a real threat in that lower bracket now for any of these teams. These are these final moments. You get the polymorph onto Hitsuki, and here comes the wall, and unfortunately, it's just really not too much. Hitsuki really didn't even have a response. Honestly, it had to be like a trinket or a divine shield a little bit sooner. Maybe Andre could have played a little bit more defensive during those moments, because if they held on there, I think this game was theirs.
I think running into that ring, I don't know if we're going to watch the replay back again, but Hitsuki, I don't know if that, sometimes the rings are invisible, so I don't know if that was invisible for him or not in that position, but he actually just ran into a ring. He was on the top of the tomb, and then he ran into the ring. What, right here? He fakes kick, and then he puts a ring down on the tomb, and then Hitsuki runs into it. So, like, that all the momentum was just grabbed right there. Like, if he doesn't run it into the ring, or he just bubbles instantly. I feel like if he just bubble instantly there, he might have just killed Brunhilde through everything. But it's, like I said, it's a marathon of a series, man. This is 7 minutes into game 5. 10 minutes every game. And, like, you make the call to bubble there, and then maybe you lose the game later on, so, like, you don't really want to risk it. But it seems like, that's why I said, like, the games are long, but it's like any little minor mistake, little tiny detail can lose you the game.
That's my favorite series of the day.
Same.
Is it the same as the whole cup stage, maybe?
Maybe it's my favorite of the whole cups, of any of the games. There's been a lot of good series. That's hard to say. I'd have to think. But
I mean,
it's definitely my favorite of today.
Has been good. Like, all 3 series have been insane to watch.
I'm not saying they haven't all been insane. I just think this has been the most insane.
Oh,
you know?
Okay. I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, I mean, that was definitely a crazy series. Nap time, I mean, this is a team that was such an underdog. Like, if you looked at our predictions, if you looked at chat predictions, and that was not safe at all from Overload. They did not make that easy on them for sure. I mean, 3 1s and 3 0s all across the board, so... they basically said, hold my drink, watch this. Didn't quite make it happen in the end, but that was the upper bracket also, so they could have a potential to make a comeback. They're going to be facing off against Super Duper Gamers, but that's going to be another challenge for them for sure. That's the team that sent CHIBAKU TENSEI out of the bracket. So if we do see that matchup, or well, we are going to see that matchup later on today, well, how do you feel like that is going to go, Super T, is it based on what we just saw? Yeah, take a breath.
I mean, nap time, like, Cookie was taking Zeepai in games in Elemental Shaman Mirrors in Cup number 1.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that they have a fair shot, but at the same time, SQ on Resto Druid, he was really good. Like, that was, you know, considering that we don't really know him as like a streamer or personality or something like that, like, he was really making big plays on that Druid. So I don't like, and Super Duper Gamers need this, right? I don't think they're in the top 8. I don't know if we have the points. They were like 11th or something. I don't know where their standing is.
They're
after
really
that
close.
win. But like, I feel like they need to. Okay, so they're in 9th. So, oh my God, wait, do they knock Nap Time out if they win? Right?
They're 1 game away.
Oh my God, that. Oh my God, that is the biggest series of the day for the Gauntlet. You're. I mean, you could climb up further in the Gauntlet, but at least you're guaranteed the 8th spot if you win this series. Oh, well, maybe not guaranteed. You'd be tied for it, right? It would be what happens in a 3-way tie? Oh, no, it wouldn't. No, there's no...
We're going to check who plays against who, and then there'll be a tiebreaker, it sounds like.
Okay, we got a tiebreaker for that. We've never had a tiebreaker like that. I mean, we might even have a tiebreaker in the top 3, too, with how things are running at the moment. So, Naptime and Super Duper Gamers, they both need that series. And if they, looking at how much energy Naptime just put in that series, I'm a bit worried they might be fatigued, honestly.
Oh, you think from Nap Time?
Like, I mean, that was long. That was like, like, I don't know if you've played like 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game. Like, it's like just imagine you're like an MMA fighter and you get in the ring with like the toughest fighter ever, for like, and you just finished an entire round with them. Like, and now you got to go into a team to qualify for top 8. I am a bit worried that Nap Time might definitely need to take some nap time, like you said.
For sure. Well, I mean, luckily they do have a... For what could be a pretty extensive series in between the next time that they have to play. They've got DOBOB versus Echo, this next series coming up here, to take a little bit of a break before we do get to that lower bracket round. But that is another one that I am very excited for. Echo, of course, they are the team that has been the top dog in EU for so long, but they are in trouble of getting knocked out of the top 3 to make it to the grand finals. And DOBOB definitely clawing their way to that top spot if they can get there. This is a team that kind of newly formed this season, but has really been impressing everyone so far. So we can talk about that series a little bit once we come back from the break before we get into it. But that is kind of it for that series. So we're going to take a break ourselves. So we're going to head off. And when we come back, it is the upper bracket match. It is DOBOB versus Echo coming up next. You definitely don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Chan is currently in the process of raising his desk. Good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. It is DOBOB versus Echo. Very, very excited for this series. Chan, I'm going to hand it off to you first. What's your take on this series? Do you think Echo can defeat DOBOB, given that this is a rematch as well?
My heart says yes. And my heart says it's going to be a 3-1. You know, one loss to DOBOB because Raiku's going to die pre-block, so I am going to put that cast the curse on Raikou. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
But my head says it's a 3-0 for DOBOB, and it's a three-peat for them. They face them every single cup, first match on Friday, and honestly, there is a massive mental block, it seems like, for Echo with Ezia.
Yeah.
Ezia alone, not to take away from Relza or Flappers, but this guy has been single-handedly causing Echo problems. Last season, this season, he is, fully CCing them, ice walling, just getting cheese kills all the time, and Echo just hasn't found a way around it yet. So today we'll see if anything is different, but I am looking forward to a Raikou death pre-block, and
That's
I need
horrible.
to see this at least once in my life.
Does he know that you're just rooting for his downfall?
Absolutely.
Like, he does know.
Hopefully I don't make him choke. Hopefully I do.
I don't know. I think
I'm not gonna worry. He's probably gonna be more concerned about if I picked his team to win or not, as far as getting cursed, because my predictions have not been good throughout this. But TENSEI has been an MVP for a long time, just like Chan said. Moving from last season, we just had highlight reels, best play of the year. I think Chan was the victim of the best play of the year,
horrible.
actually.
Oh no.
so he knows firsthand what TENSEI is capable of.
Yeah.
And I want to add on to that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Aya.
No, it's okay.
Thesia is perhaps the only player in the world in 12 years I competed that has made me feel like that, where I'm just getting completely outplayed in a tournament. I'm speechless. My team is raging around me. I have no idea what's going on. So the highest praise for him. I think he's probably the best mage right now. He's just the playmaker and a half.
Wow. Poor Raikou, man. You're just taking all kinds of...
Slamming
That's
him.
not to take away from Raikou. That's
got it.
praise for Thesia.
For sure. No, I mean, that was going to be my question to you, Chan, is like your take on DOBOB. So it sounds like you definitely hold them in high regard, especially considering your prediction is 3-0 in favor of DOBOB. Subtees, what is your prediction for the series?
Past performance is not indicative of future results, but based on Echo's performance in previous season cups, they might drop a first cup, they start speeding up in second cup, but they usually start winning by the last cup. So I'm just basing off of history and going with Echo with this one, although I do think it's a very close race. I think it's going to be like 3-2 for Echo, but Echo is a team where I feel like I'm seeing it kind of repeat a little bit, where they kind of drop the ball, they're not sure exactly what's going on with the meta, choke a little bit on some of the earlier cups, but then by the last cup and the finals, then they're just max power.
Okay. I'm kind of on the same boat you are, Super Tees. I feel like Echo is one of those teams that tends to bounce back really, really well. And oof, okay. All right, Chan is going against the grain here. I like it. The only that is so funny. Okay. No, I'm with you. I just feel like Echo, they tend to bounce back. They tend to adapt really quickly. DOBOB, they've been such a fun team to watch and to see develop over the course of these last 3 cups. And I think the opposite of Chan is that like my heart tells me DOBOB can win, but my brain is telling me that it'll be Echo. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Every year I feel like every cup, I feel like I'm rooting for DOBOB just because they've been such a fun roster to see grow and develop. But Chan, I love that you're sticking with it. You don't even, it seems like you don't even think Echo can get a single game. You're a 3-0. I mean, that's the only 0 on the screen, and it's yours.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad, putting them on blast like this. I love the guys, but you can't beat the brick wall of Thesia right now. This is his meta. This is a mage playmaking meta, and he is the best playmaker in WoW right now.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get started soon. I do wonder if we have time. We have a predictions leaderboard that we can show real fast. Don't look nervous.
Am I on the
No,
bottom?
you've been doing. I feel like you've been doing well. I think I'm on the bottom.
It got reset, right? It got reset,
yes,
right? Because Chan's
it did.
here.
I think I'm on the bottom. Yeah, see, you're fine. You're
Oh.
fine.
But the coin!
I'm on the bottom.
I'm not
dude.
even. We're all tied with the coin. Wait, we're all 666%. That's a bad omen.
That is a
That's
bad
a bad.
omen.
That is
That's
a
not
bad.
good.
This is a bad omen. The coin is 666. Wait, how is the coin 666? I thought the coin is 50%.
So okay, so for that, so
Or no,
production
they're
has
flipping
been-
a coin now.
They're flipping an actual coin.
Oh
yeah,
my
they're doing
God.
that. So
We're no better than a coin. None of us.
dude, I'm at the very bottom. You could at least be there with me. So you know, we can lock it in. We can lock it in. All right, let's lock in for this game though. It's game number one. Ooh, they use like the inky black potion or something. The observers here love that. DOBOB versus Echo, game number one. Chan, we've got a mirror on our hands.
FMP mirror, the WAS form coming out to play. Now we haven't seen this one, and I don't think, you know, I'm happy to see them adapt and not stick to the RMP. We'll see what happens this game, but this, you know, this is a big change from Echo. Echo is used to playing their mains, sticking to the RMP, the Warlock, and it's not normal for them to go on the ults. What do you think that's their super?
I think Waz is just tilted on Rogue. I think he's been tweeting about how he's not playing Rogue ever again or something like that. I heard him talking about it on his stream, and he's just kind of giving it up and re-rolling, I thought. But we saw a nice life grip there from the Priest, pulling the mage behind the wall just in time. I like this Vortex on Raikou. It's holding him down while he's pinned in the stun. He's going to have to trigger that Vortex before considering Shimmer. Raikou's playing really aggressive here. Double Shimmer, gets a Polymorph. Tessia is isolated. He barriers. He's pulling back to the pillar. Flappers are getting pressure up on Raikou. Raikou fakes an interrupt. Really trying to prove himself here. Raikou's trying to reclaim that throne as #1 Frost Mage in Europe.
Right now, I mean, Thesia sniping actually a poly on Waz earlier in the game, and right now, DOBOB has all the momentum. You look at the damage meter, Echo is very, very far behind. And that's kind of been the same story as when they played RMP, is they were unable to get setups going, they were always playing from behind, and now they're playing the mirror, but they're behind in momentum, and that's not a good sign of things to come.
No, it's definitely not. And like going toe to toe with Flappers is also a statement because he came off of out of retirement this season, but he has been absolutely tearing it up on this roster. And look at the pressure from that damage that's mounting. We're not even a minute and a half into the game. We've seen some of these games go 10 minutes, and players are getting so critically low in these early stages. A big swap on Waz. Good recovery, but now Raikou is low. Mez trying to stabilize him at the pillar with shifting power from both mages. Counterspell on Tessia. He's not going to be able to shimmer. Raikou's trying to get into an aggressive position. Wall comes down, isolating him. Nice play here. Mez tries to reposition, but he walks into a Dragon's Breath, and oh no. Oh, thank God they didn't overlap right there. It was a trinket from Mez. No panic, ice block. But momentum, as you're saying, is just continuing to build for DOBOB.
Yep, and a lovely ice wall from Thesia. Like I said, always making those plays. Getting a full sheep on Med now. What he did was he ice walled off Med, forcing him to go the other way, and then he played goalie, DBing him, forcing that trinket, and also applying so much pressure. Look at Thesia's positioning. He's always walking towards Med, but he actually has to go into the block first.
Oh, that is a big trade, and he gets Master Spelled. They're both at half, but Flappers is popping Incarnation, but Tessia is getting crit. Big hits there. Relza recovers. Close call, but Echo easily put themselves back in the game. Raikou gets gripped out of there by Meh. Tells him he can't play around with that Incarnation. He cannot pet the cat right now. It's massive damage. Flappers gets a bash. Tessia is in position. He can't fake the Skull Bash, but he's still got a Dragon's Breath, but now he's in a Maim Stun. Waz is getting good crowd control on Tessia here, shutting him down on his push, preventing their attack. He's got to be a bit concerned, though. He gets caught in a stun for a moment. Big swap on Waz. He trades out the Survival Instincts. Now they're swapping back on Flappers, possibly cleaving him down. Waz looking for Cyclones, trying to find some peels. He finds now Flappers actually finds a Cyclone on Raikou at low health. Can they manage to chain that? Tessia gets feared away by Meh. Another Polymorph attempt. He actually gets the Polymorph with no death. Was it on cooldown there? Raikou could be in trouble. So Waz is in a Cyclone. I think this is going to be a block, easily a block. Is there a Master Spell? Looks like they're not really going to go for it, but there's still crowd control on Meh. They swap on Waz. This is a crazy setup from DOBOB. So close to a kill with the wall down, and Waz almost falling there. We're only 3 minutes into this game. Now a big setup on the Tessia. Echo need to bounce back if they want to take this.
And like I said earlier, I'm loving Thesia's positioning, just always standing close to Meh, trying to pressure. And Raikou and Waz, they're feeling like they're dying. They're feeling like they have to pull back sometimes. And the end result of that is because Thesia is so much closer to the enemy healer, they're able to get CC much easier. As I say that though, Raikou was able to snipe a DB Sheep on Relza, forcing his trinket.
Ooh, big push on Tessia. Raikou getting pressured. Waz gets knocked away. Ring of Frost defensively. Nice Cyclones from Flappers. Big bite on Raikou. That was a nice chomp. But it looks like Mez in a good position to recover. Tessia is getting aggressive. As you've been highlighting, Tessia is just constantly pushing the pace. Relz has been getting way more breathing room for most of this game because Tessia is playing so aggressive. Waz getting bleeds up on Flappers. Maybe a swap there. Bleeds up onto Tessia. Swapping back over. Raikou's playing defensive, and it's not normal that we see Echo play so defensive. They just can't maneuver away from this position. Nice Dragon's Breath on the clone from Tessia. Waz getting shut down. Big damage incoming. Now, is this the moment of opportunity? When are they going to get in on top of Meh? It's such a dangerous game. Look at the damage they're exchanging back and forth. They're critically low. Raikou has to get gripped out. Flappers get swapped on. Meh is into Angel Form. Relz is into Angel Form, mirroring each other so effectively at this point, but there is still an Ice Block lead for DOBOB.
That is the Incarn and the Veins from both teams though, so things are going to slow down quite a lot now. But overall, the games, in terms of cooldowns, it's quite equal, but it's clear that DOBOB has all the momentum. Whereas dying as well at the same time.
Big catch on Raikou. Oh, the Vortex. Oh my god, sick place from Flappers. That forces the second block just when you think the damage is going to slow down. Incarn's on cooldown. Icy Veins is on cooldown. Flappers and Tessia find an opportunity to force that last major ice block. And the Guardian Spirit from Mez. This is a big opening. Mana is tied. Waz is sitting through a Cyclone at the moment, but he's catching Flappers on damage. It's really important that Raikou gets his damage picked up. He's almost getting doubled on damage now at the 5-minute mark. He's getting totally destroyed. It could be a Void Shift at any moment if Mez is not careful here. If he gets counterspelled possibly. Looks like they're committing the counterspell on Waz. He's looking for another Cyclone. Nice stun into Cyclone on Flappers. Take the Druid out of the game for a little bit. Raikou's trying to reposition. He's getting aggressive. He blinks on top of Relze. He gets feared, though. He couldn't find the polymorph. Nice fear on Raikou.
Raikou just doesn't have any opportunities this game to get aggressive, and he's just playing to live, and it's just a constant problem. Look at Thesia, he's got precog right now, he's threatening Meh, he's walking forward and just constantly threatening. And the game is just so unplayable from Meh's point of view, because the game is collapsed on top of him, it's too close to him. He has to worry about all these CCs, whereas on Dope, amazing grip from Relza on the Ice Ball, foresight of that.
Oh, big catch on Waz now. Barkskin looks like it should be enough here, but it's a lot of mana if Meh has to spam flash heals for these couple of seconds. Tessia getting pressured. Maybe Echo aren't out of it. Raikou's finally getting into the middle of the map and a little bit further away from Meh, but Flappers fakes an interrupt. I think he's going to be looking for Cyclones. He gets Maim stunned. Big pressure still on Raikou. No blocks remaining. Tessia is getting low as well. A massive exchange of Titans here in the upper bracket of Europe, Chan.
Incarn's coming up in just a few seconds for both Ferals right now. Ice Wall coming down from Thesia. Waz in big trouble. He gets a swap from Meh, so he'll be fine for now, but Incarn's going to get popped by Flappers. Waz is going to counter pressure right now, landing a clone on Flappers Incarn. Lovely play, forces Thesia's block, and now it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game. 6.5 minutes in here. Tessia, he's getting pressure, but nice stun on Raikou. Waz is soloing Tessia at the moment. Dragon's Breath gets dispelled. He's still going for it. Flappers is going for it, but Flappers is low health as well. Massive bite in on Tessia. Relza has to Void Shift. It comes through, but Raikou blinks in. He's finally getting to make a play. Can he get the polymorph out in time? Tessia is so low, and somehow, some way, Echo managed to pull it off. They've been on defense for 6 minutes straight. Like you're saying, Met is screaming that his team can't get anything going, but in the last second, they managed to clutch it out.
This game was a bit tough to look at. I think, you know, the overall momentum was in DOBOB's favor. Echo having signs of life at some moments, but overall, I feel like DOBOB was ahead and had way more opportunities to close out the game. At the end here, obviously, Incarn came up, it was just too much for Relza to deal with, but I can see it going either way. But I will say, great performance by Echo, playing Waz form, bringing out the ult Feral, playing it in the mirror against Thesia.
Yeah.
And actually pulling it off.
I mean, that is a big statement here, and Raikou really wants that crown of #1 mage again. I mean, he's self-proclaimed god if he could give himself an IRL title, so he's got to be holding up to that level of reputation here, and winning a mirror like this is impressive. DOBOB have been playing this comp the entire season, right? Flappers and Relza have a long history together of that Feral Druid Priest synergy from their Jungle Cleave days as well when they were competing at LAN events, and Tessia is one of the MVPs, all-star Frost Mage players as a pickup for this roster. They are looking like a real strong contender, but even despite their early advantage that they had built throughout this, looking evenly matched on mana, when it came down to just that final play, Echo were the ones who were able to clutch it out, close out the game, get the kill, and take a Game 1 victory. Now, do you think there's any possibility of any type of counterplay? Because DOBOB, they're probably not going to change their comp, so this is probably a mirror all the way through, no?
No, this is Game 3 or Game 5 of the same comp, I think. The entire way through. I think it's obvious, based on the last 2 weeks, they're not queuing RMP into FMP. I watch Waz's stream, he's constantly talking about how RMP can't beat FMP, and he's fully convinced himself that Feral is the way forwards. And you can see why. Feral has Incarn, Outlaw Rogue doesn't have a pop. Feral Druid is just going to do much more damage than the Rogue, and when you have a bit of a longer game, it's just, the pressure difference is too much to keep up with.
Okay, so deep into dampening, Feral's going to be a favorite here. Echo have their chance to lock in. We're going to be going to Ashamane's Fall. Interesting that DOBOB don't pick Cage of Carnage, because they have been picking that, and maybe it's their fallback, their last game map, but they've been using Cage to beat Echo almost every time.
I love seeing them pick the Cage of Carnage, to be honest. There's a Z-axis factor in there, Flappers, there's making plays, knocking people around. It is his kind of map. Maybe they just want something a bit more neutral, which is what Ashamane's Fall is. Echo taking the time to pick now. But in the end, I think it's just going to be an FMP pick. They just want to use that time to talk through strategies. what went wrong that game, what they want to do better.
What does it look like? You've been on this team, right? So like, what does Echo look like after they win a game like that, as far as communication?
Well, it depends on how the game went. I can tell you for sure, Raiku's second block, Met was not happy. He was probably crashing out a little bit at Raikou there. Had the GS in there as well. They did have a little bit of an overlap, but it just depends on how the game went, really. The comms can get extremely heated.
Do you think it's a good thing to be like almost like a perfectionist in that sense? Do you think it ever holds Echo back, or do you think that's actually like the secret ingredient of their success?
Well, I think it's because everyone cares. There's so much passion. It's why they've had, the results they've had. They're very competitive, very, very passionate, and it bleeds through. They get emotional, but people forget it 2 minutes later. They work through it, and they're about to lock in here. FMP, I'm calling it.
It's one of the things where you can't take anything personal. Everybody's on the same page, is in alignment with one goal, which is just victory at all costs. I feel like Waz, he wants to be known at, like, down in the history books as like the greatest arena player of all time. He wants to be the greatest arena team of all time, and I know that he prides that on himself and his team a lot. So that's going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. They've been holding that title for a long time consecutively, but it feels like this season is a season where they've been incredibly challenged, and now they're going to be forced out of their comfort zone. And we saw that in North America last season, right, with Peekaboo, when he had to pick up the Feral Druid in order to take on Welcome to the Zhang. Waz is now following a very similar parallel here, switching over to the Feral Druid, taking a Game 1 win, and I feel like he honestly kept his damage toe-to-toe with Flappers. I was really thinking that that was going to be where the difference was Flappers would be able to get significantly more damage than him.
Overall, Echo did do a little bit less damage, but I think that, it averaged out over the course of the game. The start of it was DOBOB all the momentum, getting to go first, and just Echo losing for the first 30 seconds of the game. But they pulled it back, and, the thing is, when it hits dampening, Icy Veins, Incarn, it's anybody's game. It's whoever makes the least mistakes in those crucial moments of the game that is going to come ahead. Let's see if they can pull it off. I did say my heart, it was 3-1 for Echo. Let's see what happens here.
All right. DOBOB 3-0 here. You were really firing on Tessia's ability here, but Waz is looking to prove you wrong with that Feral Druid pickup, I think. He's like, I know Chan's going to pick the other team. I got to really show him up here, I think.
I wonder what they're thinking of this, knowing that I'm watching, and how they're feeling about that, hearing what I said about Raikou. Hopefully he proves me wrong here. He's a fantastic player. I always thought of Raikou as like a fantastic, consistently good player, an efficiency player, whereas Thezia's more of a playmaker. In that last game, he wasn't really able to create any windows, but we'll see as the series progresses. If they slow the game down a lot, I honestly think Raikou can edge ahead.
All right, a game of efficiency for Raikou. Tessia, a game of style and finesse. Is finesse going to be able to beat that type of conservative play here in game number 2, as both Druids just jumping in, immediate Ice Wall gets Mass Dispelled. Incarnation ripped earlier, I think, for Flappers, so his damage should likely scale a little bit further ahead, I believe. Tessia getting pressured, Wall is down, Mez trying to Mass Dispel it. Big cleave on both sides. Barkskin trades for Waz. No Trinket from Waz, so no Trinket, no Barkskin. I do believe that he could be a target in this type of situation in the future. Absolutely.
And one thing I want to critique, actually, from both teams is they get the Angel from the enemy priest, but then they trade Ice Wall just to deny the Massive Spell. I actually think if you're Thesia, you don't trade that Ice Wall for MD in Angel form. You wait for an opportunity to catch someone who has no Trinket and get a cheese kill, because that's Thesia's strength, right? I don't like seeing that from them. I would like to see Thesia, if he wants to win the series, to make some plays with that instead, rather than just trading cooldown for cooldown.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you have to block early and then there's a Massive Spell to threaten, it could be risky too. So, but playing into that game is playing into Raikou's advantage possibly, whereas you're not playing into your style. So let's see if Tessia, the next time Ice Wall becomes available, he can get a couple shifting powers off to reset it. Also, nice setup. Tessia still getting pressured. Raikou's got Blizzard down at the pillar, line of sighting during the polymorph. Now coming back into the middle of the map. Mez getting rooted by Frostbites. Might get a little positional out of line of sight moment there. He's actually getting tangling rooted too. Tessia is chasing him down. Snowdrift, Dragon's Breath. Waz jumps over. He might get stunned as well. He has to shapeshift this Snowdrift. He's shapeshifting. He avoids it. He walls. That was a good call by Waz in that position. But now he's got no Trinket, no survival instincts, and they're constantly poking Waz. They're testing him, I think, on this Feral Druid to see if he's ready for some type of swap in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, he doesn't have Trinket or Barkskin for 30 seconds. He could die in a really quick swap here, especially with the Ice Wall. Here it comes. Blocking Met off, no MD. They go on Waz, but pre-bearing it. Good foresight from Waz, anticipating that swap onto him. But again, in terms of positioning, Raikou was at the middle pillar, whereas Desi is just on top of Met. You hate to see this if you're an Echo fan or Echo viewer. Raikou is just... There's not as much presence as Desi has inside this game.
Ooh, that was a big push of damage here. Nice polymer from Tessia. This is Icy Veins. Incarnation available. Walls are coming down. Doesn't look like Massa. Oh, they've got a Massa spell for it. They can reposition. Incarnation's blaring for both, but Flappers get stunned immediately by Waz. Good shutdown. Raikou is free casting on the corner there. They're jumping in. They catch Waz. He's got a Barkskin Bear. And another overlap of those trinkets. And Tessia, out of nowhere, gets chewed up. And Relza has to void shift in that moment, in that opportunity. And it seems like there is more pressure on Tessia. I feel like DOBOB are spending a lot of time on Waz, whereas Echo are spending way more time on Tessia. I want to see which target ends up ultimately being the better strategy. Met into a bash. Waz a critic low, but he's just hugging that bear form for dear life. Met is out of crowd control and should recover. But here's the opening. Waz no trinket, no skin, big meteor, huge crack of damage. I can't believe it. He's actually managing to survive through this. If they had any crowd control on Meh, that would have immediately been his trinket.
Meh with the Apotheosis there and a lovely double fear to recover Waz. But Tessia is going to block. Oh my god, almost dying there. This game, it seems like Echo has really figured out DOBOB and how to play against Tessia. They played the mirror, they play it a bit slower, and they're just punishing and just PvEing and taking advantage of Tessia's aggression. And he's almost died twice this game, pre-cooldowns.
Yeah, this is looking very rough for DOBOB. Echo have leveled up, and this is what I was talking about in the pregame. Is I just feel like Echo's a team. They might get tossed around in some of the earlier cups, so they're figuring out the meta or strategies of what they want to do. But once you give them a little bit of time to practice and polish up, they just become a shark that just will not be denied here in cup number 3. Waz knows he could be a target here. He's got Heart of the Wild up to make himself durable in Bear. He's in Bear on the stun, but a wall comes in. I don't like this wall. There's no way you're killing a Druid through Bear with Heart up in that situation. And now your threat, that Ice Wall threat's gone, so they're going to switch back on Raikou and just try and train him down with damage because Mez in such a good spot. Tessia can't get there. He's trying to get on top of him here around the corner, but he's so snared. He's trying to move towards Mez. Mez just moves to the other side of the pillars. He's casting Holy Fire and Smite, ramping up damage, resetting that stun, stunning Flappers, taking him out of the match. Bleeds onto 2 target. Meh has a mana advantage. They have a block advantage. They might be even getting the second block here. Tessia is playing a risky game, trying to make a push there, but he's back with his team. Cyclone is healer. Nice shifting power behind the pillar. Oh, but Raikou blinks in around the corner. Double angel form. Unlikely that we see any player die here, but Waz is kind of deep at the moment. Meh still maintains that mana lead, and Echo, man, they're looking so good in game 2.
It is Incarn right now from both Feral Druids, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be a very explosive next 20 seconds. Flappers in a bash, Relza in a stun. Tessia under a lot of fire right now. He still has 1 block. Raikou still has 2. Relza has no swap. The game is only going to go on for 2-3 more minutes before someone is going to die. But Echo this game have been on fire. They're really shutting them down, and they're also... Oh, Waz is in big trouble. He still has swap. Meh still has swap to save him if he needs it. But in terms of damage, in terms of pressure, Echo are back. This is the first time we've seen them in 3 weeks where they actually look like they have a chance at winning.
This is really good for them. At the same time, though, I think they can catch Waz. There's no trinket, no skin, and they have Ice Wall. So I think one good catch on Waz, one overextension, but Raikou in trouble out of nowhere. And Meg gets interrupted into a stun. That's going to be a block. Master Spell coming around the corner from downtown from Relza. Raikou is still low, but they have to reload bleeds. Tessia is in trouble. Could be his block. His second block's out of the way, and I don't think Meh has Master Spell for this, so he's just going to toss damage out here with some Holy Fires on the Flappers. It's a big swap on Flappers. Is he ready? Ice Wall comes down. Big crack of damage here onto Raikou, trying to pressure him during his hypothermia. They've got a couple of seconds before he can block. About 4 more seconds before he can block. Can Flappers manage to tear in? Doesn't look like it. He's got to stop Cyclones with Typhoon. He's trying to get another Cyclone. He gets Waz in a clone. Maybe they can get the second block at least, though, with this push. Matt gets rooted so he can Cyclone, but he gets Counterspelled. That was a nice use of Predatory Swiftness on the Feral Druid. You get an instant cast spell. Use that on the Entangling Roots on Met, so he couldn't run away from a Cyclone, but he's managed to escape now. Oh, he gets caught actually in a Polymer. Big setup on Waz. Is he going to die through Barkskin? Tessia in trouble at the same time. It is a race to the finish right now as Met is coming out of that second of a Polymorph and should be able to pick Waz back up as their HP is equalizing, but the advantage is still mounting in favor of Echo. Tessia has to make a big play.
Incarn's coming right up about now as well. Raikou has 1 block. Tessia no blocks. Relza no swap. This is going to be a wild next minute with this Incarn pop. Flappers pops out on Waz, stuns him, and Waz has no skin, gets maimed. In trouble here, but Met is standing on top to deny the Ice Wall. Has swap ready as well as Trinket. Goes into the Guardian form instead to stabilize. Echo is looking really good this game.
All right, they're so close to it, but they need to stay alive a little bit longer here. They've got 2 targets, Flappers with no trinket, Tessia with no blocks, Relza with no trinket. If Raikou can get in there at all for crowd control, I think it's going to be lights out for DOBOB. Massive damage is crashing in. They catch Flappers. He's out of form. They catch Relza into a maim stun. Waz is ramping for the win. Flappers needs to trade. He's got survival instincts. He's being greedy with it right now. He's so low on health. He's looking for Cyclones. He Cyclones the mage. Raikou trinkets. Maybe they can punish that trinket, but he's still got greater invis. He's still got a block. I really don't see any openings there. Waz has trinket again. They stun Meh to try and make something happen. They get a polymorph. They need to get a major cooldown with this, but Raikou has Icy Veins proc. He's ready to go for massive damage on Tessia. Relza sees it coming. He's got Guardian Spirits. They're just going to Cyclone Tessia, deny some of that healing. Raikou is getting cracked. Dampening is high. Maybe just a huge crit could still win the game for DOBOB, but it definitely looks more like a miracle if they're going to pull this off. Cold Snap comes up in 18 seconds. Can Tessia and his team buy time? Void Shift comes off cooldown right now. Maybe they might actually have a second leash on life. Ice Wall comes through. Raikou gets gripped back to the pillar. They switch over on Waz possibly, but he catches Flappers before the swap can be engaged. Tessia is pulling back to the pillar. They're trying to buy time for Cold Snap. Waz is pushing in, but he has no trinket. He might regret it. He gets feared off into the corner. Flappers into a clone, into a stun. Waz is still getting cut down. Tessia gets pressured. Void Shift has to come through. They overlap, but maybe it doesn't matter. There's no trinket on men. Waz is in trouble. DOBOB make a big mistake, but they still might be able to win this. His renewal comes up in 1 second. Meh. Void Shift's over, saving him in the nick of time, and now I think Echo are back in this to win it.
Now they're going to push until the end of the game. Beautiful stops from Raikou there, peeling to go. Waz sitting bare form just to hang on to DLI for as long as possible. But the game is still not over yet. There's Incarn coming up for both Ferals. I can still see DOBOB pulling this one off.
Oh, they catch Flappers in the stun. No trinket. He's got wall.
Incarn's on Waz. There it is. He pops. See if he can connect though, or if he has to stay there.
Oh, Waz is just ticking down to the bleeds. I can't believe it. DOBOB come back with nothing. Oh my god. And Matt, I think, had Angel form in like a second or something like that. It was like really close to him actually getting to that point. DOBOB. Do we have the audio cue production? I don't know if that's something you can do quickly while you're pulling up the victory skating, but I feel like every time they win, instead of playing the music, we need to play the DOBOB audio file for the crab mount from Battle for Azeroth, because this team is, I heard it there a little bit, he's sneaking in. It's a sneaky DOBOB here for DOBOB. They pull off a win against all odds. Relza has completely 0 mana. Like, just look at the mana situation. He's behind Meh, and look at Meh's Angel. He gets caught in a poly, wall comes down, he trinkets, gets re-polyed on his trinket, and he's like 4 seconds away. He's literally like 4 seconds away, 1 second away from Angel. He's so close to just being immune to all of that and being able to top him off. So Tessia with this wall, I think, right? Like, maybe was it Raikou's wall actually? Did Raikou's own wall? Maybe he could have walled Meh off from Tessia or something so he could sheep him. I don't know. Like that sheep lost the game. If they had any way to stop that sheep.
Gave me a little PTSD on this map with Raikou's wall. Last season he ice-walled the enemy team and almost saved them. But this time Waz falling, and with the Incarn and dampening, this is 43% dampening, 8 minutes into the game. Flappers pops on Waz with a quarter DR stun, but it's enough. He gets a bleeds up. Waz tries to live with the frenzies, and it's just too much damage at that point. This game was weird. Echo was actually ahead on damage. Waz was, farming Flappers on damage, but towards the second half of the game, it flipped on its head, and DOBOB started pulling ahead. Thezia obviously behind, but Flappers just a monster with damage this game. And you saw when it gets to dampening, it's so hard to heal. You fall behind, you get put into a half sheep, and it's enough to close out the game.
It just feels like even if you have a big advantage in the first 2 minutes, the other team can still have a chance if they survive. If they can get deep enough in dampening, even if you get 2 blocks, you just have to live just long enough, get to the 6 to 7 minute mark, and you're still going to have a shot here. So both teams opting for more big neutral maps with Enigma Crucible here for Echo, and they've gone head to head on this map before, I feel like many times, and it's always been very flashy from Tessia in that regard. And it's interesting that Raikou is kind of forced to adopt some stylish plays. Like, he's playing the Ice Wall. Like before, I feel like he was a bit reluctant to pick up any type of like Snowdrift tech or Ice Wall tech to try and play that game with Tessia, but it seems like you really need to with the Holy Priest in order to get net some early kills. But obviously the priests are adapting with these life grips that you called out in that last game. Like, I think it was 2 life grips throughout the whole game, one from each team. They see Ice Wall getting cast, they're like, all right, who's overextended? That guy, yoink, you're not getting walled off. We're not losing the game like that. So teams are evolving, they're adapting. Echo and DOBOB still look really evenly matched here. We're tied 1-1 apiece, and this is a series I think that could go the distance after observing this. Like, this could go to a game 5 of mirrors. Who's going to advance to face off against Overload? It's a very important series for both teams as far as seeding. I think there might be a little bit more on the line for Echo, though, because if they lose 2 series in a row, they will be in a tiebreaker situation for top 3. So they cannot really afford to lose this series or 2 in a row. They'd much rather just win this, secure their spot, and be a little bit more comfy, than lose this series and potentially lose their spot.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to, pivot to the map pick as well, Enigma Crucible from DOBOB. I have some criticisms regarding this map pick if you're DOBOB. I do think Thezia's strength is not that efficiency playstyle. It's more about making plays, getting on top of the enemy healer. So why have we picked a map that is, quite large and giving Met that space? Don't you want to pick maybe Hook Point, Dalaran, Cage of Carnage, and getting on top of Met and playing his style of the game? I feel like this is good for Raikou. I feel like Echo likes this.
This was Echo's pick, wasn't it?
Was this Echo's pick? No.
I think DOBOB just won by the skin of their teeth, so Echo would have picked the map.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so this is Echo's pick then. That's good for Echo. They want to play a slower game. They want the 12 Veer. They want the big map and to slow down the game and not let Thezia play on top of them. If it's a big map, Rel's is going to have to cross. He's going to get exposed, and it's going to be a harder game for him.
All right, Echo looking to play a conservative game here. Game number 3, we're all tied up. Frozen Orbs just lobbed across the battlefield. Both Rake Stuns, both Chats, they're exactly mirroring each other as far as crowd control. What a crazy opener. Like the exact same globals. Ice Wall comes down, possibly here from Raikou. He holds it for a second, it looks like. Actually, no, he committed. Just gets Mass Dispelled immediately. Raikou gets counterspelled. Now a wall down for Tessia. They're doing the same exchange, like you mentioned, the walls on the Angel. But you really think Tessia would be more favored to save that for a little bit later to try and clutch out a kill with it. At least now they don't have the threat of a Mass Dispel because, oh my god, the damage on the Mage is quite remarkable. Guardian Spirit for Relza, which means Met is still holding on to his. They're buying time with barriers, and still it seems like Echo are building an advantage early on.
Yep, and so far in this game, nothing has really happened. They've traded out the Angel, they traded out the Guardian on Relza's side just to combat the Veins, the Incarn push. Flappers, though, using this trinket, so I would like to see Raikou look for an opportunity where we go for an Ice Wall, maybe force his skin first, and try to cheese kill him like that. Raikou, we haven't seen that kind of Ice Wall play from him yet, though, but I do want to see him go for that and try to make a play.
Raikou's actually playing Snowdrift now, too. He doesn't typically play that. I think he plays the Master Shepherd for that extra versatility during Polymorph, but he actually got a Snowdrift stun on Relza. So it's possible that Raikou's going to play really aggressive here and try and match the stylistic plays of Tessia in Game 3. And if he can outdo him, then they're going to look really strong in the series, but he got interrupted for a moment. Relza is managing to avoid crowd control at the pillar. You just see him bobbing left and right there at the pillar. Line of sighting, looking to reset a stun. He resets it with the smite, stuns Meh. Raikou gets cloned. Waz could be the target here. They got Medallion and Skin. Waz overlaps those a lot.
He does, but he does a fantastic job as well, shutting down the push onto Met. Thezia was trying to sneak around with that Snowdrift constantly onto Met. Met doing a perfect job 180 lining him. Gets the Blink DB. Waz comes in and shuts it down. So Waz also playing, very good bodyguard from Met in this game. Just trying to stay ahead on momentum.
Oh, the Vortex! That was insane! That was insane! But Tessia dies on his own wall? We have to clip that. That was crazy. He vortexed the life grip, so he got pulled back through the wall. But then Tessia almost died on the play. Now Raikou is just dead. He has to block. They switch back on Waz. It's an explosion of damage during these icy veins. It's so crazy. Full clone on Rel is a big opportunity for Echo. That's going to be a block from Tessia. And we're just so evenly matched. Met is slightly ahead with the medallion, but he might have to blow it here if they get a crowd control off of this stun. They're not going to get it. Angel forms are out. Defensive Ring of Frost from Tessia on Waz to slow down the game during that exchange. Master Spell on the wall, going to be removing that. Raiku's getting bit here by Flappers. He's really tearing in. They swap back. Try and get a stun possibly here. Yeah, stun on Flappers. Got his trinket. Stun his trinket into a clone. Waz is not able to get the clone just yet. Flappers able to avoid it, but Flappers is just dying. He's got cooldowns. Rels isn't a stun. He needs to trade. He's so greedy. He's so greedy. He's so greedy. Why is he so greedy? He's survival instincts at like 20% health here. Tessia is low, and Echo are running away with this game right now. Second ice block. Snowdrift. Raiku's on top of Relsa. Does he have fade? He frost novas him. He can't get the Snowdrift stun, but Tessia is still just dead. Finally, a big heal comes through for Relza, but Echo built a huge advantage with that.
There is such a big pressure difference in this game. Echo ramping up game after game, improving so much in this mirror as they play it. You know, Relza's almost out of cooldowns. He still has swap, but they have no blocks left. Flappers has no trinket. Raikou still has one block, and Echo are looking very, very good. And I also love what, the way that Waz is playing in this game. He's just constantly going on Flappers on every stun, denying him when he pops his Incarn. And just, honestly, I feel like in this game at least, Waz is using Incarn better than Flappers is.
Okay, let's see if he can. Maybe that comes with playing a rogue, right? Aligning your cooldowns, whereas Flappers just focus on raw damage. Oh my god, that raw damage is paying off right now on Raikou as he's barely able to escape. Tessie is in a stun, no blocks remain. Relza has to be this saving grace for his team as Raikou restabilizes. Meh is moving, looking like he wants to move across the map right now. He's in midfield. Tessia is taking a lot of damage, but Waz is falling behind a bit. He catches Flappers in a stun, forcing his Bark Skin. Raiku's on top of Relza. Good position to try and push, but Skull Bashes are denying a lot from the mages. Waz gets Cyclone from Flappers. It's a big opportunity for them to get the second block from Raikou here. He barriers it, denying it. It looks like he'll recover. Tessia in trouble. Relza's in a tough spot. Raiku's right next to him to harass him with Polymorph. They have to force Raikou away. They managed to do so, but now Tessia is falling behind. Relza into Angel Form. Meh is likely going to go into Angel Form. It's 2 seconds away. He's trying to greet it out. Wall comes down. They catch Flappers. They get rid of the wall. Flappers survives with the Bark Skin. Relza actually trinkets the Poly to get a Stun Fear here. Relza's playing really aggressive in this position. Stun Fear and Poly. Oh, so it's just a Stun Poly. I think they're going to get blocked, but I don't think they have Mass Dispel. They use it on the wall. They need to get blocked from Raikou. I cannot believe they don't get a block or a trinket with a full Polymorph. That's really bad right now for DOBOB.
Yeah, and Echo is just pulling further and further ahead. Flappers popping the Incarn now, Waz as well, but the problem is Desi has no block. This is going to be lethal for them. It's going to force the swap.
Oh, no block! You predicted it! You predicted it! The pre-block.
I mean, it had to happen, right? But such a shame because this game was going in Echo's favor big time. They were ahead on pressure, they were forcing block with just Veins, and then they have the Incarn afterwards, forcing Angel without popping Incarn, and then they have it right afterwards. And, like I said earlier, this series is not what I was expecting going in today. I thought DOBOB was going to clean sweep 3-0, but Echo is just leveling up game after game, just getting better and better. And also, I want to say again, I love seeing that Waz is picking up his Feral and playing his Feral, instead of sticking to the Rogue. I know Echo, they love to stick to their mains, even when they lose. There's a big ego thing. Raikou just exploding there from Thesia, I think.
It's a huge shatter, and I don't think he's on Hypo.
I can tell you,
Snap, that's a long time away.
Met is not happy about this one.
He's standing right next to him, right? Look at them. They're just like standing right next to each other. There's no CC. Tessia just kills him with damage. Just boop. Instant Frostfire Bolt. Flappers isn't even there. I think Matt was probably telling him you're fine because he stuns a Feral Druid. It's literally just Tessia. And this is what I mean. These games go 10 minutes, but you can just die. It doesn't. It goes 10 minutes because they're so insane at the game in a lot of cases. But you can just die in this type of situation. Make the wrong call. Like Raikou DBs the Feral. Feral's not hitting him. It's like you should be fine. Tessia's like, you're not fine if I'm in the game. Not fine if I'm in the game, bro. Just solos Raikou right in midfield, right in front of his healer's face. Just by himself right there.
Right now, Holy Priest is for sure the meta healer. It's the best healer in the game. Everyone's playing it, Mage Priest. But the one thing about Holy Priest is you don't necessarily have that damage reduction, like Pain Suppression, Iron Block, Earth Shield from Resto Shaman, to slow down the damage. It's very spiky, and in return, you also have a lot of burst healing. So it's not uncommon in these Mage Priest mirrors for the Mage to die pre-block, because your healer's not in CC, you're at 40% health, and you explode inside a second. If you block, what if you overlap?
It's a risky gamble. It's a very difficult matchup to be put in at the moment. It's also a completely different meta. But at the same time, I feel like Relza and Met have so much experience on Priest that they're pretty used to this. They're pretty accustomed to this type of situation. And it feels like Echo, they have a lot of their losses off of a situation like this. I feel like last week it was like line of sight. Raiku's like a little bit out of line of sight on hook point. And they go down, or a situation like this where they have obvious cooldowns that they can trade, but they just don't expect the damage in a certain situation. And it was Tessia in those final moments. To be fair, Flappers had a full load of bleeds. He procced a big win or two at that same second. It looks like he got a couple chomps in before he got knocked back by Raikou. But it's just not expecting to die. They're probably tracking the cooldowns. So like, hey, it's not Veins, it's not Incarn. I knocked the Feral, you should be fine. They're trying to make those calculations. But then Tessia just had an instant Frostfire Bolt proc. So because he had the Frostfire Bolt proc, you could get a big shatter and get a kill in a situation where they were in the lead. And now it's 2 games, right? Your Echo, it feels like you're winning the game, you're building your advantage, and you've lost now twice. So does the tilt set in? Is this going to be spiraling out of control, or can Echo keep their composure?
The thing is sometimes with Echo is they're not used to losing, not at all. Even not clean sweeping a series is not a good feeling for Echo. They're used to being the kings of Europe. They're not happy when they lose. So maybe tilt could come into play here. But I think if they keep level-headed, they keep their cool, and they keep playing the way they've been playing, and just keep getting better, they can still win this. They can still win 3-2. Because that last game, it was the Echo show, right? They were driving the car, and DOBOB were just, struggling to survive, just constantly on the back foot. And we'll see in this game, are they going to tilt? Are they going to crash out? Or are they going to keep their head cool? And they are veterans. I have faith in them. I'd love to see them play it out to Game 5.
All right, it's match point here. Echo may be sent to the lower bracket, and if they lose 2 series, we're going to have to go into a tiebreaker series situation to decide the top 3 for Europe, and it's possible that Echo don't even get into the guaranteed top 3, so they really need a win in at least one series today, and now backs against the wall. They built lead and advantage throughout every game in the series. They just can't close out the game. It's just one little blunder, and it costs them. Massive crits are incoming on both TENSEI and Waz. It's a huge exchange in the opener when Icy Veins and Incarnation are active, those blue icons that have glowing borders. That means that ability is active and it enhances the damage of a mage by a tremendous amount. That's why we see the HP so spiky. Just you see a full health bar and then a 10% health bar, and then back to full, and then they're back down to 10. It's a scary opener, but they've managed to navigate through it pretty effectively. Mana Polymorph still for a second, but it looks like they should restabilize. Nice knockback, putting Raikou in the open. Meh sees that, he pulls him back, but this is what we were talking about game 1. Meh and Raikou are standing on top of each other. And if they're playing too close, it could be very detrimental, but maybe not. They catch TENSEI. What is that?
Swap.
Disgusting damage. They save him, but Waz now gets swapped. It's match point. Meh gets stunned. Waz is low. Raikou is low. Out of nowhere, Meh manages to recover. Both players, Meh is repositioning. He knows he can't be anywhere near that exchange, but then a wall comes down, and they have to use Mass Dispel on the wall, so TENSEI is looking to punish. If they spread, he'll get walled off. If they stack, they're going to get cleaved and CC'd. Meteor's incoming. Flapper's sitting through a stun. Waz like cycloning out of these stuns, so I think he's going to cyclone out of the main stun, take the Feral Druid out, limit his globals, make him have to refresh bleeds and not spend time looking for stuns. TENSEI takes some big hits here, and it looks like Flappers is pushing in. Getting damage on Raikou, trying to punish him for pushing towards Relza, but TENSEI gets feared into the corner on his Snowdrift from Meh into a Maim stun. Waz dodges the stun by shapeshifting. He catches Flappers in a bash with no trinket, but I think they still want TENSEI here. Raikou takes a big crit from TENSEI. You gotta have your eyes glued, man. Just like one big shatter, one Frostfire Bolt crit here, and anybody can go down.
That's the thing about these Mage Mirrors is the burst, especially with Veins, is just so insane. To touch on what you said earlier, I absolutely love how Waz is playing this matchup. He's getting those stuns on Flappers, getting clones off it, and so far Flappers has only got 1 clone on Waz, but Waz has gotten 2 or 3 on him. So in terms of pressure, I mean, you look at the damage meter, Waz is cooking on this Feral, and the form is looking good. The form is looking great. If they can keep this gameplay up, they don't trick their cooldowns, I can see Damp being very good to Echo. There's he's fine.
I mean, he's dying through. Okay. We can breathe a little bit. It's just anytime I'm looking at, oh no, a counter spell. Flappers is still low. I think it's a block. But Raiku's mind controlled. Rel's a mind control. He just has to block. He has to block anyways, even with the mind control. When he was locked on Holy there, it gets caught in a polymorph. Flappers could be in trouble. He gets interrupted from Waz. He's getting stuns here, but he bear forms. Nice bear form from Flappers. Back into Cat, looking to get on target here. Ice walls are coming down. Meh repositions. TENSEI is still in trouble. I think he's on hypothermia for a few more moments. So down a block, down your trinket on your Holy Priest. Waz is jumping in. That could be it. I think he's on hypothermia. I think that's... Is he on hypo still, though? Oh, and he goes down. Echo, bring it to game 5. I would need a replay to see exactly if it was on hypo, because I think it must have been like a millisecond if it was. Still active on him there in that moment, but okay. Echo come back. They clean things up, and they meet aggression with aggression here. They're taking it to a game 5. They're not going to let DOBOB run them over. And now if you're CHIBAKU, like Echo were cheering for CHIBAKU to lose. Now CHIBAKU are like DOBOB, please DOBOB.
I mean, this game was fantastic from Echo, forcing Relza's life swap in the opener. Obviously Dezia should block here instead of getting the life swap, but for momentum, they wanted to life swap first, or maybe he was just too low and caught on global. But that ends up biting them in the end here. And Relza, look, gets bashed into clone by Waz, and they connect onto Dezia. Beautiful, Waz seeing that. And I want to say, I think Waz carries this game, specifically. He is honestly playing better than Flappers. He's getting more clones on Flappers, he's pushing for CC on the healer, and connecting at the right times. And like I said, the form is looking fantastic, and as much as I hate to say it, Waz Feral's great! Waz Feral is great!
What? Did Waz make fun of one of your alts at some point in your competitive career?
He does not like my DK, yeah, so.
As much as I hate to say it, Waz is looking good on the Feral. A little bit.
He's playing it like
animosity.
a rogue, It's lovely to see. He's playing it like a rogue, getting the control off. Look at this. Full clone on Flappers, and then he goes for the push. And Flappers can't stop him. He's in a clone. What's he gonna do? Lines the CS. He doesn't even have it. Next.
Yeah, was faked. I think was faked the counter spell, got the clone on Flappers, then jumped over, bash cloned, and killed him while he was on hypo. So yeah, was top of the damage meter and getting CC. Really good game for him here in game number 4. Looking to be on point to get his team into the to a safe, comfy top 3 position, hopefully. But it's game 5, and it's DOBOB's pick. Pick the cage. Pick the cage. It's time to bring the kitties into the cage. Bring the kitties into the cage and see them duke it out here. Please, DOBOB, do not back down. It's worked every time for you. They're not doing it.
Okay, and insta-lock mirror as well. So, you know, this is a kind of more Thesia style map, but as much as Thesia is a playmaker, so is Waz. And last game that showed. So even though, you know, I do think that this is a better map for DOBOB than it is for Echo, I can see it going either way. It's going to be a very bloody game.
Okay, hook point, small map, bringing aggression, but Waz he's matching the crowd control. I feel like Flapper, like it's interesting. I wonder what like Flappers and Raikou together, because they're kind of just like raw output, whereas Waz seems to be a little bit more stylistic on Feral Druid, trying to pick his moment. So you got like this interesting mesh where the Mage on DOBOB is a little bit more flashy, but maybe the Feral on Echo is a little bit more flashy, and seeing which kind of edges ahead and how that balances out between the teams. And I feel like Relza and Meta are just equally matched. They're very equally matched. On the Holy Priest. It's kind of a stylistic difference between the Ferals and the Mages going head to head. But this series is always just lightning to see between Echo and DOBOB. They're looking so strong against each other in this meta. Echo have adopted the Feral Druid, and they're matching Flappers in what feels like a week, you know, less than a week. And I don't think Feral Druid is an easy spec to pick up. Like, I think Feral Druid, if you've never played it before, never touched it before, it can take you a long time to pick up and play at the most optimal level. You just have so many resources you're managing, your combo points. When do you need to go into bear form? How are you using your instant predatory swiftness procs? Are you using them effectively to heal a root? Are you where are your stuns going? How are your DRs being tracked? Are you faking interrupts while also not dying, while also maximizing your damage? I feel like Feral Druid has to make so many calculations, but Waz is doing a very good job in this matchup. But it's hook point. It's a small map and it is hectic.
And you know, to touch on Waz on the Feral, you know, I played with him in Kata when he was just starting off on the Feral. I can tell you it was not a good, it was a bit of a bumpy ride, but he's been getting better at it. And, you know, a small little insight into Echo is that Meh thinks that Waz's Feral is just not bad enough. It's good enough to play in the mirror. So he has Meh's vote of confidence as well, which is nice. Waz form showing us the goods this game, and hopefully in this last game we can put on a good show for us.
Yeah, otherwise it's lower bracket, and I can't remember who they face, where they flip on the lower bracket with who they face. Given that nap time is down there already, I think it would. They fight it locked in, and yes, they lost locked in.
Exactly.
Oh my god! If Echo lose here, if Echo lose here, oh my god!
This could be a tiebreaker.
And your prediction is right. Your prediction is right, and they'll have to face Locked In, who beat them last week, and then it knocks them into a tiebreaker series. Yes. This could be a crazy domino effect for Echo if DOBOB win this game. DOBOB could pull off one of the biggest upsets in the European region, probably AWC history, if they put Echo in a position where they're not guaranteed a top 3.
You know, Echo has been third before going into a finals, but they've never gone into a gauntlet. And last week they had a bit of a, a huge mental boom into Locked In. You know, if they lose here, 2-3 when it's so close, and they have to face Locked In again, I'm scared for the boys. I'm terrified for them.
All right, gates are open. There's no turning back. It's game 5 after game 5. This is going to be an epic weekend. You do not want to miss any of these matches. Qualifications on the line. Egos being destroyed here for the top dogs, getting a run for their money from newcomer rosters and newly formed teams this season around. As we see the veins pop for both sides, Tessia is getting cracked but recovers. Relza with immediate reaction time to heal that type of damage. And the same towards Meh, but Meh's into a bash. Flappers is engaging crowd control first. Tessia gets knocked. He looks for a polymorph. He can't fake the interrupt. He's got a barrier, get back in line of sight of Relza. He blinks forward. Raikou is trying to avoid the meteor. He gets away from it. Here comes the Snowdrift, but Tessia is getting pressure. Here comes the Snowdrift from Raikou. They're matching Snowdrift for Snowdrift. Which mage is going to fall first? Who's going to have to trade here? Raikou plays a risky game, but both priests decide to use their trinkets first to recover through the opener.
I mean, Tessia making plays, goes for the DB, the Snowdrift, fakes the poly kick from Waz, lands a full poly, getting his trinket out that way. But one thing is that Tessia is really struggling in this game to, be his former self, where he's just constantly on top of Meh, constantly getting CC. And a part of that reason is because Echo is doing a fantastic job playing bodyguard. Raikou, Waz, always covering for Meh when they can. And Tessia's not able to get ahead, and make them choke under the pressure.
He's gotten 2 polymorphs in a minute this game, off DR basically. Ice Wall comes down, but Raikou is there, and he gets back around the corner. Should be able to recover. I like that TENSEI is using the wall to shifting power before he cancels it, so he doesn't get interrupted. Shifting power is such a critical ability to fully channel. Flappers is also playing more aggressively, but Raikou is there. He gets stunned up, and now Waz is there. Great, and they knock him behind the pillar. Oh, the wall. Is that good? Is it that good? Raikou. I don't even think they need it. I don't think they need that. It did not seem necessary. TENSEI is actually caught here as well in the back of this fence. He's able to escape back in the middle. Waz, no trinket. Not finding any opportunities. They're going to cyclone him. I feel like Flappers has realized like he's going to have to crowd control more. Like Waz is getting the better of him in that regard from the last game.
Absolutely, and you know, in the Tigers Peak game, Waz was having a field day with Flappers, just constantly stun cloning him over and over again, and doing on his Incarn as well, shutting down that massive cooldown. If Flappers can do that to Waz, Raikou has to block.
Okay, big play. Still no trinket. Still no trinket.
Volley?
Master spell. Does he get another one? Need a clone. Clone. He's
Yes,
oh my god,
yes.
Echo, are you going to the lower bracket? Are you going to the lower bracket? Echo had so much damage. He's in Angel. He's pulling him back up. I think he should stabilize here. He's back to full shifting power, resetting. He recovers, but it's, I mean, you don't want it to be that close. Flappers gets knocked behind the pillar. Massive catch by Echo. Massive catch. And I think they're in the top 3.
Waz form.
I think that's it. Waz form with the Typhoons
him
just
behind the pillar.
out finessing Flappers twice, right? He got the knock where Raikou kind of whiffed the wall. If he got a wall, that could have been sick. The knock earlier and then the knock at the end. Yeah, Waz definitely... Waz leveled up here for this series. He prepared the Pharaoh Druid. He came to play. DOBOB are in the lower bracket. CHIBAKU are sad pandas. They're not going to get their tiebreaker. They're going to have to battle it out in the gauntlet, I believe. Although I think maybe I'm trying to think if there's any other teams that might be able to play any type of spoiler, maybe for DOBOB's position. But I think it's probably unlikely. So it's more about the newcomers in the lower bracket now getting their gauntlet positions, right? It's about nap time securing their gauntlet position or the super duper gamers. But this was such a good catch. That was such a good catch. Right off the back foot of almost dying here on Raikou. Waz just sees his opportunity. He sees Flappers. He's like, yo, Flappers, you looking kind of nice on that Druid there. I'm about to be stunning you and knocking you behind the pillar here. So he gets a kick, stun, boops him into the on his life grip. He got life grip there. He booped the life grip. He would have got pulled out. And then he just dies because of it. Oh my god. We're also so sad.
Going back though, Waz form is looking super good. Look, it's Flappers Incarn, right? It's Waz's Incarn as well, but he shuts Flappers down here. And this is the kind of thing that is so important to do. Incarn is such a big cooldown. You just get so much pressure with it. He, of course, ends up getting the kill because of it, but a lovely game sense from Waz. I love to see it. Pops damage, completely carries. Carried the game before as well. And Waz form, TJ, watch out.
Looking forward to the twit longer to apologize to your former teammates, Chan.
I'm happy for them. It sucked to see them lose in Cup 1. Cup 2 was honestly a bit humiliating. To see them come back and beat the team, Thezia, that is always just giving them a hard time. Good work. Put in the work. Effort showed, and it was good to see.
What's their pride? Just out of curiosity, knowing kind of where they started and how they just were able to win that series. What do you feel like the work looked like to prepare for this series between the last 2 cups and now? Like, how do you feel like they worked through that issue?
I think they were kind of on the RMP cope, thinking RMP was the best comp. They're the best RMP. They're just gonna play through that and make that work. Quickly realized, hey, wait, Feral Druids are actually just harder to deal with than Rogues. And after Cup 2, it's, their back is against the wall. Echo cannot be going into the gauntlet, right? Going in 3rd, whatever. 2nd, not great. But you can't be going into the gauntlet. And so Echo realized for Cup 3, we have to win. We need to just play FMP. We need to mirror these teams that are beating us as it. And we need to play better than them. And Waz, one of the greatest players of all time. I hate to say that, but it's true. He's showing it on his Feral Druid.
Yeah. No, I think that's totally fair. I think that's why a team like Echo, no matter how poorly they may be doing in the standings compared to how we normally expect them to do, this is never a team that you want to count out. They were able to make it work, and they are up here in the upper bracket still. So they'll be facing off against Overload, the team that won Cup #1 here in this War Within Season 2. So very, very excited for that series. But what a day it has been so far. I feel like it's just been a day of upsets. I'm going to count that one also as an upset. Echo beating DOBOB. I think a lot of people...
Echo is an upset?
I think it
you just said.
was. I really think it was. Thank you, Chan. I'm sure people think I'm insane right now, but I mean, this is a team that they just have not been locked in this season, and they just flipped a switch and they made it work. You know, DOBOB has had an incredible first season playing as a roster together. So, you know, Beta, I don't think they were an underdog by any means, but I think a lot of people definitely didn't expect them to win that one. So I'm happy for them. Sorry if I'm being controversial here, but we're gonna be seeing them play on Championship Sunday. But let's talk about that next series. We can see it down there in the lower bracket. We've got 2 more series left, so that means we have 2 more teams to knock out of the tournament Super Tees. We've got Nap Time, the team that almost beat Overload. They were so close. We've got Super Duper Gamers, the team that is just 1 win away from getting back up into that gauntlet. So both of these teams, I feel like, have so much on the line, and they've got a lot to prove, Sid.
Do we have the leaderboard for the standings? Like, is it guaranteed Nap Time are out if they win this, or is it a tiebreaker? Like, I just need the math here. So right now, Super Duper, if they win, they get 20, so they'll be tied, right? And then they have to win again, and then they have to win again, and then they're locked in. But it'll still be a tie for 8th. I think no matter what, there's a tie.
There's a lot of tiebreaker situations. We'll have to work through it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If they... Oh, maybe if Super Duper win a lot, I don't think there's a tie. But if they only win like 1 or something like that, I think that there's a lot of ties. It's top 8 is not guaranteed.
Definitely not. You know, it's this time of year when we're kind of nearing the last couple of moments for these teams to get locked into either the top 3 or into the gauntlet, that it can get really complicated. So we'll certainly keep everybody posted on kind of how this is going, how the standings are going. But remember, the teams want to be in the top 3. That will give them a ticket to the global finals at the end of May. If not, it's the next 5 teams after that will get sent to the gauntlet. And that is a very scary place to be. Only 1 team from each region will make it out alive from that. So that being said, we're going to go to a break. Before we do that, Chan, we have our first game that you get to play with us. Are you excited?
Sure.
I'm gonna take the lead.
Sure.
That sounded just like he's like, wait, hold on. I thought we were here to cast. No, we're gonna play some games in the meantime. We're just doing this, give the team a little bit of a break and have some fun in the meantime. So if you're watching from home, play along in chat. This is called Picture This. So basically, Jen, we're gonna be looking at some emojis and try to figure out what is referring to. So it could be a PvP term, it could be a person, it could be a map.
All right.
This is Runes of Lordaeron.
There's an arrow with 4 tombstones.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong, actually.
Oh, I know what it is. What it is.
What is it?
It's an arena team. It's
okay.
Left 4 dead.
Oh, that was
terrible.
so... Wow, that was so fast. That was so good.
Sometimes I'm quick, okay?
That
Sometimes
was
I'm
nice. Yeah, okay. Would you have gotten that one, Chan?
Maybe.
You can lie. It's okay. Nobody can tell you.
So
Nobody can
Sid
tell
has
you
this
you're
one.
wrong up here. Okay.
Sid's rank 1 at this game.
He is.
I don't know about that. Wait till the next
good.
one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait till okay.
Oh my God.
Just kidding. Sorry.
Now I'm gonna have to get rank 1. Now I'm going to come back.
All right, let's check out the next one. Spells and abilities.
Spells and abilities.
Ghost,
The
star, and what is that?
Oh.
a dog bowl.
It looks like a hole or something.
Spirit of the
Hole in one?
Redeemer. Is that the name of the Spirit of the
Spells and
Redeemer?
abilities. Ghost.
It's like you die, but then you turn into a bowl.
Ghost. Starry hole.
I don't know what the
Wait.
last one even represents.
Is that a golf hole or
that's
is
a
it a
golf
bowl?
hole.
I think it's a...
Hole in one.
Okay. Well, what are the other ones have to do?
Is it that totem that reses you?
I don't even know what that
Shaman?
Ankh Totem?
Yeah.
Is it
I
Ankh
think-
Totem?
or-
What?
I can't remember what it's called because no one ever plays it. I don't
Ankh
think anyone's
Totem.
ever played. Maybe one time it got played in PvP. Celestial Conduit.
The ghost is
Is that
throwing
even
me
an
off.
ability?
Hmm.
Like, what is this? What does this starry sky have to do with anything?
It makes me think
Why
it's
does
like a
the-
I
boomkin
don't-
spell.
Yeah, but like it was a boomkin.
The boomkin.
What is the? Yeah, but why is this ghost? Is a dead boomkin, and then
Spirit?
is he just like
Ghost?
What's the Boomkin res called?
ghost wolf? Like it's a dog collar maybe or something? I don't know.
I think there'd be a dog and a ghost if it was Ghost Wolf.
Why is the tongue sticking out? Is that,
Okay,
is that even relevant?
We have
to
a
what it
hint.
is?
We have a hint. Chan, it's a warlock ability.
What?
What?
Is it gateway? I don't know.
Soul?
Is it soulstone?
Wha-
Wait, is it soulstone?
Fell domination?
I'm CC'd by the stars in the middle. What does that mean?
Yeah. I don't know.
Warlock with stars. Like what? Stars. Soulstone?
The-
Demonic gateway? Demonic circle? Let's just name warlock ability. Just name warlock
I
ability.
feel like soulstone
Fear.
makes
I'm
sense.
retired. I forgot.
I'm
Demonic Gateway?
I don't think that's it. What is it? A demo warlock, an affliction
Is it
warlock,
portal?
or a
Is it,
Destro warlock?
is it lock claws? No, that doesn't make any sense.
What in the
Haunt.
The middle one's
No.
huh?
A haunt would make sense. It's a
It's
ghost.
but
Yeah. Soul rot.
we need some help, chat.
Malefic rapture. I'm just throwing out names now. Corruption, agony,
There's a hole at
curse
the
of
end,
weakness.
so it's gotta be like.
Curse of tongues, because his tongue is out.
Yeah, that's a reach.
I don't know. There's a tongue
Please don't tell me
emoji.
it's not.
It's definitely not. I think it's soul something.
Chaos bolt. How is this so hard?
I don't know. I've given up. I don't think
Can
if
you
the
get a clue
if
what
the
that
lock
is at the
if,
end?
the, if I'm heading to the opera soon. What?
What does that have to do with guessing this? Or are you just going to leave us here forever and we have
Phantom?
to just sit here until we get it
Is
right?
it Phantom something?
Phantom singularity.
Oh!
How?
woo!
No, it can't be.
Oh.
Wait. No,
Oh.
it's not.
Okay, I'm so excited.
Well,
What?
Yeah, it is.
Woo!
It's a ghost. It's Phantom. It's Danny Phantom.
Okay, but what is the hole?
I don't know what the hole is.
Space plus hole equals black hole equals singular.
That's rigged.
What is this, physics class?
Oh
What
my
the heck?
god. Black
I would have
hole?
never guessed that.
Oh my. Did anyone in the chat guess that? Like, is there a single person? You should give them like 10,000 channel points.
No, nobody guessed it. Actually, there's a few. There's a few. Shout out to the few
We
that
do a
I
little
see you
bit.
in there.
I'm a WoW player, not an astronomist, okay? What even is a black hole? Like, Ursul's Vortex is the only black hole I know.
Oh
Oh, what
God,
is
there's
that?
more.
What is that? Why is it spell and ability? And there's two people dancing.
There's two people and there's dancing. Okay, so they like
Shadow
to spell
dance.
it out phonetically. I'm
Oh!
getting. Oh, okay.
Is that it? That
That-
would be too obvious, right? I
Yeah,
feel like
no,
it's
that
too
makes sense. The
obvious.
first one, yeah.
It is?
Wait, nice.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Instant lock. Instant lock.
Wow, that was great. I think that's it. I think those are all the ones that we've got. You know what? I think we did great. I think that was really good.
2 for 3 is not bad. 2 for 3 instants.
Yeah, they're really hard. Cool. All right. Well, chat, you once again proved to be better at this than we are. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. Hopefully there'll be more of those that we can redeem ourselves with. But we are going to come up to that lower bracket series, Nap Time versus Super Duper Gamers, up next. Stick around. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are down in the lower bracket for an elimination series. It's Nap Time versus Super Duper Gamers. Both of these teams are teams that could make it into the gauntlet still, so a lot is riding on the line. Nap Time got knocked down into this bracket earlier today, as did, and Super Dupers, they were in the lower bracket, and they sent out CHIBAKU TENSEI. So both of these teams have had incredible days. Both of these teams are playing out of their minds today, Ven, and I think we have a very fun series that we are about to see.
We do, yeah. Nap Time, phenomenal performance in that upper bracket, going the distance with the highest rated seed in the tournament. So I think they've really made a name for themselves. Super Duper Gamers, they're looking to cause some upsets here as well. I mean, this is a phenomenal team. You've got Jamie, MVQ, SQX, and Blizzo. So some heavy hitters on this roster, and I think they're really trying to cause a bit of a stir in Europe for this final cup. And both of these teams very capable of causing that stir, but we'll have to see who comes out ahead because they're going to have to unfortunately go through each other.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting comps, I think as well in this series, Zico. I mean, what do you make of Nap Time especially? You know, they're playing kind of a non-meta composition. They're making it work as well. Do you think that they are up to the challenge of Super Duper Gamers?
Absolutely. What I want to see, like a dream scenario here, with Super Duper Gamers beating CHIBAKU TENSEI in the mirror, just taking their comp, making it their own, saying, what do you got? I want to see them do it again. I want to see them lock in Blizzo and full send it Thunder Mirror. That would be insane. They're just a team that just locks in what you play. They're just like the mirror. That would be, I would love that. I don't think that's what we're going to see. We're probably going to see DHLA.
All right. Well, with that in mind, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
I am going with the Super Duper Gamers. I feel like Nap Time, they have had a solid performance, but I do think that the defeat that they suffered earlier when they were so close may have demoralized their spirits a little bit. On the contrary, Super Duper Gamers, they just came off of a big win. They got the steam, they got the momentum, they got a super experienced roster. I think they got it.
All right, Ven?
I'm going with my heart for this one. I feel like Nap Time, they got this. I'm going 3-1 in favor of Nap Time. I saw what they could do in that upper bracket, and I believe in the HPAL dream. I want to see it. I want to see the deep run going from rank 1 last season to, you know, making it into the finals for this Cup 3. So I'm putting everything on that.
Okay, all right. Definitely curious of Super T's and Chan's prediction. Okay, I think we're about split here. As for my prediction, I am also on the side of Nap Time. I know that Super T's made a really good point earlier, though, that Nap Time played a really, really long series, and they might be just a little bit tired from that last one. I feel like given the last series, though, they've had a little bit of time to take a break, get some recovery, but still carry out that momentum. You know, from how well that they did end up playing, even though it was a loss into this series. So, but I mean, that being said, Super Duper Gamers also have had a great day. So who knows, really? We are going to get into that series, though. So much on the line. The winner of this series still has a chance to make it into the gauntlet. And you can bet that both of these teams are going to be putting everything on the line. They're not going to leave a single thing on the table in this series. It's game number 1, elimination round. Nap Time versus Super Duper Gamers.
All right, what do we get? It's the DHL versus the Thundercleave, Holy Paladin versus Resto Druid, Jamie versus Cookie. And let's see. What are you thinking here, Van? Who should win this?
I don't know. This is not a matchup I see too often. I feel like if you're looking at kind of like the meta classes right now, the Paladin is the only odd man out. Like, Hitsuki's the only one that's like, okay, like, do you really belong here? These are all like the S tier specs. Like, should you be here? But I feel like you put on such a good performance. I'm curious to see. I think one vulnerability in this game could be they go after SQX. So I think making swaps onto the Restoration Druid is going to be really important in this match. You can see Cookie just pushing forward as well, putting a lot of pressure on the Druid, getting out that early damage.
Yeah, definitely a good job here coming out, but Cookie is actually in a lot of trouble right now, dropping down to about 50% HP, already proccing Saved by the Light. That's going to be the Astral Shift coming out there from Cookie. Jamie is going to also take some return fire. Nice Hammer of Justice, Blinding Light there onto SQX. Oh my god, that was a beautiful stun there by Cookie, forcing out Jamie's Trinket with that pet stun, and now MVQ is taking a lot of damage too. MVQ has no Trinket, Jamie has no Trinket. They're already in a pretty bad situation, and SQX is looking looking for Cyclones, he's looking for CC, but immediately has to kind of abandon that push, realizing that this is a moment where he has to be defensive. A swap onto SQX. Huge lightning lasso here from Cookie. She is doing some serious work right now.
Yeah, definitely. Some solid damage, topping the meters, but Jamie is right behind her right now in terms of that. See what can happen. Cookie putting out a blast of damage. Jamie getting low, though. Atsuki, Andre, and Cookie. Honestly, if Andre has uptime like this, it's going to be really difficult for SQX to heal through the pressure. Back and forth here in this game number 1 between these two teams. SQX looking for a Cyclone, fakes out the interrupt, and will manage to find it on Andre. And those Cyclones are very important. You get that on the Warrior, that's when the Slaughterhouse is going to fall, and that's when they're going to be put in a good situation to actually top off.
Yeah, but right now Cookie is taking a lot of damage. What are you going to do, Hitsuki? He's in a Hammer of Justice right there. And it is because of that reverse magic from MVQ. The Hunt connects onto Andre. Needs to be very careful in this position. He's going to activate the regen to try to mitigate some of that damage and heal back up. Jamie on the backside of that pillar, trying to just kite Andre. And I feel like if Andre gets enough uptime onto Jamie, eventually Jamie's just going to flop over. So they need to try to make something happen offensively. Beautiful Maim stun onto Cookie. SQS looking for the Cyclone, forcing out Hitsuki's streak. They're swapping to SQX. Nice swap. Punishing SQX in that position, getting his trinket as well. That's a worth trade for the Paladin.
Yeah, definitely. Blinding Light now goes out, but it is going to be Andre that's low. At the same time, Jamie has to trade out the Astral Shift. Cookie just having a field day right now, putting out lots of damage here on MVQ. I love the setups on the Druid. There's no Barskin, no trinket available. The next Hammer of Justice on SQX could be absolutely devastating. They need to stall just a little bit longer for that Barskin. They're going to just preemptively use the Ancient of Lore. SQX just topping off the team, but that's a big defensive cooldown he no longer has access to.
Yeah, and the Hammer of Justice is up in about 20 seconds, so there could be a KO opportunity there onto either Jamie or SQX. Jamie with no Astral Shift, so they could go for a Hammer of Justice. Blinding Light, Hitsuki's looking for it. SQX, what are you going to do? Nice Ursul's Vortex, but Hitsuki is crossing the map here, trying to get aggressive. MBQ is trying to shut it down for a little bit. There's the Hammer of Justice. Are they going to swap? No. Reverse magic coming through from MVQ. They're swapping to MVQ, though, with a Lightning Lasso, and he's going to have to trinket out of that one. Activate the Blur as well. Now, Darkness getting dropped here onto Jamie as well. MVQ making some MVP plays.
Yeah, once again, a Hex is going to be landed. Just a little bit of disruption. It's a race between these two Elemental Shamans at this point. Hatsuki is a little bit behind on mana. Naptime falling a little bit behind right now. Hatsuki doesn't have too much healing to trade out. A full Hammer Justice on SQX once again. Very back and forth. I like the aggression here from Naptime, playing this matchup very confidently here. The double stun comes in. Jamie gets a little bit low. Cookie looking to line up some damage here. Big Primordial Wave, and Jamie's getting absolutely smoked. Andre gets put into imprisonment by MVQ to just slow him down, but every time they can kind of collapse on SQX, it's going to be great pressure here for Naptime.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Ancient of Lore again from SQX. Also had to use his Barkskin. Cookie, though, is in trouble. She uses the Astral Shift and tries to get back in line of sight of SQX. He realizes that he's most likely going to be the target, so he's ducking around the corner. Jamie now in a Stormbolt. Actually, pre-Astral Shift on that Stormbolt. Nice read there from Jamie. He's going for the Stormkeeper. Gets interrupted, though, by Andre. Cookie gets interrupted on the Stormkeeper there as well. And huge damage coming in onto MVQ. He's in the stun, and Andre is going to get caught up with the Cyclone. Hitsuki now potentially getting a nice interrupt there from Cookie, actually interrupting that Cyclone that SQX was looking for. And Andre going to be put in prison here for a second. Going to allow Jamie to get a little bit of extra damage out with that Ascendance proc, but here comes big trouble. Jamie, what are you going to do? SQX has a lot of healing to catch up on.
Yeah, definitely. But Hitsuki at the same time finally trades out the Sacrifice. Might be able to keep Cookie alive here. It's a very back and forth. I mean, anyone could win at this point of the game. No lay on hands going to be available, but Hatsuki does pop some of their offensive cooldowns, so you can get aggressive, get some big healing out, trying once again to play on top of the Druid. Big Blinding Light comes in. Jamie could be in a little trouble. There's no Iron Bark. There's no Astral Shift. This is an opportunity for Naptime to really push through, but SQX denies it. The Ancient of Lore is just so much healing. Jamie easily gets topped off, but after this Ancient of Lore, if they can find that pressure once again, I feel like Naptime, they have a limited window, but they can win this game.
Absolutely, that was SQX trinket as well. They got no buttons left. Mana is coming down to a wire here as well for both teams. It's going to be SQX. He's looking for the Cyclone. Not able to find it there onto Hetsuki. Now Hetsuki has an opportunity to get aggressive. MVQ trinket and uses the Nether Walk right there. There's going to be a rake stun coming out from SQX. He's trying to kite this Holy Paladin away from that Hammer of Justice, but the hammer connects. Who is going to drop MVQ? What are you going to do here? He's taking so much damage. Jamie powering through with a couple of heals as well, but now Cookie might crumble under the pressure of Super Duper Gamers. They're trying to clothesline the game here, trying to land a Hex, but Jamie is taking a return fire. Andre swapping to SQX as well. Huge damage onto everyone. Jamie's just cosplaying a healer at this point, and it could be SQX actually who falls first, but he manages to top himself, and Jamie now in big trouble. Andre with a nice fear to slow down the pressure. Nice darkness, though, on this push.
Yeah, well, let's see what they decide to do. I mean, this is not looking good for nap time. Super Duper Gamers have all the pressure, all the momentum, and Cookie might get crushed. Hatsuki does what he can, but unfortunately it is not enough. Super Duper Gamers, they strike first blood, and honestly, in these Elemental Shaman mirrors, Super Duper Gamers are looking good. I mean, they've kind of just been owning everyone in these mirrors, so I don't know. Nap time, what they can do, I think that they played that game well, but ultimately, maybe starting to see some of the weaknesses of the Holy Paladin.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on his head there. The Holy Paladin, definitely a big weakness for nap time, but in terms of damage, they were actually massively ahead. Like you can see Andre and Cookie both out damaging their counterparts. So if they actually had maybe a Resto Druid, if Hitsuki has that in his back pocket, that could actually just outright win them this matchup. And maybe even a potential mirror moving forward, because they had a lot of pressure up to this point, but it's just the weakness of the Holy Paladin in the late game. It's not going to be as potent as the Resto Druid, and I think that the Demon Hunter pick, I actually really like it, because the reverse magic is so strong. Most of their setups are going to come through a Hammer of Justice, into a Blinding Light, similar things like that. And it's so good to just have that reverse magic every single time. It's so good as well. MBQ is playing with the Darkness, of course, and he's able to get a lot of work done, just dropping it early. So I really like the Demon Hunter pick. And I think the best way that they could punish that is to maybe look to stun MVQ a little bit more, try to take him out of the game, because anytime they leave him free, he always has the imprisonment, he always has, Chaos Novas, he has reverse magic, he has all kinds of things to kind of keep his team safe. So yeah, I think maybe more stuns onto MVQ when they get those Hammer of Justice plays to try to accelerate the pace of the game.
I like that. We'll see what they decide to do. I wonder if map is going to play into this at all. Like, potentially a small map to play on top of the Druid more often. Because, like I said, I think for Hetsuki, Cookie, and Andre, they are playing these games very confidently. They're playing aggressive. Hetsuki's not afraid to push in and get the Hammer of Justice and the Blinding Lights. So I do suspect we'll be going to a small map. Potentially something like Ruins of Lordaeron to really kind of accelerate that type of playstyle, but I think in these Elemental Shaman mirrors, like MVQ and Jamie seem to have really good synergy. MVQ coming in clutch with great darknesses at the right time, with great reverse magics. Like, playing against MVQ, he's quite annoying. He's very good at like pre-glimpsing setups. Oh, okay. So
this is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. Super Duper Gamers, they are confident, they are locking in the mirror, and they're gonna have the advantage because the Druid in the late game is gonna outmana the Paladin. So it's on the Paladin team to get something done. But the downside is you can swap to the Druid and kill him. He doesn't have any Divine Shield, doesn't have any Bubble, doesn't have any of those kind of emergency cooldowns, and on a map like Hook Point, I fear for SQX. I really think that the key to nap time is going to be to potentially put that Druid to sleep.
I am surprised. Like, why do you think they brought in Blizzo? Because that game looked relatively convincing from my point of view. Like, what didn't we like about the Demon Hunter? Because I kind of like the insurance of like being able to pre-glimpse goes and get the reverse magic on the Hammer of Justice and bring in the darkness. When SQX doesn't have bark skin or anything like that, like, it didn't seem too bad to me.
I don't actually know if this matchup is going to be better, but on paper, I feel like playing a mirror, but your healer is stronger in the late game than their healer, it seems like a good bet. And more so, I'm excited for this just because Super Duper Gamers, this is kind of what I was talking about in the pregame. I just want to see them mirror everyone. Like, if they end up facing Echo, I want to see them go FMP mirror or RMP mirror as well. Like, you know, just be that team. Just mirror everyone. Just be the most confident team in the tournament. But game number 2, Super Duper Gamer versus Nap Time. Resto Druid Thundercleave versus the Holy Paladin Thundercleave. This is kind of a pick that I do believe Super Duper Gamers actually have been practicing, because they have Blizzo on the roster, and that's mainly what he brings, right, is that Warrior as well as the Windwalker. So I do think that Windwalker Ellie and Warrior Ellie is probably comps that they are actually very familiar with. But this is Nap Time's bread and butter comp, so we'll see who comes out ahead here in game number 2.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do. This could be a very back and forth series. But Super Duper Gamers are feeling confident. They're bringing in Blizzo, heavy hitter on that Warrior, one of the absolute best Warriors in Europe. Let's see if Andre can go toe-to-toe and what Nap Time is going to be able to do. About 30 seconds have elapsed. It's going to be Cookie and Jamie once again under fire in this matchup. Blizzo just putting out some devastation here in this game, but won't have freedom. So it's not going to have that same kind of luxury as Andre to have that blessing of freedom from the Paladin, but of course not going to have to deal with getting cycloned and rooted. So, you know, it's a bit of a kiss curse between these two healers. Which one is better? Which one provides more benefit? Full Hammer of Justice now on to SQX. It's going to be Andre and Cookie that are going low. Atsuki doesn't have a Hammer of Justice available, so can't find the crowd control just yet, but still just keeping the team topped off. SQX going for some crowd control, gets a full stun here onto Andre, and now looking for a Cyclone. Blizzo can turn his attention over onto Cookie.
Yeah, Blizzo is looking for the Cookie and the Cookie Jar. Let's see if he can get any uptime right now, trying to get the uptime there, but Andre shutting it down for a second. Now going back over onto Jamie. Cookie trying to kite Blizzo, but the Stormbolt connects. Big damage here onto Cookie. Do they have anything to deflect it? They have the sacrifice. They're being greedy with it. Doesn't look like Hitsuki wants to trade it. He's going to be able to just heal through it here, actually without really using any cooldown. So a tremendous amount of healing coming out from the Holy Paladin, but mana is starting to slowly but surely edge a little bit in Super Duper Gamers' favor. In terms of damage, though, it's looking really good here for Andre. He's quite ahead in terms of warrior damage compared to Blizzo, and if he can get more uptime here onto Jamie, that could be dangerous. Oh, beautiful Ursul's Vortex. They already forced out the Blessing of Protection with that Stormbolt Ursul's Vortex behind the pillar there, and now Jamie could be in trouble. Do they have the healing here? He's going to activate the Astral Shift, respecting the damage while his healer is in crowd control.
Yeah, good trades there by Jamie, staying alive. Now Blizzo's going to be that main target, going for a big Blade Storm, though. Huge setup here onto Andre. No defensive cooldowns available. Hitsuki might have to trade the Divine Shield. Oh, looks like he's going to greet it. Divine Shield, lay on hands. That's basically everything. Nap Time barely has any cooldowns left. It seems like Super Duper Gamers have made a good decision bringing in Blizzo. This game is looking a lot more one-sided, but there's been moments, and Jamie has no defensives, and they can take him down. It's a lot of pressure. SQX will deflect. They get the Bark Skin or the Iron Bark and the Trinket, and all of a sudden, Nap Time is back in the game.
Yeah, Nap Time, they just need one more good setup onto SQX, and they could be able to take him down, but at the same time, Hitsuki, no Divine Shield, could also be an opening. I don't know how much damage they can actually do in a Paladin swap, but Hitsuki is at some point going to have to cross the map here, and now he's going for it right there. Looks like he's going to be able to cross safely. Nice Hex there onto Blizzo. Now they're going after Jamie here on the Ellie Shaman. Lightning Lasso is going to slow things down for a second. SQX looking for the Cyclone with that Ancient of Lore up as well. So if it does get reflected, it's just going to get immune. Nicely done there by SQX. It's going to be able to slow things down for a second. Hitsuki activates the Sacrifice there as well. Amy fake casts an interrupt. He's got the Stormkeeper up, but they're trying to punish SQX. Oh my god, his damage from Cookie is absolutely insane. SQX, though, is able to deflect it. No stun connecting there for a second, and now they're actually going to turn their attention over to Blizzo. Big CC chain onto SQX. He's got no Trinket. Blizzo, what are you going to do? Huge damage, and Rage Region trades, and here comes the Bladestorm counterattack onto Andre.
Yeah, Cookie getting swapped too also. Big shockwave comes in from Blizzo. SQX rotting down low. Pressure on multiple members of both teams at this point in the game. About 4 minutes have elapsed. Dampening is getting higher, and these healers are going to start really struggling. I mean, healing against a Fury Warrior Elemental Shaman is not easy. Hammer of Justice lands. No Trinket available. Blizzo getting a little bit low. At the same time, Andre and Cookie are under fire. Beautiful wind shear there by Jamie. Slows down Hitsuki's heals, but it seems like SQX is in a good position now. Throws out the Trents, getting the Dispels. His team's topped off, and Super Duper Gamers are looking good for a push.
Super Duper Gamers, who are they going to go after? It looks like SQX actually has his trinket back up. No bark skin, though, so I think if they swap to him, he might have to use it, but might have to be a little bit careful with how he positions. Hetsuki's pushing for it. Ancient of Lore. Oh, he gets it off beautifully right there, so he can't get Hammer of Justice by Hetsuki, and that's going to buy SQX a lot of time. It's going to allow him to get his bark skin out, but look at Blizzo. Blizzo is just absolutely getting blended here in the midfield, but so is Andre. Andre's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Trinket and Enraged Region trading here, but there's the Hammer of Justice onto SQX. Can he hold his Trinket in this position? It looks like he's going to be able to. Blizzo, with excellent defense here, is able to stay alive, and Blizzo has the Avatar popped. He's got the Recklessness popped. He's got a lot of damage loaded up. Meanwhile, Andre chilling in a Cyclone.
Yeah, Andre low on health, Cookie low on health. Great pressure here for Super Duper Gamers, but Blizzo may have overstayed his welcome behind the pillar. He's just throwing caution to the wind, continuing this push onto Cookie. Big heals coming in. That's going to be the lay on hands. Good save there by Hetsuki, but really not too much left. Hammer of Justice trades. SQX immediately trades out the Trinket. Super Duper Gamers, they have a lot of momentum right now, and they want to hold on and continue this push. Blizzo just chasing behind the pillar. He is unafraid. He gets the double fear out just to slow Cookie down for a second. Cookie's going to trade out the Trinket and the Tremor to try to get Naptime some uptime and try to turn this game back in their favor.
It's actually not looking that bad right now for Naptime. SQX with no Trinket bark skin. Blizzard's dropping very low. If they can land a Hammer of Justice, this could just be it. 3 seconds left on that cooldown for Hetsuki. They already traded the disarm, but look at Andre. He's getting blasted. There, he's buttering up his target. Ancient of Lore with Nature Swiftness coming through there from SQX, trying to bait the Hammer of Justice, but Hetsuki didn't fall for it. They still have an opportunity. SQX looking for the Cyclones. Can he land it? There's the Stormbolt. They're looking for the Cyclone follow-up. They get it. They get the Trinket. Andre on 1% HP. The Trinket is enough, I think, to save him. I don't know. The Blade Storm defensively. Can they do it? Hetsuki trades the Divine Shield. Cookie with some heals there as well. Andre still cloned on 10%. Anything more? Do they have any follow-up? No, it doesn't look like it. SQX sitting through that Hammer of Justice, but still manages to get the DR main stun. SQX trying to make some MVP plays here onto Andre. Can they close it out? There's the triple blinding light. Andre will recover, but it costed Hetsuki his entire spell book and his entire mana bar.
Yeah, Cookie actually did a really good job there, throwing in some off heal, some hexes, but Andre still not out of it yet. The full Blessing Protection lands. It gets purged off, and he gets dropped. At the same time, though, cross-kill potential. Cookie, see how much damage she has available. It's not going to be enough. It looks like Super Duper Gamers hold on. That was actually a back-and-forth game. Ultimately, Super Duper Gamers come out ahead, and it's that Ancient of Lore. Every time SQX has access to that Ancient of Lore, he's able to fully recover his team and get them really aggressive in the match. And just honestly, the game only lasted that long. Naptime barely held on because Cookie throwing some amazing peels here in these final moments.
Yeah, this last push was actually so scary onto Andre, but they did manage to recover, and then Andre tried to charge back into the fight, get aggressive, and the purge right here on the Blessing of Protection, they immediately got that off, and Hetsuki at this point doesn't really have any cooldowns to work with, almost no mana left as well, going for an offensive play. Not too much Hitsuki can do in that position, and yeah, they don't have enough healing to kind of survive the damage. They had to use pretty much everything. Andre, 2 seconds left on that Enraged Region. I think he actually may have had it here. Yeah, he actually did have it as he went down, but obviously this was in giga slow motion, so wasn't quite up in that kind of for that long in the actual game. But yeah, Andre had 1 or 2 seconds maybe to press that button.
Feels like a
right
lifetime
at the end there, but yeah.
We're watching it back. It's like you had Enraged Regen for a year at this point. Like, right now. He had to be slamming it. But yeah, I think they were kind of in trouble. Hetsuki was zeroed out on mana. I mean, 7 minutes. That's a fast 7-minute game. I feel like that game kind of flew by.
Yeah, what? Was that 7 minutes?
Yeah.
That felt like 2 seconds, actually. Like gates just opened.
Something's weird. The Phantom Singularity, you know?
I would have never guessed that, by the way, on the previous.
Me neither.
game.
I was just watching. I was like, I don't know what this is. Like, I had no clue. But they figured it out, and we'll have to see if Naptime can figure it out too, because they're down 2 games right now.
Nice.
Elimination series, and Super Duper Gamers are looking good. This is a team that is looking to play spoiler, and they have the capabilities. They've got the players, they've got the experience, they've got the compositions. If I, had been competing in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2, and I saw Super Duper Gamers in Cup number 3, I'd be very annoyed and very afraid because they're quite capable of going toe-to-toe with these top teams.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely insane at this, and I couldn't agree more. And we are going to go to Ruins of Lordaeron, which was kind of an expected pick. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. That last map obviously being Hook Point, but Ruins, definitely another good map like this on the menu. Now, the question for Super Duper Gamers is, are we locking in Blizzo again? Are we seeing the Warrior Ellie again? I feel like they're going to do it. And for nap time, they're probably going to run the same thing as well. So it's just time to wake up and see what we can do.
We'll see. Same composition. So it seems like Super Duper Gamers, they're going to be a little bit happier locking in Blizzo on the Warrior. And I have to admit, it did look good. However, so did the Demon Hunter. I mean, both of them seem like it's a winning composition. The rest of Druid just seems a little bit stronger in this particular matchup. But nap time, they're an underdog team. Let's see if they can rise to the occasion. Are they going to run something else? I don't think so. This is the only composition I've seen them run so far. So it's likely what they're going to be locking in here for the last game. And the games have been close. Like, it does feel like nap time, if they could just get the momentum a little bit earlier. If we could see the Paladin hold on to a little bit more mana too. Like, if Hetsuki could just have a little bit more mana in the late game, it would be massively beneficial, because I think both games have actually come down to Hetsuki just being completely tapped, right?
Yeah, more or less. I feel like for SQX, he is the difference maker. He just needs to keep landing these Cyclones. If you can't get them onto Hetsuki, he needs to land them onto Andre. Either you slow down Andre's damage, you're stretching the game out that way, or you're making offensive plays and you're forcing Andre or Cookie to play defensive, and you're kind of stretching the game out that way. And obviously there is a world as well where you land so many Cyclones that you win the game because they just don't have an answer for it anymore. But SQX, he has the ability to make this game and just take Super Duper Gamers to Championship Sunday. For nap time, I think that it's all about denying SQX. Continue to swap to him. That's what I want to see. Like, you're not going to win the long game by training the Warrior or the Ellie. You're going to win the game by continue to swap to SQX. They did a good job with it last game, but they need to try to get even more aggressive. I want to see every single Hodge onto SQX and try to punish. Ancient of Lore obviously makes it a little bit more difficult, but I think they can do it.
Ancient of Lore definitely paying dividends for these Druids. It's a very powerful cooldown. If you guys don't know what Ancient of Lore does, you basically go into the super tree mode, which we call the Ancient of Lore. You get 30% damage reduction. You get access to 2 heals. One of them is just an AoE heal on your whole team that also puts up heal over time effects on everybody. And then the other one's a single target heal that puts up your heal over time effects. So the longer you're in tree, all this healing is free too. So you can't be crowd controlled. You're taking less damage. You get free healing. You're just, it's very good. So it's super difficult to deal with that.
Yeah, you just you become very hard to take down. It's like angel form for a druid, in a way.
Better.
You can't really be killed. Your spells don't cost anything, and you can just spam heal. Except your heals are also better.
And you can move.
Yeah.
And we've seen the Druids use like the Spider-Man maneuver too, where they go in the Ancient of Lore and just like sling over to their teammates real quick. Maneuver around the map. Make sure they're in range, but here we go. Yeah. SQX immediately, look at that, just right away. And one of the reasons why healers trade out the cooldown like that, even when it looks like no one's in danger, is just to get free healing. Like, these games are coming down to mana, so the fact that all of your healing is free in the Ancient of Lore just allows you to kind of stay ahead. However, Blizzo's getting absolutely smoked right now. Might just die in the opener. Big amounts of damage. SQX is not gonna be too greedy. I mean, I can't believe that Super Duper Gamers didn't use more there. Basically trading no cooldowns. Finally, Iron Bar. At the same time, Andre is getting low here, Zico.
Yeah, and they're going after Jamie a little bit. Actually, it looks like they want to go after SQX. Are they going to fear him and stun Jamie? What are they going to do here? Andre is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Beautiful Ursox Vortex. Beautiful stun onto Hetsuki. Look at SQX not allowing Hetsuki to land that Hammer of Justice until very, very late. Did he pre-bear that as well? No, it doesn't look like it. He's getting punished hard, taking a lot of damage, but there's that Spider-Man maneuver, a.k.a. the wild charge back onto Jamie. Double blinding light. They're going after Blizzo. Blizzo, how are you going to stay alive? Blade storming with the enraged region. Nice call there to not not trade out SQX Trinket. If they did, that would have been it on the next Hammer of Justice. So SQX kind of paying off with the greed there. Blizzo making some nice defensive adaptations. Maim stun coming out onto Andre. SQX looking for the Cyclone, maybe out of the Stormbolt. Double Roar coming out, but it's going to break, so he's going to activate the Ancient of Lore, and he's going for a cast, but gets interrupted there by Cookie. Nicely done by her. And again, it's going to be Andre on the main attack here, back onto SQX. Full Hammer of Justice. They do have the Trinket. They don't have Barkskin. I can't believe he's not... Okay, there we go. He's going to Trinket that finally, and he does get the Meld Rake Stun. Beautiful knock onto Andre all the way to the opposite side of the slimy pool on the side there. SQX also getting a Cyclone there onto Cookie, and so far, it looks like Super Duper Gamers are in control, but they did get SQX Trinket there, so if they can line up a big push and try to punish that, they could still win this game. Jamie is taking some damage, but Tranquility should deflect it.
Yeah, Blizzo getting low. Nice Hammer of Justice here by Hetsuki. SQX has his work cut out for him. Needs to get some serious healing out to keep his team alive. And Naptime has a lot of pressure at this point in the game. Blizzo rolls over, getting a massive swell of damage here on a Cookie. He's going to trade out the Astral Shift and stay alive. Hetsuki has a lot of cooldowns as well, so has the Trinket, has the Sacrifice if needed. Jamie and Blizzo are falling behind. A beautiful Blinding Light. Naptime looking to put a point on the board. Can they do it? Seems like Jamie will deflect. SQX keeps him alive, but another Hammer of Justice. Hetsuki just playing so aggressively in these games with his crowd control on that Paladin.
And look at the damage. Andre is 40 mil ahead of Blizzo. Cookie is 20 mil ahead of Jamie. And Hitsuki obviously way ahead as well on damage. So they are doing a lot more damage, but they're doing such a good job kind of dealing with it on the side of Super Duper Gamers. There are some openings though. No Trinket for a couple of more seconds, but it might be Blizzo actually surviving this situation. Maybe not. Gonna go for the Stormbolt onto Andre. SQX sitting through another Hammer of Justice. He's got full hots onto Blizzo. Looking for a Cyclone. He gets Blade Storm by Andre. Double Blade Storm. Double spinning Warriors in the midfield. Blizzo's gonna cancel it a little bit earlier and charge back into the fight. He's looking for Andre. Oh, what a nice Thunderstorm right there onto Blizzo's Heroic Leap. That is not gonna let him connect onto anything, and now he's stuck in a root. Cookie's doing a great job there.
Yeah, Hetsuki's falling slowly behind on mana, going for a Searing Glare, trying to reduce some incoming damage, maybe deny a Cyclone there by SQX. SQX under pressure, though. This could be a little bit dangerous. Does have the Iron Bark available. It's trying to line of sight Cookie as much as possible, and that's kind of the problem here. If SQX is just line of sighting, Cookie can't connect damage. I don't think the Druid's going to go down. Finally, some pressure coming in, though. SQX in bear form will connect some heals. Do they have a Hammer of Justice available? It looks like it's up in just a few short seconds. Full Hammer of Justice lands. Immediate Trinket. SQX is not messing around. Does not want to fall behind immediately into that Ancient of Lore. And now just throwing in the heals here onto Jamie.
Really good defensive rotation right now between Blizzo and SQX. Blizzo doesn't have his Enraged Regen. SQX trinkets. SQX doesn't want to Trinket. Blizzo pops the Enraged Regen, but Blizzo could be in some trouble here. Nice stun there onto Andre. They stun his Trinket there with the Stormbolt, so it's going to slow down the damage for a second. Searing Glare is being casted here for Hetsuki. Gets interrupted, and mana somewhat tied up, but the Druid with the Ancient of Lore should be able to pull ahead. It's going to be all about the damage right now, and so far, Naptime, they are really, really digging deep here with the damage onto Super Duper Gamers, but a Triple Fear connects from Blizzo. Nice Tremor Totem though from Cookie. Cookie is also trading out some good kiting here. Double Shockwave. Blizzo is going to get knocked and charged back into the fight. Nice stun there onto Blizzo as well, just really pinning him down away from the pillar. But SQX, he doesn't even care. He's just doing damage onto Cookie, spamming out Star Surges onto Cookie, and Blizzo is going to be completely fine. It's going to be Cookie on the back foot here.
SQX is even on mana right now, so Tsuki's done a much better job maintaining mana at this point of the game. Blizzo's getting a little bit low. Cookie at the same time, going down potentially here. It is really close. Cookie gets interrupted. Full Disorienting Roar. If they get the Cyclone, it could be dangerous, but it looks like Hetsuki will deny. Gets the Searing Glare to slow down Blizzo just a little bit, so really powerful, potent PvP ability. At the same time, Jamie's going down. SQX going to that Ancient of Lore. Lots of empowered free healing here for SQX, and this should put his team ahead during this moment.
Yeah, Jamie's got the Stormkeeper loaded up as well, and he is unloading right now. Cookie is taking so much damage. The bop coming out there onto Cookie. Maybe not able to find the Purge just yet. and it doesn't look like he's going to even go for it. It's going to almost subside at this point. Blizzo looking to make his way back onto the Ellie Shaman of Cookie. Bladestorm connects there as well for Blizzo. Mame stun from SQX. He's going to force out the trinket from Hetsuki. Nice Hammer of Justice, or nice sacrifice with that trinket as well. Cookie still in a little bit of danger. Cyclone onto Andre. SQX is looking for an opening here. He's trying to be aggressive, but he gets punished there. Beautiful aggression though onto Cookie, and SQX actually trinketing out of that stun and just going cat form, just playing Feral Druid there, doing a little Flappers cosplay for a second there, but obviously most of that damage I do believe was Blizzo and Jamie, but still SQX timing has been so good with when he goes aggressive and when he's going defensive, and again, super duper gamers, they play this kind of pseudo mirror and they come out on top.
Yeah, this team is looking really good. Like, it's so nice to see Blizzo. Honestly, with how strong Warriors are, like, basically not see him in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. I'm like, where is he? Like, where did he go? So having a really good showing here in Cup number 3 with Jamie, SQX, and MVQ. This is a solid team. They have the Warrior Demon Hunter Cleave if they need it. We've got Jamie on the Elemental Shaman to play both Demon Hunter Ellie as well as Warrior Ellie. It's really great to see. And for nap time, unfortunately, this was just not their match, but this is a team that has really impressed me. I mean, nap time, they had a lot of close calls in these games, going in a mirror against one of some of the best players in the game at those classes. Almost taking down the upper bracket. Number 1 seed in the tournament, Overload. So it's just really great to see them show up. And yeah, a great performance by them.
Yep, couldn't have said it better. And just take a look at one more time. Look at that Skull Bash that came in there at the end onto Cookie. And nap time, I mean, they definitely came in and delivered some pain. Not often we see a Warrior out-damage Blizzo. Not often we see an LA Shaman out-damage Jamie. So Andre and Cookie doing a good job with their damage, but it just wasn't enough this time around. But yeah, we'll see where the chips fall in terms of standings. Super duper gamers continue to climb the ranks here, and I believe that they are tied now with some of their competition, and it is looking good right now for me and Chan. Look at those predictions. What's going on there? What, are you guys losing to a coin again?
Dude, I am having such a bad day. I'm losing to not only the coin, but Supatees as well. He had a bad weekend last week. I started off this season so good with predictions, and I am just losing. I'm taking the L. I don't know what's going on. Supatees rubbed off on me or something, but yeah, we'll have the updated leaderboard, I'm sure, for predictions. But we can take a look at the updated leaderboard for standings for the moment. And you are correct, Zico. They are now tied. So they are keeping that dream alive of making it into the gauntlet. Super Duper Gamer, this is the team that beat CHIBAKU Tensei earlier today. They beat the team that almost beat Overload. So they've had an incredible day for sure. And it kind of seems like every time we see them as well, they're just getting better and better and really driving up that level of competition that they are able to deliver. So very excited to see what else this team is capable of. So they'll be moving on to Championship Sunday, and they'll play the winner of this next up series. It's either going to be DOBOB or Locked In, depending on who wins the last series of the day. And both of these teams have had an incredible day themselves as well. Venrigu, which team do you think that they would be more prepared to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So far, I mean, the tournament, one of the themes about this tournament, these cups in general, which has just been so fun to watch, is just how evenly matched these teams are, right? I've said it again. I've said it. I'm going to say it again. When I had a chance to talk with Waz, he was just saying the really interesting thing about the season, it seems like there's no team that just beats everybody. Like, everyone can lose. There's lots of different compositions that are evenly matched. Sometimes it's going to be Rogue Mage Priest that beats Feral Mage Priest. Sometimes it's going to be the Pharaoh that wins. Like, sometimes we're just going to see the Elemental Shaman beating the Mage. And we saw a composition like Jungle take down Echo. So, yeah, I feel like it's really anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. If you look at the bracket, it seems like every single series has been a bit of an upset. So these teams continue to surprise us, and I'm sure this next series will be no different. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got that last lower bracket series, DOBOB versus Locked In, and then we will have our final four for the European region for our last cup before these teams try and make it as high as they possibly can into the standings. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll come to that series up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here on the last series of the day. I am very excited for this one. It is DOBOB versus Locked In. Chan, I'm definitely curious your take on this series, on these two teams also, and how they have been doing today so far.
It's gonna be a good one. DOBOB, I'm expecting just the FMP again. Last week we saw RMP into jungle, didn't do too hard. I think Trimaz is gonna keep that bench nice and warm today again. Flapper's gonna be in there, FMP into maybe jungle, and I don't think they're gonna pull out the Dev Evoker. I think it's gonna be a jungle versus FMP matchup. And to be honest with you, I don't know how that's gonna go, but into RMP it was brutal last week for Echo, so.
All right. So given that, what is your prediction for this series?
I have faith in TENSEI always. I always have faith in him. I think he's, 3-0 maybe for them. But
that's confident. That is confident. That's bold.
Yeah.
3-0.
Depends how the jungle matchup goes. I think after game 1 I'll
Okay. Super T's, what about you?
I mean, I'm definitely leaning on DOBOB as well. I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as 3-0. like Chan has here, I think that Locked In have a lot of options, and they could mirror as well. Veneruki thinks, though, it's a 3-0-2. There's a lot of bold picks here on the desk. I think Locked In... Hey, man, Locked In got counted out last week, and then they beat Echo. So it's like, I don't want to count them out entirely. I got to give them at least a little bit more respect than that.
So you give him one game.
Yeah, at least one.
That's
at least
them
one.
Respect.
It's better than 0. It's better than 0.
You're right. I felt the same way. I don't know. I always feel bad like predicting the 3-0s for the same reason, because it's like, they could get a game. So I did 3-2 for the same reason. I feel like they're fairly evenly matched, but we'll have to see. But that being said, real quick before we move into this match, we do have the leaderboard for predictions updated and ready to go. I'm scared to see it. We could show it now, but I don't know what it's... Oh, no. Come on. That's so bad.
Coin is so
what
OP.
Happened? We're
Nerf
all
the coin.
losing to the coin. Huh?
The coin is so OP.
Yeah. Chan, I thought you were going to do better. What's going on?
What? Why are you throwing Chan under the bus? He's tied with all of us.
He's throwing everyone else under the bus, so someone's got to give it back to him.
I'm the newbie.
What?
So it's fine.
You're right.
I was just throwing smoke screen.
You don't get
I was throwing a smoke screen because she's on the bottom. That's what this is. She's just throwing a distraction.
I'm lashing out. I don't know. We don't need to talk about that. It's fine. Listen. I think I've been voting with my heart too often today. Hopefully these guys win this time, because I really could use some more points on this prediction, because this is bad. I don't think I've ever scored this low. How do I recover from this, Super Tees? How did you walk away after a 40%?
Eventually you just
hard,
accept
man.
it. Eventually you just accept the pit. Like, if you fall in the pit, you sometimes just accept it, and it's just a better mode of being.
Oh, I don't want to be in the pit. I don't like it. Man. All right, well, I mean, in your mind then, Chan, what's it going to take for Locked In to get a win against what you're predicting?
The question really is how jungle matches up into FMP. I don't see the mirroring. I don't think like that's an option here. It's gonna be the jungle vs FMP. That's my prediction. And if they do good in game 1, it really depends on how game 1 goes. Do they win? Do they get the momentum roll it into game 2, or is it just a disaster and then comp swap, try to make something else work, last ditch effort, SB mirror pick? Yeah, it really just hinges on that first jungle game.
Okay, all right. Super Tees, any surprise comps you think either of these teams could bring to the table?
I think Locked In is probably more likely to play some type of curveball composition, because they've already have at this point with the Devastation Evoker, the only team that run any compositions with that. I will say that I feel like I'm really impressed with Smite. I feel like he is having a really good tournament season overall, flexing between the Devastation Evoker and the Beast Mastery Hunter. And as Chan already said, the jungle matchup, that's kind of likely to determine the entire series. If jungle can beat FMP, then yeah, Locked In can take the series. But Streamer Zone and Notorious Jungle Cleave has been struggling with all of these kind of mage Holy Priest compositions. So you would anticipate that Locked In would as well, but at the same time, Locked In beat the RMP last week of Echo, so they might have something that they can mix up here. They're looking like a really strong roster. You definitely can't sleep on Locked In. They look really good off of Cup number 2 and Cup number 3. It's about climbing the ranks of the gauntlet, trying to skip as many series as possible in order to make sure that you've got a safer or more comfy ride into the top 3.
All right, well, let's see if they can pull it off. It is the last series of the day here. This could be the last time we see these teams also here for the first 3 cups, because this is an elimination round. It's DOBOB versus Locked In. Game number 1, best of 5, a lot on the line for both of these teams. Let's see what they can do. We're heading into game number 1.
All right, Chan, what is it? Oh, there's no jungle. What is that? It's a Holy Paladin.
Oh,
what? Did he get inspired, or like what happened?
Not a fan of this one. I think Smite, very good Devoker player. I think he can do a ton of damage. Maybe he can burn Flappers into a crisp. I don't know. But I don't think that the Paladin pick is a good one here. I think he's going to get overrun. He's going to get bullied by Thesia. Relza can move in, and for some fears, I would love to see that. And I think DOBOB is going to have a good time here.
Oh, Flappers move it in. They're going to open up on Tessia. Open up on Cassidy, then stun Smite, immediately targeting the dragon. He pre-renewing Blaze, so It doesn't look like it even mattered. He almost died. I think he died there on the rescue when he was pulling out there with the shield. He manages to survive the opener, but now Cassidy gets swapped to. He's getting shredded. Flappers is getting low. It's a very bursty opener here for both teams. That Dragon Rage and the Icy Veins currently active on both sides. Smite is fishing for sleepwalks. He's just kind of spam casting it on DPS here since it has no cooldown. He's going to use the deep breath with an interesting animation there. I don't think I've seen the dragon look like that, but he gets caught immediately at the end of the deep breath. He can't really capitalize on that window, and he's just getting chomped at the moment. I don't know if they're thinking, like, I don't even think he's playing the Cauterizing Flame. I'm thinking like maybe the bleed removal is something that they're looking at for this. Maybe I think the Dev Evoker will put enough pressure out. They did get Flapper's Trinket, and they've got him bashed right now, but no crowd control on Relza. I feel like he'll be able to easily heal through any setups like this if he's not CC'd.
Especially against this, they only have the Smite 20-second kick. If they just bash Cassidy, and then if Flappers bashes Cassidy into clone on cooldown, just opens Thesia up to push onto Numbless with DB Sheeps. I don't see how Smite's going to survive. Once his walls are down, it's going to be really tough. Numbless, as the Paladin, just so susceptible to CC the whole time. And I would love to see Relza push in as well. I think him playing 80 yards away here doesn't really do anything. If he gets a full Fears on Numbless to complement that, it's going to be impossible for Locked In to really get away with this one.
Maybe he's thinking he just wants to play safe for mana into the late stages, don't take any risks, take that advantage, because they have Cyclones as well. They just got one. Cassidy at half health, now caught into a stun. Another Polymorph, well. Big trouble. Barkskin could be Bubble on top of it. I think it's a Bubble Lay. Bubble Lay on hands didn't even top him. So now they're down Feral Medallion, they're down Bubble, they're down Lay on hands. I feel like Smite could also just randomly die at any point in a stun. I don't know what they were thinking with this composition on the side of Locked In.
I think they just have to try something. They must know that jungle, doesn't feel that great. Beautiful sheep by Thesia on the clone. I mean, yeah, right there on the clone.
Oh my god, they caught him.
There is a gap on Numbless to top him. But the problem is, we're 2 minutes into the game. Full sheep on Numbless again. He only has Trinket. There's no bubble. Time stop on Smite to survive for now, but follow up, Chastise into full fear, trades out Trinket, and now Numbless has absolutely nothing left. Locked In, running on fumes.
I mean, they might even just die even through the medallion. He's dying through Obsidian Scales. They switch back on Cassidy. No cooldowns there. Numbless has Sacrifice, but he takes a huge hit of damage as well. They stun Relza. Finally, some crowd control onto the healer. And into a blind, they get Relza's Trinket, but I feel like it's too little too late. We're at 2 minute, 30-minute mark, and it's just like you're so far behind on cooldowns. Another rake stun. Flappers jumps in for the bash. Meteor's crashing through. Cyclone cast. Ringer Frost around the corner. Smite's trying to ramp here. I think he managed to fake cast with that Disintegrate. Nice fake cast. You don't normally see that from the Evoker using Disintegrate and actually fake casting it. Here comes a deep breath. Maybe he can get some crowd control. Tessia blinked it. Relza faded it. And now Smite is sheeped 40 yards away from Numbless. He has to run into the middle of the map to dispel him. Cassidy gets counterspelled on a clone, and it's just so much trouble for Locked In. They're just trying to burst down Tessia and Flappers with random damage at this point. Try and get a surprise kill, which obviously Devastation Evoker can be known for. I'd say it's notorious for just random bursts, so maybe don't count them out entirely, but it just feels like the next crowd control on Numbless and anyone could topple. There's a full Maim stun. There's the Dragon's Breath. Tessia in position. Does he get the Polymorph? He gets it. The rescue pulls him away, and it actually breaks it, so nice there from Smite, but they just get another Polymorph. Smite's wrapping around the pillar, trying to get back to his Paladin, who's just sitting through a Mind Control, likely a Snowdrift stun in a second. Smite has time stop, but he got counterspelled. Tessia's counterspell. Is he going to win the game? Big crits. Numbless out of crowd control finally, trying to restabilize here. They're holding on, but they're holding on with basically nothing.
Yep, and Numbless's Trinket does rotate back. He's got his bubble in a minute. Problem is, though, Thesia now pops Veins. Ice Wall comes down. Doesn't amount to much. Trades out a bop, steals it. But Flapper's Incarn 10 seconds, and this Veins Incarn push is going to be absolutely brutal. Numbless might not even be able to heal it, even if he's not CC'd. Big damage for Cassidy.
Oh my god.
Follow up. See if they can follow this up with a clone or fear. He's going to wings, and they're going to be fine. Flapper's getting knocked behind the pillar. He's going to make it out alive. Almost giving me PTSD from the game before.
Here's Incarn. Oh, deep breath to counter it. Bash on Numbless. Maybe they can take down Cassidy in this position. It's double Incarn. Angel about to end in a second. Flapper slowly but surely recovering, but now Angel is over. He's going to lose out on that cushy heal. Cassidy's getting low. Numbless is running out of options. He's just dying at the moment. They're both dying. It could be a double kill at any moment. Numbless is really struggling. Double Psychic Scream. Numbless trinkets immediately. Lay on hands just came off cooldown. He's going to shove that onto Cassidy right away. Now Flappers with no trinket. Big swap. Bubble up in 15 seconds. He's so sad if he dies right now through Divine Protection. Cassidy fakes an interrupt. He stuns Flappers. Locked In have been on their last leg this entire game to try and pull off a win. I think it's an absolute miracle if they managed to pull this off.
Absolutely. What do you think of the Holy Paladin pick? I wonder what they were looking for compared to playing Holy Priest in this. Surely, with the Holy Priest, you're able to death, bait, avoid CC much better. if you're gonna try this Dragon Devoker pick, I really wonder why go with the Holy Paladin?
I feel like it's just desperation. I don't know. Like, if,
Maybe he's more
in all
comfortable.
reality, I mean, if Numbless is more comfortable, he's been playing Disc Priest and not Holy, so I definitely don't think. Oh no, the crowd control. Is he going to bubble
Shut
here?
down.
He gets away with not bubbling. Avenging Crusader should begin to restabilize. Flapper's getting cleaved. Tessia getting cleaved. Rels is actually Wait, is this actually
Maybe they're kinda cooking
possible?
with this, but I mean, Devoker
We're just
damage
criticizing it for 5
obviously
minutes.
Devoker damage is obviously super high, right? It's one of the highest DPS classes in the game, but I do feel like, hey, Relsa, we should be getting in there. We should be playing melee range, getting fears on Numbless. You're a Holy Priest. You're playing against a Devoker. You can fade. You can death CC. He's not really that afraid of getting sleepwalked or cloned, I feel like. You should be getting in there, landing fears, and closing the game out against the Holy Paladin. Otherwise, they could get dampened.
It might just be happening right here. Rels is almost completely out of mana. Flapper's at 50%. Tessie's at 50%. We're at 6-minute mark. Dampening's getting high. Smite's trading effectively with Obsidian Scales. They're trying to get something on Cassidy. But the momentum's in favor of Locked In. What just happened?
Swap.
They flipped the switch. They're winning on mana. They're getting every cooldown in one push. In less than 5 seconds, they get pretty much every cooldown from DOBOB. And out of nowhere, Locked In, we're doubting them the entire game. Like, what is this pick? What are you doing? This makes no sense. And maybe Cassidy will just randomly flop. But Numbless is there to back him up and restabilize. Incarn is active. This is a scary moment in the game. And Relza is totally tapped on mana, and he doesn't have Apotheosis for 7 more seconds. He can't get that free healing on his Holy Words. He's just using heal, but he's struggling to keep up with the pressure. Flappers is just dying to smite, and out of nowhere, are Locked In going to pull up the biggest miracle ever. They deny the kill. Flappers recovers. Cassidy in trouble. Ringer Frost around the corner. It looks like Numbless is able to avoid it. Smite's trying to retreat back. Smite is Dragon Rage. He's got Deep Breath coming up pretty soon. You can definitely decharge, but they catch an Ice Wall here. Cassidy's just charging in. He doesn't even care about that wall. He fakes a kick. He gets a clone onto the mage, building up damage on Flappers. Here comes the Eternity Surge, trying to get in line. Flappers line of sights it. Mind control on the Feral is annoying here for Cassidy. He Typhoons a clone, but now he's caught in a maim stun. Cassidy's trying to push. He's trying to push, but he gets caught a little bit too deep. I think a little over his head. He gets time stopped at low health by Smite, but now Smite has to trinket. Cassidy is still low. They need damage on Flappers now. They have Relza completely out of mana. All they need to do is just a truck ton of damage. They might be able to win this. Tessia, Greater Invis at 1% block, man. He blocks at 1%. Relza, I think he's drinking. How much mana is he going to get?
He still has Veins though, so this is the last push. Flappers doesn't die here, but I mean, Relza is running on absolute fumes. If they can get a kill on Cassidy here, last push for Comet Storm, no one's gonna keep him up, but Flappers is gonna go down here. This is super interesting to me. I can't believe that they actually pulled this off, but I do feel like Locked In should be playing with a Holy Priest. It would just be safer. You can avoid more CC, because there were a lot of moments during this game where DOBOB, they were so close to, you know, getting a kill and running numbers out of cooldowns. I'm really interested by this Paladin pick.
I mean, mana-wise, I was surprised that they actually did better on mana in this type of situation.
There's getting completely gapped by the Devoker, which is normal. Dragon is one of the highest DPS classes in the game, so he is gonna win on that mana, but yeah. I'm really surprised that this worked.
He got inspired. I don't know. He might have got inspired by Hetsu.
Hetsu?
He's like, I gotta pick this up, because like this game was like 6 minutes or maybe 5.5 minutes of just DOBOB owning, and I'm like, why did they pick the Paladin? This makes no sense. And then at 6:30, they just crank damage and just ran them over. The Priest. Look at Rels is just standing there like, what do I do, man? I think he tried to drink here, and he just didn't drop combat, and he was just scared of dying. So he came back and he's like, what am I gonna do? Serenity, pop 1 heal. All right, I can't heal anymore. Rels is just standing there like, can't heal, guys. I hope you kill Cassidy in the stun, because I can't do anything. And they can't kill Cassidy, and they actually get taken out. I feel like I've not seen a team like completely drain DOBOB like this. It's just completely no cooldowns. And it's mostly because Locked In are just playing something totally different. This Dev Evoker curveball, the only Devastation Evoker I want to say between both regions, it's actually providing them a ton of value. Like, it got them through the first bracket series. Got them a game 1 win against DOBOB, where you're expecting it to be 3-0. I'm expecting it to be 3-1, something, you know, heavily in favor. But maybe this is actually going to make DOBOB sweat.
Well, if you think about the matchup, right? You know, Feral Druid, Lapis is playing Feral as well, but the Dragon is just going to out DPS the mage so hard. And if you play a slow game, you don't push in, you're just going to get pulled into dampening. And once it's damp, the Dragon Rage, Incarn, it's just going to overpower the FMP so much. So I want to see an adaptation from DOBOB for next game. I want to see Relza go into, you know, kidnap Numbless's pillar, get in there, and just constantly fear on cooldown. Whether it's a fear on the DPS or on the Paladin, just getting setup after setup after setup. Because if he's going to stay on that Paladin, you have to abuse that. You can't sit back and let the game just draw out to a loss like this. Locked In obviously played to their win condition. Good job by them. I do, they're kind of cooking with this pick now, but I also think that it's sort of DOBOB's game to lose.
All right, DOBOB, what's it going to be?
Empyrean?
Locked in, go again with the
Same
Holy
matchup.
Paladins. So I would have thought they'd want a small map, and then they can get on top of the Paladin. I guess big map also can expose him, especially with a limited range on the Dragon. He's probably going to have to chase at least a little bit to be able to heal his teammates. So I guess this does make sense. I think DOBOB just didn't really know what to expect maybe with this. Like, how often do you fight Feral, Holy Pally, Dev Evoker? They're probably thinking, let's just play safe, right? Like, our comp is one of the strongest comps in the meta. We typically can win in dampening. We've been playing some long games. So they probably took that first game and were just like, let's just play safe, take no risks, and see how it plays out. And obviously it didn't work. So now you're down a point. So now they're going to have to consider switching that around. And I guess this is another thing to consider as well, is the source of magic from the Devastation Evoker, giving your healer more mana. So you got a huge amount of mana return from Blessing of Winter, with 810,000 mana return, Source of Magic at 274,000 mana return, whereas Rel's on the opposite side. Look at how many abilities he has to get back. He's using everything he's got available, which is mostly just Symbol, in order to recover mana. So their composition, I think, just threw DOBOB off. They're thinking that they could just play safe. We're playing the meta comp. Locked In are playing a Paladin. What are they doing? Let's just play safe. But that actually ended up being the worst possible option for them to do.
Yeah, this game sort of reminded me of the series between Overload earlier today against Naptime. And, JT, he loves to sit back and PvE from 80 yards away, but at a certain point, the Holy Priest kind of runs out of healing and dampening, and if you have big defensive cooldowns like Incarn and Dragon Rage coming up in dampening, you're not closing out the game before then, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Your entire team's going to be at 40%, just fragile to dying at any moment. So this game, for DOBOB, I want to see them push in, and Locked In, we're going to see how they're going to handle that.
All right, DOBOB, are you going to be able to kind of keep your top 3 footing here? Because I feel like they get knocked out. Like, a lot of stuff can go wrong for them here. They get a Dragon's Breath, but Cassidy intercepts. He trinkets, gets the Polymorph. Good secure here from TENSEI. And we do see Relza, I think, playing more aggressively here. He's off camera for a moment, and Smite's getting blasted. Relza gets a Psychic Scream on the Feral Druid. Master Spell Time Stop. I've never seen that. I didn't even know you could do that. All right, Master Spell on Time Stop to try and clutch out a kill. It's not enough, though. Smite recovers, but Relza has switched gears here. He's way more aggressive.
Absolutely, and I can already hear Thesia's voice telling Relza, we gotta go in, let's end the game. It's a Paladin, we should be abusing him and just taking advantage of his weakness. So seeing him walk in like that, Gear Cassidy, MD the time stop, it's beautiful to see, and just see him get involved with the game. It's gonna be very tough for Locked In to survive, I think, if he does this.
Ooh, nice sacrifice. Numless breaks his own
Nice.
Polymorph. And now he's in position to maybe get aggressive. Flappers gets gripped away, but he still gets cloned. Smite is just sitting in a Polymorph at the moment, feeling real bad out here in the open. Trying to bait them into the corner. He's got Deep Breath in 30. Kind of ramping up here. We're looking for that Shattering Star and then those Mass Disintegrates to get cleave damage like this that force the Ray. Flapper's not looking entirely comfortable here. Cassidy and Smite are just doing a tremendous amount of damage. Nice pre-time stop from Smite here. Numless is in a Polymorph, so Smite time stops to immune damage. And potential crowd control. It buys 4 extra seconds on this attempt. And maybe with the wall, though, it might not matter. Numless repositions. Gets around the corner. Here comes the Avenging Crusader. Should begin to restabilize. Bringing back Smite up to full. Likely bring up Cassidy in a moment. Teams are evening out. And where is the next attack, Jan?
Well, they just put Numless on DR, so they need to wait for now. But they have Veins coming up. They have Incarn coming up as well. As long as they keep that cleave damage on Cassidy and keep the cleave on Smite as well, any CC that's going to hit Numless is going to be pretty brutal for them. And of course, Locked In, just playing to survive, playing off that blue bar. Relza already at 60%, less than 2 minutes into the game. So DOBOB is on a very, very short timer here.
Ooh, full Psychic Scream,
You
another
know.
setup. Relz is playing well. Getting crowd control into a Polymorph. That forces Barkskin. Obsidian Scales. They're kind of taking a tremendous amount of damage even despite that. Flappers get stunned. Double stun lockout from Cassidy. He's looking for Cyclones. Tessia trinkets it. Flappers is still low. Numless is winning on mana again. Honestly, I feel like Relz is playing aggressive, but it's looking even better for Locked In, even despite that. Oh, the
Yeah,
knock again.
They're not able to develop enough pressure off it, especially with Smite using those time stops on himself. Here's another setup. He has to trinket now. Walls. Can they follow this up with anything else? Bash. Chastises his trinket, but he's going to be at the top with the lay on hands. So good plays by Numless, saving his teammate, but on DOBOB's side, they're just absolutely taking the most damage from Smite and Cassidy.
it's just damaged. Like there's nothing on Relza. He's just sitting in the back free casting. It's 3 minutes in. He's almost less than 50% mana. And some games we've seen go 10 minutes long in the tournament. So the knock behind the pillar again. Cassidy's really trying to get Typhoon kills. And if Flappers loses this series to a Typhoon after losing to Echo Man, and somehow they lose a top 3 position, he's going to be so mad. He gets Cyclone. I think they won against Echo with a Typhoon on Raikou last week, actually. And Cage of Carnage knocked him down. Nice double ring from Tessia, but look where Smite is. He's drinking.
Oh, that is a huge
good.
drink. 50% mana. So they're going to be able to stay in this game a little bit longer. But, again, it's hard for Relza to push in as well because his teammates are just taking so much damage. He's so scared to push in. If he tanks a CC, he has to trinket, and then that's, the game is cracked open for them. They're going on Relza now. Trinket swap.
Oh my god, they got Survival Instincts and Trinket Swap in one pull, and Relz has not been CC'd at all. If we look at time and CC, I don't know if we record that. Relz is probably not at all, but it's my big shatter. It doesn't even matter if Numliz. Your bubble doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, bro. We don't care if you bubble. Smite just gets absolutely incinerated by Tessia and Flappers there. I was just thinking, man, it's actually looking kind of good for Locked In, and then just they pull out massive crits. Tessia pops Smite the same way that he popped Raikou in the upper bracket for that one game.
Numliz having to use the Lay on Hands, Trinket Lay on Hands a minute and a half or so earlier. And here he gets a bit greedy, doesn't bubble immediately to save his teammate. Bubble sacks, but he's too low, and Smite gets Comet Storm to death. And that was Thezia's Veins. Obviously, massive burst damage from Veins is up. Good punish by them. Bit of a mistake from Numliz, greeting that late, but like I said, very good punish from DOBOB.
You see the knock, though? So they polymorph Numliz, and they knock him away so he doesn't break. He doesn't break the sheep. I think they were expecting the sheep to break because Smite rescued. So right here, he rescues and they're stacked. But then he gets Typhooned. And look at this precision. He stands in a way so only the dragon gets knocked. So then they can Comet Storm him out of range of the Paladin. And he Frost Novas him.
From Westfall.
Okay.
So that was good to see. This is sketchy now for DOBOB, I think, because this didn't look good. Maybe the map is a bit too big, but Relza was struggling to heal this, and honestly, outside of that last go, Locked In were rotating cooldowns very, very well defensively and able to keep up.
All right. We got a series here. I don't think this is a wash. I don't think this is a wash in either direction now at this point. I really think, especially if the small maps work out for Smite and Cassidy, maybe for the Dragon to land more multi-target stuns, I think that could be a good situation. I just feel like they underestimated the amount of damage in that setup. They thought the pre-rescue, I would think too as well, I pre-rescued the go. It'd be pre-bearing. So it's maybe you don't want to react instantly in that situation. But that's the same thing with Meh and Raikou. They're Meh's not CC'd, and then Raikou just dies to just the mage, even if the Feralger's not on him. Sometimes the damage can just be really high, and you just constantly you just constantly have to be making these assessments at a split second, because otherwise you're just gonna get erased. So Locked In, unfortunately, lose that round. They're confident to just keep playing. They must think that jungle stands no chance, I would think. Yeah. And then they're giving respect to the mirror also.
I do want to say, if Locked In wants to win this, I do want to see him on his Holy Priest. He is a Priest main, I believe. I just think Holy Paladin is just, too exploitable by a Mage, by a Priest, by a Feral Druid. And you're kind of playing into DOBOB's strength at that point. Why not play the Priest, avoid CC? Your team is doing more damage anyway, so you're winning on that mana front in dampening. Priest, I think, just complements this much more, but maybe he doesn't feel comfortable with it. Maybe he just wants more cooldowns to trade here. With the Paladin, more breakers. I'm not too sure.
I would be interesting. If they end up winning this tournament, we're going to have to interview him, and we're going to have to ask him what his logic here on the Holy Paladin and what exactly is going on with that. Other than, I can't see it being better than Priest on mana, he's getting the same benefits no matter what with the Dragon, as far as mana regen. And then their stun is also just undispellable as opposed to a dispellable stun, so if they ever want to clutch that. Although they probably don't have many problems with stuns between a Feral Druid and a Devastation Evoker. But yeah, the positioning, it's you don't get a huge amount of extra damage. I know you can sometimes get 1 million Hammer of Wrath, but it's you could just get 1 million Holy Fire.
Exactly. You have Chastise stun from range too.
I'd try, other than Bubble, but it's you have Angel Form, and it's a lower cooldown, and then Bubble, I'm just laying this out here. It's Lay on Hands, 3-minute cooldown, I think, roughly, with the talents that they're playing, versus Serenity. It's the same heal. It's on 20 seconds of a cooldown. Your immunity cooldown's way longer, and it comes with liability that you can't use other forbearance effects at the same time. It just seems like why would Paladin be the right pick in this type of scenario? But obviously they've got some confidence in it. Otherwise they wouldn't have locked it in on their side. We're tied at 1-1, and they almost won that game. It was just they underestimated the damage. They underestimated it. Didn't make an effective trade in time. Got punished. DOBOB take a win, but DOBOB are not. This is not going to be a free ride for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, 4 seconds left here till the gates open. Where is going to be the opener here for the Feral Druids? Usually it's like Cassidy opening on Flappers after he opens first, so curious to see if they opens first this time. I just open on the casters immediately. TENSEI trinkets. Flappers trinkets as well. They're just going all in on Smite, looking to power him down through his defensive cooldowns. He's looking so fragile on that Devastation Evoker. He's just dying through everything. They could switch to Cassidy as well. It's just all-out aggression from DOBOB in this initial exchange.
Once they go through the walls from the Dragon, he is so squishy. So as long as they can, get setups after setup, force time stop, force Obsidian Scales, when he's out of those, he's going to take so much damage in those stuns, and just even like a bash on Numblers is going to be enough to kill Smite. So I want to see DOBOB, I said this last game, but I do want to see them just constantly go in and pressure this Dragon. Don't let him play the game.
Oh, big setup on Flappers. Nice Cyclone from Cassidy. He's getting a lot of good Cyclones here. Switches it onto Flappers now. Cassidy's having a really good game. Another Cyclone swapped over onto TENSEI. Getting Bleeds Vortex on Flappers, keeping him away from the Dragon, but he gets caught in a stun, and now he's going to get cloned. Flappers is turning it up. Relz is trying to get into the mix. Smites into a stun. Numbless pre-sacrifices again. Nice pre-sacrifice from Numbless on all of this crowd control. Smite still has to use Renewing Blaze even despite that glowing icon, one of his most valuable defensives. And he may have to use Obsidian Scales if this pressure is maintained for any amount of time. Numbless is keeping him up with the Avenging Crusader. Now they need to get aggressive. I really think Cassidy maybe could sneak away on Relza, or maybe even Numbless. And get Cyclones on the Priest. I think that's a big opportunity. Get some Cyclones, Hammer of Justice or something on Priest. A little bit more crowd control. They get it, but now they're double Dragon's Breath into a Polymorph. Big Meteor. We saw this in the last game. Smite rescues over to it to break the Polymorph, but doesn't feel comfortably. Time stops there. He manages to recover, and time stops a low cooldown, so you can kind of just trade it in those types of situations and feel like you're afraid. But it just feels like it's so delicate for Smite. He could just die at any moment. Yeah,
it's only a 45-second cooldown, but he's trading his defensives beautifully. He still has 2 wall charges, using Rescue, the CC before, just to save those, and he's a long way from dying right now. As long as he has that trinket, as long as he pre-walls to go, he's going to be fine. One thing I want to highlight is look at Cassidy here. Rake stun into clone attempt. Cassidy just has to play bodyguard, right? If he's helping his teammates live, bash, clone constantly, they're going to win on mana, so pay a lot of attention to Cassidy and what he's doing in the game as well.
Let's see. Rake's not on Flappers, catching him, but Relz is an Angel. They should recover, unless just a surprising amount of damage hits him at any moment here. They guys are holding him at 50%, even despite the Angel. They force Ray. They stun the Ray. Cassidy's having a really good game, but he gets polymorphed on his clone. Oh, but Numbless is there with a Blinding Light. That's good backup. Smite still a little bit needs to be cautious. Polymorph has been secured on the Paladin. He's going to Trinket Rescue. Stack him up for the AoE to break it. Really like that, but TENSEI is there for another poly. Flappers is there, but he gets caught as well. Turning it around on him. He has to Trinket. Smite's falling behind. He's just spamming it. He's being super greedy. It's so greedy right now. He's so low. He's so greedy. Oh my god, now it's an overlap between Lay on Hands. It's a Trinket Lay on Hands and Obsidian Scales. I don't know if that's a miscommunication. And that put them really far behind, I think, at this point. Icy Veins is coming up in 37 seconds. That's the next big window for DOBOB.
He still has time stop though, so he's going to be fine for a while, but we'll see how they handle it. Numbless, Bubble, Sack, Bob, and of course he's got Renewing Blaze back as well. Here's the full sheep.
Ooh, pre-time stop. Nice play from Smite. Pre-Renewing Blaze on the Double Fear. Pre-Deep Breath to immune the stun. He stuns the whole team. Smite's now caught in a stun, but he Renewing Blaze, so he'll be fine. Now Relz is repositioning with TENSEI. Numbless is on the opposite side. Relz has no trinket. Flappers has no trinket. I think that's a big opportunity. Maim just came off cooldown. You Maim stun Flappers, Hodge the Priest. You might be able to clutch out some major cooldowns with that type of push here in the next couple of seconds as they're just building up momentum on Smite. He's trying to reposition. Numbless pre-sacrifices. They stun Flappers, but they need crowd control on Relza. It looks like he faded, I think, a stun there from Cassidy. He's repositioned far away, avoiding the setup during that stun. Flappers survives with Barkskin, Guardian Spirit. Smite's retreating during the Cyclone. Ring of Frost down, but not going to catch anybody. Cassidy's trying to get bleeds, so Flappers is on the run. DOBOB giving respect to Locked In here. They're not continuing their aggression.
Flappers playing a little bit scared here, having to use that skin. Big damage on Smite here, gets Bob traded out. Love the ISO from TENSEI, but full poly, they're able to continue that. Gets the bubble as well from Numbless. Not sure that was necessary, maybe a bit of an overcommit. But Flapper's playing scared, you know, he has no trinket, he has no skin, and Relza overlapped GS with him on that go previously as well. So Flapper's, for the next 20 seconds, has to play super safe. If he doesn't pre-survival instincts to go, he could just die.
I mean, he's just dying right now, even without a stun. Is that actually happening right now? He just almost got soloed by Smite. Relza had to void shift. Cassidy's coming in now, getting combo points, looking for a stun here. Full maim stun, no trinket. Into a Cyclone. Nice setup from Cassidy, but there's not enough damage. Numbless is in a polymorph. Cassidy's too low health. They knock Flapper, so trying to go for it. Can they drop him? He's in bear form. Nice pre-bear form. Barkskin soaking hits. Flapper's on the run. He retreats and recovers. Tessia now getting swapped to, looking to try and get a block. He barriers and blinks back. DOBOB continuing to give respect to Locked In, despite this unconventional pick with the Devastation Evoker and the Feral Druid. Tessia fakes an interrupt. Flappers gets a clone on Cassidy. Tessia procs the Vortex. Blinks in for a Dragon's Breath. Looking for the Polymorph. Polymorph secured. Another setup comes
Restun.
through. Numbless trinkets, but Repoly and Restun come in. And Time Stop at a sliver of health. The Rescue Shield. He canceled rescues with a millisecond of time in between that to stay alive. That was an insane rescue. He was literally at a millimeter of HP. To be able to use rescue that quickly, where you have to aim it on the ground and not die to even a tick or a bleed, was insane from Smite.
I mean, to be honest, that go, I think I have to commend DOBOB. Thesia got from the Blink DB as they stun Smite. Smite can't read it quick enough to, you know, pre-Obsidian scales that, gets maimed into the half bash, and now he's in trouble again. Dies through the Renewing Blaze. He gets bursted by Veins from Thesia. I mean, this game was a lot better from DOBOB offensively. I like this. Smite was having a hard game. You know, the first half was a bit sketchy, but well played.
I think DOBOB, as far as setups, it felt like they had a clear route to victory here, and Tessia is just getting big crits, it feels like, in their Echo series, in this series, like, toppling them before the Renewing Blaze even has a chance to really trigger and provide any healing. Like, there's healing Smite is doing, like 69 million healing. It's quite substantial from a DPS in a game like this, and it's still just not enough. He just gets completely collapsed in this game. And now, honestly, I feel like if you're locked in, like, you gotta be feeling shaky because you're making plays. Like, you're making flashy plays. You're getting so much pressure out. You won game one. You're like, it's like maybe there's a chance. It's not just like darkness. Maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel. But I feel like that light at the end of the tunnel with hits like this, where you just lose 40% of your. That was like 40-0. And Tessia got cloned. It's just like, it's got to be so morale destroying on the side of locked in. And now if Numbless is a Holy Priest, like, how does that change this situation right here? Like, maybe he's got Spirit of Redeemer,
So
and
he
he's
gets
immune.
maimed, and then he gets cloned. Right? Flappers cast a clone. He could fade this, or fear it. But instead, he tanks the clone, no trinket, no bubble, and, you know, the dragon without Obsidian Scales is too squishy.
I think he was trying to kick something. I think he moved to the mage because he was going to kick sheep, but then Flappers just cloned him. So, like, watch Numbless. Like, the advantage of the Paladin is that he's got Rebuke. But maybe he should have just stayed out of line of sight. Because, like, he sees Polly, and he's trying to kick Polly. Yeah, he was trying to kick Polly, and then Flappers, like, baited you. Full Cyclone. And then the game ends. So that was just like, as a Paladin, yeah, you can't do anything. If there's a Druid and a Mage standing on you, there's no choice between those two. Whereas if it's just if he's a Priest, Shadow or Death, now I'm on DR for Sheep, fade the clone. Now I've immuned that for a second. Now he's got to take a second to try and land it again. It's just Paladin doesn't have the same type of avoidance tools for these types of pushes. So even if he was Disc, you know what I mean? Like, because he's been playing Disc Priest for most of it. Obviously, I think Holy is better, but he's just been playing Disc as if it's like his main, and maybe he doesn't have as many reps on Holy Priest, but it doesn't, just on paper, doesn't make sense that you'd want to be a Paladin with this much crowd control.
I could be wrong, but I think someone told me that Numbless hates Holy Priest, and that might be why he defaults towards the Disc, which, you know, I do think the Holy Priest is better in this matchup, but if he doesn't like playing it, he's not well practiced on it, I can see why he's sticking to the Holy Paladin. And there it is again, Maldraxxus, huge map, they want to just stall it out, but it really depends if DOBOB is going to capitalize or not. Locked In obviously doing a lot of damage, the Evoker is very good for that. I do want to see Cassidy try and save his stun DRs for every time that they make a push, because they're really only going to die in their CC chains. If Numbless isn't CC'd, I think Smite is going to be fine. So, you know, waiting for the maim, waiting for the bash, waiting for the DB, and then Cassidy can go pounce, and look for a counter clone.
Yeah, maybe playing similarly to how we saw Naptime playing in the upper bracket, where they're kind of turtling together as a team and they're blocking everything that's thrown to them, and then waiting until later on. Because it seems like before dampening, like locked in getting a kill, it's just kind of luck, right? Like DOBOB just unresponsive, you get a really big crit or something. So playing aggressively and trying to get crowd control on Relza might not be as valuable in the first 4 minutes of the game as opposed to stunning Flappers when he's pushing in for clone, or stunning Tessio when he's pushing in for clone. So maybe if locked in, take similar line of play of strategy as nap time and just focus defense, work as a team, protect the Paladin. Wait until you get a little bit deeper in dampening where your damage is going to become more valuable, because obviously getting control in the priest is difficult. So just try and get the game into dampening. You already won on mana, and try and pull off a win that way. I could see that working out better for them, but it's still so delicate. Like the dragon is just not as disruptive as like an elemental shaman. It's just the cooldowns are really, the interrupt's a long cooldown for like the same duration of an interrupt. You just don't have the grounding totems. I think I honestly have a little bit. The healing might be close, but I feel like healing stream totem is just a little bit more passive. Earth Shield's a little bit more passive, whereas you had to be active with Dev Evoker healing. It's like you got to pre-wall every go. You don't have any fail safes really as the Dev Evoker if you get caught at all. So it's way easier to get punished. Probably way less rewarding overall in terms of pressure. So the pressure is on for locked in if they want to climb up this gauntlet. DOBOB really want to secure their top 3 position and avoid the gauntlet entirely. So a lot on the line for both teams here. Locked in looked desperate with this composition pick, relying on a Holy Paladin in their darkest hour, whereas DOBOB, game after game, DOBOB just looked better and better.
Definitely. And, you know, on what you said earlier, the dragon is just so fragile, and, you know, they're on match point now. If DOBOB wins this one, Locked in are kicked out. So, playing a fragile class, you know, where you have to pre-time stop, pre-obsidian scales, pre-renewing blaze the goes, the pressure is on him completely, and that's a tough position to be in. You always want to be the one who's got your feet up on the desk and relaxing, not the one where you have to play perfectly or you're gonna die. So again, tough matchup for Locked In here, tough position for Smite to be in, and I wouldn't want to be him, that's for sure.
Flappers is there. He can get an opener on Cassidy if he wants to. He's going to open on Smite. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones. He fakes an interrupt. Nice fakes from Cassidy. Smite, unfortunately, hovering into the ring, but looks like the Polymorph broke on Numbless. That's at least a decent start for the Paladin. Oh, Flappers takes a huge hit of damage, but Rels is an Angel. Really unlikely, I think, that we see them take any substantial damage for the next couple of seconds. Nice line of sight from Cassidy, but Flappers fakes a kick. Cassidy line of sights it. Now Cassidy gets counterspelled. Constant kicks and pressure from these Cyclones from both teams. Another Cyclone, but Cassidy gets pre-polyed on it. Nice pre-poly. Looking for another one. Fearing him on the Dispel. Taking Cassidy out of the game. Smite's now isolated if Tessia can get in behind the pillar. Just sheeping the Feral Druid again, just to insult the injury there on the Feral Druid. Typically not getting polymorph. Nice sacrifice from Numbless. Now, charge in with sacrifice. This is what I want to see. Like, if they have a pre-sac play or something like that, run in and get crowd control. Take advantage of that moment where you're immune and try and get something going for your team. Fortunately, it doesn't get a medallion, only the Guardian Spirit, which is a lot more rotational for the Holy Priest. I would have liked to get more than that. Flappers fakes a kick. So many good fake casts here in game number 4.
And this is so important that Flappers is faking these kicks and getting clones on Cassidy, because then they're just in no danger. They're able to collapse on Numbless much easier.
Nice pre-play from Smitey. Time stops before the go here, but the wall comes down, and Numbless, what are you going to do? Oh, is there a gap? Oh my god, there's a little tiny gap. Numbless got through the wall. Flapper's taking some big hits. Smite's trying to line of sight. Smite needs to avoid damage. Just avoid it. You have to get in dampening. I just don't see them finding a kill unless they can get to dampening, and it's going to be the most difficult journey to actually get there with how much pressure is being thrown their way at the moment as far as crowd control. But they are keeping Flappers on his toes, forcing him back in bear for now. Now he's looking for Cyclones. He gets kicked, but now the Quell's on cooldown, so they can't stop polymorphs. A Ring of Frost locking Smite in place so he can't escape. Is he going to be able to... Oh, Deep Breath to escape that Ring of Frost. Defensive Deep Breath. I haven't seen one of those, but it actually makes sense. You got the Feral Druid to stun anyways. They're playing good defense, avoiding crowd control, but Relza sneaks in. Smite pre-rescues the Maim. It might not be enough. He's very sad right now with the pre-rescue if Numbless has to use major cooldowns. He's actually playing a Draenei Holy Paladin also, it looks like. He's Gift of the Naru here, which is healing while he's crowd controlled for a little bit. Smite pre-time stops during the next polymorph. Nice play. Immune damage here, but oh no, Numbless got knocked. Smite is trying to hover back in line of sight to get to him. And they've got Flappers in a stun, and they're just trying to power him down. I feel like they could, in dampening, just one stun on Flappers, and it could be over for him. It's just a matter of locked in living for at least 4 more minutes.
Definitely. I mean, right now, early in the game, dampening hasn't started to ramp up just yet. Flappers trade skin, Relza is an Angel, he's going to be completely fine. But I love what Relza is doing here. Look at his positioning. He's on the enemy pillar, and that fear earlier costed Numbless his lay on hands. Now they get the red sack. Smite has 1 Obsidian Scales left. Once that's gone,
the knock.
It's anyone's game.
Nice knock from Cassidy here. That's not enough. Relz is there. He's got the Angel. They're topped off. They're getting aggressive now.
There it
Another
is.
Meteor. Defensive Deep Breath. Smite is just using Deep Breath defensively. It's normally an engage tool when you fly through the air, but it looks like he's not in crowd control. Flappers gets the Typhoon on the Clone, but then he goes for it again. Clone on Tessia. He trinkets that. Maybe they could punish Tessia for a trinket like that in the near future. Cassidy's mind control. Another Polymorph. Cassidy on the run, or Smite on the run once again. He's baiting Flappers behind the pillar. Relza repositions. Flappers isn't falling for the bait. He's sitting in bear form, anticipating the attack. Good anticipation. Smite's still getting rocked by Tessia at the moment, while Flappers is just sitting through a stun. And Ice Wall is available. And where Numliz is at the moment, he could get separated from his team.
And DOBOB is looking for a big push now, right? Numliz is off CCDR, Fear on Cassidy, Bash on Numliz into full sheep. No Obsidian Scale, so that's his trinket instantly from Numliz. Good anticipation of that. Just trading out early. Making sure that Smite doesn't, go too low and then suddenly he can't save him. But big damage on Desia as well.
Oh, another Typhoon. Oh, Deep Breath, not enough. I think Flappers is going to be A-okay here. We're hitting about the 4-minute mark. We're getting close, but it's just so scary for Smite. He gets out of the Meteor, repositions, looking for a Fire Breath, hovering with his Paladin, focusing on defense, keeping Flappers on his toes, pushing him back, almost soloing Flappers right here. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones, while Smite is just farming Flappers. Tessie looks for another Polymorph. Pre-time stop on the Psychic Scream. Flappers gets kicked on the Clone. Time stop about to end. Does he have rescue or something here? Oh, the wall comes down. Numliz has to get around the corner in time. It's match point. They will be out of the tournament. They catch Flappers in a stun, but Relz is an Angel. He's free casting heals into that Ray of Hope. It should top him off. Numliz into a maim stun. Cassidy is rotting down. Smite is rotting down. They need to make a call here. They're going to trade out Obsidian Scales. Matt, what is that? What just happened to their team? Everybody just died in 1 millisecond of the Dragon Rage. Out of nowhere, Smite hits his enrage timer like a raid boss. I can't believe this. Relz gets kicked. Smite out of nowhere almost wins the game with that one push, and Flappers is out of there. I'm out, bro. I'm out. I'm not going anywhere near that dragon. I'm out.
That was the Dragon Rage and the Incon, to be fair, but Flappers almost dying through the Void Shift right there. Absolutely insane. Relza barely keeping him up. Don't know how he did it, but going for a clone on Relza now, and there's no recovery at this point, I feel like. It's not that deep and damp yet, so Relza has a lot of work to do, and he can catch them back up. Double Fear there, beautiful. See if they can follow that up and counter pressure. Smite doesn't have wall for a few seconds here.
Oh my god, Flappers.
So much damage.
He can't push anymore. He can't stay on the dragon. They have to sheet the dragon. They're going on Cassidy, it looks like. It could punish him. He's got no trinket. He's got Barkskin, though. And now Flappers is on defense. We're 5.5 minutes in, and the roles have reversed. Flappers is running for his life now with Relza on the pillar, and now they're getting crowd control to full bash. Cassidy wants this, man. Locked in want this. They want to take this to a game 5. Nice blinding light. How can they close the game? That's now the question if Flappers plays defensive. They catch Cassidy. Nice rescue from Smite, pulling him around the corner out of that Meteor. Now Flappers is on the run, but Numliz is in a polymorph into a full Psychic Scream. Sleepwalk spam gets interrupted. Cassidy jumps in, but Smite is stunned, and he pre-walled, but it might not be enough. It's so much pressure from Tessia. Icy Veins is just destroying everybody on Locked In at the moment. Lay on hands onto Cassidy. He will recover, but it's overlapped with the survival instincts, and now Smite has limited defense. Only time stop remains, but they're so far ahead on mana. If Locked In can just hold on a little bit longer, that cheeky mind control, Smite getting pulled way out into the corner. Cassidy with no personals. He gets wild charge defensively to the Paladin. Smite gets caught in a stun. He can trinket time stop. He's low. He trinket time stops on the wall, but now Numliz is out in the middle of the map. He cancels the wall. This could be it for him if he gets caught. Sacrifice comes up. He might just die through healing. It's so much pressure. Can Smite hold on? They're so close. They've almost hit that critical mass of dampening, but it's Incarnation. Who's going to die first? They bop off the bleeds. Here comes the Dragon Rage. Massive disintegrates are crashing in onto both Flappers and Tessia, and they're boldly standing their ground as Smite is just wrapping around the corners, catching Flappers in a bash. Relz is trying to recover through with Guardian Spirit. Renewal, every cooldown but the kitchen sink at this point. Is Flappers going to top with that Ray? I can't imagine he wouldn't. Oh my, okay, there's the Ray finally coming through. Cassidy is low and now Locked In. They have to make a big decision. They're going for it. They're going for it on match point. Can they close out the game? They land the kick over onto Relza. Flappers is still low. They get the trinket from Relza. Can they get another crowd control? They can win the game. Cassidy gets shut down by a counterspell, but they're there with the sleepwalk. Smite. Smite is doing it. Smite is doing it. He's so close. He gets Dragon's Breath. He's so close. One more hit. Eternity Surge. One more disintegrate. I think Flappers is done for. No, one huge heal comes through, and now they jump back, but Smite pre-rescues the Meteor. Crazy play from Smite. He time stops right as the polymorph hits, but now he's out. Melee Wings come out. Can they hold on? Can they hold on? They're almost there. They're almost there.
I mean, for the past 2 minutes, Flappers has been playing scared, and for the first time now, really, he's finally able to go in. Numliz in so much trouble, and he's actually got to go down.
Oh my god, I'm just disappointed they died. They're so close. They're so
Locked In
close.
had so much momentum going into that. The income from Cassidy, Dragon Rage from Smite as well, and they just held down the gas pedal for a minute straight, running as DOBOB, but unfortunately for them, Numbers ran out of healing himself, and went down. But Flappers, man, he was running for 2 minutes straight. He was so terrified for his life, and this... what... Facing a Devoker as a melee is the worst feeling in the world, so I know exactly how Flappers feels like. You need to go in because you're losing, but the moment you go in, he's beaming you, and you're just so scared to play the game at all. And, I mean, it's a tough balance, it's a tough line where you have to go back and forth, and, you know, Rel's are doing a fantastic job keeping his team up to secure the dub.
Yeah, I'm so sad for them. Smite made so many plays that rescue the time stop, but they just swapped the Paladin. They're just like, yo, Numless, we gotta remind you. You're a holy paladin, my guy. Big swap, made him stun. I didn't wall. He has divine protection. I mean, he probably still dies, but I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. If he gets off healed a little bit, or a cyclone.
Last push as well for DOBOB, you know.
Yeah,
so close to Boom and...
Why didn't he wall? He has divine protection. Just unless it's bugged, it might be the UI might be bugged and it's not on cooldown. But like, why would he have pressed it any time before? Oh man, I'd be so sad. Because Cassidy is Heart of the Wild. He might have got like a popped regrowth off there during it. They might have been able to hold on. They finally got to that 8-minute mark. They finally survived all the attacks. If it's not bugged, I bet they're gonna be so mad if they find that out there in that final second. But Locked In, they put on a show. I think they're easily one of the most entertaining teams. I actually really like that they still kind of play their comps every now and then, and they really put on a show with them, even if it's ultimately the meta ends up beating them in these situations. I feel like they're a really fun team to watch, and it's gonna be very entertaining to see them in the gauntlet and how far they can progress.
I mean, honestly, I kind of wrote this team off, but last week they surprised me, and today they surprised me as well, taking down Streamer Zone. And this series, it was 3-1, but it wasn't as close as the score suggests. I mean, they made DOBOB sweat, 100%.
Oh yeah. I'm curious, then, from your perspective, Chan, like, what do you think the comms are? What do you think the vibes are right now on the side of Locked In after that loss?
I mean, they're going into this as a bit of an underdog, right? Like, last week they would have been super excited to take out Echo. Echo is the team to, you know, there's no better feeling than to take out Echo if you're playing in Europe, right? They've done well the past few years, and last week they must have felt amazing. This week, going into this, they're the underdogs. They don't really have too much pressure on them. You know, if they win, great. But if they lose, it's not the end of the world.
Well, all right. Well, hopefully they walk away with from that proud of themselves nonetheless, because you guys kind of already touched on it. They had an incredible show nonetheless. So we have a look at our final bracket for Championship Sunday for the EU region. We've got down in the lower bracket, Super Duper Gamers versus DOBOB, and then up top, Super T's, we have Overload versus Echo.
Oh, that's a rematch. That's a very key rematch here.
Is it? I don't know. I've never seen that one before. It was weird.
I think this is a good one. This is where the fireworks are. This is where like Waz form really gets to prove his worth here in this series. And I think Raikou as well really wants to show that he's still the #1 mage in the region after falling off a little bit for the last 2 cups. So this is a big deal for Echo to show assert dominance before we move into the final stages of the AWC for this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dahlia. Yeah,
no, I'm changing the subject, so you should
go. Okay, Waz form today was a treat to watch. And like I said earlier, TJ, watch out. I can see them FMP mirroring tomorrow, and it's going to be lovely. I love RMP mirrors. I love FMP mirrors.
You like playing in them?
And... No. I just like watching it. I don't like being part of that.
Gotcha.
Raikou stepping up today. You know, he was getting overshadowed by Thesia the last 2 weeks, but they're stepping up. And Waz form as well, making plays after play, and we'll see how they do against TJ. Because I said that Echo was struggling against Thesia. They're also struggling against Overload. They haven't done well at all into Overload either. So there's 2 big bosses. They beat the first one today. On Sunday, we'll find out if they can beat Overload.
Yeah, definitely curious. I mean, if you were talking to these guys, what kind of advice would you be giving them right now?
I mean, I'm just happy to see Waz on his feral. I think sticking to the rogue, this was sort of a thing that Echo had always, where we'd always stick to our mains. We'd be very stubborn, and if we lost in our mains, our egos wouldn't let us log off onto something else. So to see them finally say, hey, the rogue isn't working out, even if he is, the best rogue, he's getting on that feral druid.
and I love seeing that. That means that there's, you know, they're putting the egos aside, and they're looking for the dub.
It's interesting that you say that, because I feel like that's kind of common, Chen, with a lot of the teams that we've seen be in AWC for so long. They want to stick with their bread and butter. They want to stick with what they know, and it takes a lot, it seems like, to get them to adapt to new compositions, to new specs. Do you think that that's applicable to all of the teams that we're seeing do that, or do you think that's just unique to Echo?
I think it's unique to Echo. I mean, like, Waz, the best rogue, Raikou, best mage, Meth, best priest, you know? How can you log off RMP if you're in that situation? It has to be absolutely terrible, and they've realized it is absolutely terrible. So they're finally biting the bullet and saying, hey, I'm going to log on to Feral, we're going to mirror them, we still have Raikou, we still have Meh, backing Waz form up, and tomorrow I think it's going to be a bloodbath of FMP mirrors, and I'm very excited to watch that one.
Yep, I am for sure excited as well for that Championship Sunday. But we have got to talk about North America, of course, because we've got to get to that top 4 as well over there. We've got 8 teams that battled it out through the offline games, Super Ts. And I feel like, if anything, you know, what we learned from today is that none of these guys are safe. Nobody is guaranteed to make it to the grand finals. I think it's been the same story over here in North America, that this region has been so competitive. It's been so back and forth. So many new teams coming into play and really making an impression.
Yeah, I mean, the big dogs in this region right now, I think, are Liquid, Welcome to the Zhang, and Tiger Toads. And then every other team is trying to fight to be worthy of kind of their rival. Left 4 Dead, they didn't really have a great meta these first 2 cups, but I think they're one of the few teams in the tournament that are going to be able to incorporate Ret Paladins to their full potential, and that curveball could be a big upset for them. Left 4 Dead could potentially have a massive run in North America as a result.
Could not agree more. Chan, you're not joining us tomorrow, right?
No, I'm not.
All right, what is your take on this bracket then? What matches should we be looking out for? Give us the tea.
I mean, welcome to the Zhang vs Tiger Toads. Last week it was a nail biter, 3-2 to Welcome to the Zhang, I believe. And the last win was a bit of a cheese kill on Cubsy pre-block. Pulled a Raikou, unfortunately, but it was a crazy burst. I'm excited to see this matchup. I think Liquid is going 3-0 Left 4 Dead. Like you said, Sid, the meta is not good to them. They're playing a Shadow Priest in this meta. Liquid is moving quickly through that. Welcome to the Zhang vs Tiger Toads. That one is on my radar.
Awesome. All right, we'll be looking out for that. And here are the standings as well. So it's the same thing over here. These teams are trying to get into the top 3. A little bit more top heavy over here. Team Liquid, Welcome to the Zhang, tied at 240. And then we've got Tiger Toads, Gustbusters, Left 4 Dead, pretty close also to getting into that top 3. So we'll definitely keep everybody updated as we go along, as well as the teams that are trying to make it into the gauntlet. So definitely stick around for Saturday for North America. But before we head off, let's take one more look at the predictions and how we ended the day, shall we? So I can embarrass myself some more. I think I'm still down at the bottom.
You still have Sunday to make up for it.
I do, but it's gonna be hard. I'm losing to the coin and to chat, to everybody. All right. Well, that's okay. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We are going to head off. Make sure you guys are tuning in for Saturday's games. Same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft, or also on YouTube. Chan, thank you so much for joining us here. It's been great to have you. We'll see you again on Sunday. I think everyone's freaking out in chat. Like, no more Chan. But we have had a great day of games, and tomorrow will be no different. So thank you guys so much. 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST tomorrow. See you then.